This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1, English. This is the MediaCorp broadcast circuit of Parliament.
Order. For the record, I have to inform honourable members that on the 20th of July 2026, Associate Professor Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim resigned from his seat in Parliament for the electoral division of Marine Parade, Braddell Heights. Members were informed of the resignation of Associate Professor Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim by me on the same day. In accordance with Clause 2C of Article 46 of the Constitution, the seat of Associate Professor Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim became vacant on 20th July 2026. Order. Questions for oral answer, Mr. Andre Loh.
Question 1, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to take questions 1 to 18 in today's order paper together, please?
Please proceed.
Sir, my response will also cover related questions raised by Mr. Tsai Ing-cho, Mr. Christopher De Souza, Mr. David Ho, Ms. Lee Hui Ying, Mr. Sean Low, Ms. Rachel Ong, Dr. Hamid Razak, and Mr. Patrick Tay, scheduled for subsequent sittings. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make one point clear at the outset. The plans for Gillman Barracks and Sunset Way have not been finalized. Government will continue to engage stakeholders to take in views and feedback before deciding how we will carry out the development of both sites. This could involve adjustments to the development layout and the amount of greenery and heritage to conserve. We publish the studies and conceptual plans so the public can study them, share their views, and help us to shape the final development plans. And I want to assure members that while the formal consultation period for the Environmental Impact Assessments, EIA, and the Heritage Impact Assessment, HIA, ends on 6th of August 2026, our engagements with stakeholders will continue as we adjust and refine the development plans based on the inputs received. Sir, in my response, I will first explain why Singapore needs to build, where we choose to build, and how we build. I will then explain how these principles apply to Sunset Way and Gillman Barracks. First, why we need to build. Mr. Speaker, let's start with what I believe we can all agree on. We value our heritage and green spaces. We also want Singaporeans and our future generations to have access to affordable public housing. We want hospitals, schools, and places where we can work and earn a good living. We want roads and public transport so we can get around. We also need land for defense, essential infrastructure, and coastal protection. And I wish we had an abundance of land so we can provide all of these without having to make trade-offs. But that is not our reality. Our choices are narrower than those faced by larger countries. We thus have to make the best use of our limited land. That is why we plan decades ahead to meet Singaporeans' needs today while keeping enough options for future generations. And housing is one of our most pressing needs. Some asked why housing demand continues to grow, even though our total fertility rate is lower than before. While the current low TFR figures reflect the smaller number of babies born in recent years. But Singaporeans who are buying HDB homes today and in the near future were born decades ago when our birth rates were higher. Now, another reason is that household sizes are getting smaller. More young married couples prefer a home of their own to living with their parents or extended families. At the same time, many prefer to live near their parents so they can care for and support one another. More singles are also setting up homes of their own, and more seniors now live alone or only with their spouse. Now, these trends mean we need more homes than we did in the past, as the total number of households has increased. Now, many members on both sides of this House have also called for the relaxation of eligibility criteria to provide wider access to public housing and shorter waiting times for built-to-order flats. And we understand and we share these aspirations. But if we want more Singaporeans to qualify for HDB housing and to get their homes sooner, then we must build more homes and we must build them faster. So the question, Mr. Speaker, is not whether Singapore should continue to build homes, hospitals, schools, and other developments to meet our people's needs. The question is where we build and how we build responsibly. Let's go on next to where we build. So we do not start with sites that have significant heritage or ecological value. We first ask a series of practical questions. Can we make use of vacant land? Can we make better use of existing land? Can we build higher, go underground, build compatible uses together, or better use underutilized spaces? That is what we have been doing and we will continue to do. For example, relocating Paya Lebar Air Base to Changi and Tengah will free up a substantial area for redevelopment, as will consolidating our port activities at Tuas Port. We are also phasing out some golf courses and redeveloping older industrial areas for other uses. We are already redeveloping the former Keppel Golf Course as part of the Greater Southern Waterfront. By 2030, we will have taken back more than 400 hectares of golf course land for redevelopment. Sir, we will also build taller where we can. This year, we announced Singapore's tallest public housing project, an over 60-story development at Pearls Hill. Relaxing aviation height limits near airports also opens up new possibilities for us to build more intensely in suitable locations. We build underground where possible too. We are developing rock caverns at Gali Batu, building on earlier projects such as the Jurong Rock Caverns. And through the north-south corridor, we are moving vehicular traffic underground, freeing surface space for walking, cycling, and greenery. We are also doing more with existing sites and underused spaces through integrated mixed-use developments and by activating spaces beneath viaducts and on car park rooftops. As we do all this, we pay close attention to greenery and heritage. Today, Singapore has about 7,800 hectares of green spaces, including our nature reserves. Now, even after accounting for planned developments in the latest master plan, URA has safeguarded an additional 1,000 hectares of green space. And we are also strengthening ecological connections between core habitats. By 2030, we aim to restore and enhance 80 hectares of forests, marine and coastal habitats, and establish 300 kilometers of nature ways. Now, these efforts help make Singapore one of the world's greenest high-density cities. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Green View Index found that Singapore is ahead of most cities in urban tree coverage, including cities with much lower population densities. And we take a similar approach to heritage as well. We have conserved more than 7,200 buildings and structures in over 100 areas. And where possible, we retain significant heritage buildings and elements and incorporate them into new developments. So these are guided by our long-term land use planning process. Through our master plan, we engage Singaporeans and set out how we use our limited land for the next 10 to 15 years. And we review the master plan every 5 years through a major public consultation exercise to ensure it remains relevant to our nation's changing needs. Site zoning reflects its long-term planning intention. But when we develop the site depends on our national needs, the availability of alternatives, and if the supporting infrastructure is ready. And within this framework, we will always do our best to retain sites with significant greenery and heritage value. But there will be occasions where no other suitable site can meet the same need in the same area and within the required time frame. And when that happens, we must weigh the trade-offs carefully and consider whether we can develop a site responsibly to meet an important national need, such as providing homes for Singaporeans. So the next question then is, how do we build responsibly when it is necessary to develop a site? We proceed with great care when a site has significant ecological or heritage value. Government agencies appoint independent external consultants to conduct an EIA or HIA or both. These studies draw on inputs from nature and heritage groups, and the consultants do three things. First, they establish what is on the site today. For an EIA, this means identifying the site's important habitats, plants, animals, and ecological connections. For a HIA, it means establishing the significance of the site's buildings, structures, landscape, and other heritage attributes. Second, the consultants assess how the proposed development could affect these features. And third, they recommend how to avoid, reduce, or mitigate potential impact to the site. Now, depending on the site, this could mean retaining areas of high ecological significance, maintaining ecological corridors, preserving important buildings, or incorporating heritage elements into the new development. For an EIA, the consultants also propose a preliminary Environmental Management and Monitoring Plan, or EMMP. Now, the EMMP sets out mitigation measures, monitoring arrangements, and reporting requirements that will apply during development. So our general approach is to avoid impact when we can, where we can, reduce them where we cannot, and mitigate those that remain. We then publish the findings, the potential impact, and proposed mitigation measures in the EIA or HIA report. And this allows residents and the wider public to study the proposal and to give their feedback and views. Agencies then consider the studies and these feedback before finalizing the detailed plans. EIAs and HIAs are not meant to justify a detailed plan that is already fixed. They are an integral part of the consultation process through which the plan is shaped. Now, once development proceeds, HDB and MParks will monitor the works and require contractors to provide regular updates to ensure the measures are implemented properly. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me now explain how we apply the principles that I've laid out to both Sunset Way and Gillman Barracks. Sir, both sites have been earmarked earlier for residential use. For Sunset Way, the planning intention for housing had been reflected in the master plan since 1980. Now, that intention has been reviewed and reaffirmed at each subsequent master plan review, including the most recent review in 2025. For Gillman Barracks, we announced the intention to study the site for development during the 2024 Committee of Supply debate. The site was subsequently rezoned to reflect that intention under Master Plan 2025. But we did not come to these sites first. Over the years, we prioritized brownfield redevelopment in Clementi, Bukit Merah, and surrounding areas. In Clementi and Bukit Merah, we redeveloped several older estates under the Selective En-bloc Redevelopment Scheme, SERS. In Bukit Merah, we are redeveloping the former Keppel Golf Course, as I mentioned earlier. But demand for housing in these estates remains strong. The recent BTO launches at Clementi Emerald and Belaya Rise were each oversubscribed by over 4 times. Many Singaporeans, especially young families, want to continue living near their parents for mutual care and support. And many understand this, and so asked if we can build on sites that appear vacant or are underused instead. So let me explain that some of these sites are already intended for housing. One example is the former Raffles Junior College site at Mount Sinai, where we are planning to introduce public housing in the near term, and the former bus facility at Ghim Moh, where BTO construction is already in progress. Some asked about the former ITE HQ site at Dover Medway area and a nearby site at Albert Winsemius Lane. Now, the former will be redeveloped for a mix of public and private housing to be launched over the next few years, and the latter is an LTA work site that is needed to support ongoing works for the Cross Island Line. It will be considered for redevelopment in future after the MRT line is completed. Others also asked about Maju Camp. Sir, we need Maju Camp to support our national defense needs, so we cannot use it for housing at this point. For Gillman Barracks, some suggested building homes at Depot Lane Industrial Estate, the former Central Manpower Base, CMPB, and the reserve site at Pasir Panjang. Now, Depot Lane Industrial Estate is indeed part of our future housing supply, and demolition of the buildings is currently ongoing to prepare the site. while the former CMPB has moved out of Depot Road camp, but the site is still required by MINDEF and other users. This also applies to the Pasir Panjang Reserve site, where there are existing users like the MOE Outdoor Adventure Learning Center. Now, this site can only be redeveloped in the longer term. In short, many of the sites suggested are already being redeveloped for housing, are needed for other national purposes, or cannot be redeveloped yet. That is why we need to develop Gillman Barracks and Sunset Way to meet our housing needs over the next decade. But we recognize, that Gillman Barracks has both environmental and heritage value. That is why we commissioned EIAs and HIAs, because we assessed that the development could have significant environmental or heritage effects and wanted to carefully study the impact before finalizing any plans. These are comprehensive reports reflecting months of data collection and analysis by independent experts. At Gillman Barracks, we are studying how to retain most of the native-dominated secondary forests within the site. We are also studying how to maintain ecological connections in the east-west and north-south directions. Now, the east-west connection would link Telok Blangah Hill Park and Hort Park, and the north-south connection would comprise an ecological corridor supporting the movement of birds towards Belaya Creek and Labrador Nature Reserve. Gillman Barracks also has a distinctive heritage character. We are thus studying the retention of all buildings assessed to be of exceptional heritage significance, as well as most of those assessed to be of high heritage significance. Now, this will allow the future neighborhood to build on the character and charm of the former colonial buildings. But where a heritage building cannot be retained because of practical site constraints, we will explore other ways to preserve its history. These include detailed documentation, salvaging and reusing suitable materials, and incorporating heritage interpretation into the future development. At Sunset Way, we are studying the retention of a significant stretch of greenery along the former Jurong Railway line. Now, this would preserve an important part of our railway heritage while maintaining ecological connectivity within the site. We are also studying the retention of a natural stream and its surrounding riparian buffer, which provides refuge for wildlife. Now, these retained green areas will be supplemented with more native trees and serving as buffers between the future neighborhood and existing residential estates. Our approach to both sites will be informed by science and evidence. Gillman Barracks and Sunset Way lie within the wider Labrador Nature Park and Clementi Nature Corridor, respectively, as NParks identified through its Ecological Profiling Exercise, or EPE. Now, the proposed retention areas are based on findings of the environmental studies that aim to maintain ecological connectivity across these wider landscapes. HDB will also study how to design these future neighborhoods to reduce urban heat. This includes using environmental modeling to improve wind flow, incorporating greenery, using cool paint, and orientating residential blocks to minimize direct sun exposure. So some members also asked how many homes the sites will eventually provide. We are not yet able to give an exact figure because the layout, scale, and detailed design have not yet been finalized. But in our current conceptual plan, we already reduced the number of homes to retain important green and heritage areas identified through the studies. If we conserve even more, we will build even fewer homes. So we must weigh this trade-off carefully before reaching a final decision. HDB has also been attending local grassroots advisors' dialogues with residents to hear their concerns and suggestions in person. Now, we appreciate the time and effort that many have put into studying the reports, attending the dialogues, and submitting detailed feedback. I personally engaged many stakeholders myself and walked the ground at both Sunset Way and Gillman. The Young PAP and the PAP Sustainability Group have also conducted engagements, gathering feedback, and sharing that feedback with me and my team. Some nature enthusiasts, heritage advocates, and nearby residents also asked us to preserve more greenery and heritage. Some also propose additional mitigation measures. At the same time, we also heard from many Singaporeans, including residents in Clementi and Telok Blangah, about the desire for more affordable and accessible public housing. Many tell us they hope their children will have an opportunity to live near them. Sir, both perspectives reflect legitimate concerns and aspirations. After the formal consultation period closes on 6th of August 2026, we will conduct further engagements with stakeholders and closely review the study findings and feedback we received before finalizing our detailed developmental plans. We will also publish a report summarizing agencies' responses to the feedback and any amendments made to the original set of plans. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question before us is not whether housing, greenery, or heritage matters. They all do. The challenge is how we balance these needs responsibly within our limited space. We will and must always make the best use of existing land and safeguard our most important natural and heritage assets. But there will be times where we cannot avoid difficult trade-offs. When that happens, we must be clear about why we need to build, deliberate about where we build, and take great care over how we build. We must be honest with Singaporeans about the choices before us, listen carefully to their views, and improve our plans wherever we can. And after weighing all these different considerations, government must decide in the best interests of Singapore and Singaporeans. And this is the approach we are taking for Gillman Barracks and Sunset Way. We are studying the environmental and heritage findings, listening to public views, and examining how the proposals can be improved before the detailed plans are finalized. Sir, these difficult choices are not unique to Gillman Barracks and Sunset Way. And they will continue to confront us as we build homes, strengthen our economy, expand our infrastructure, and realize our vision of a city in nature. So generations before us have faced similar choices. They made them with courage and foresight, and Singapore is now better for it. Our responsibility is to do the same, so we can leave to our children a country that is greener, more livable, and continues to provide opportunities and good homes for our people. Thank you.
Ms. Rachel Wong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, MOS, Alvin, for your response and for receiving the feedback and proposals my residents and I submitted on Gillman Barracks. These came from in-person meetings, community sessions, and written feedback, including well-researched proposals residents put together themselves. I understand and appreciate the stated need for more housing and the potential benefits for many families. Along these considerations, my residents have also raised deep concerns, including the loss of biodiversity and ecological connectivity in the area, the loss of the very greenery that drew many residents to make this precinct their home. For many, Gillman Forest is a place of respite, reflection, and connection. Also raised the impact on climate resilience and urban heat. With that, I would like to ask 4 supplementary questions. First, can the government clarify whether, and if so, how, the earlier Balea EIA informed the Gillman Barracks EIA, particularly in relation to ecological connectivity, corridor design, and the cumulative impact across the 2 adjacent developments? Residents have raised concerns over developing Balea and Gillman Barracks in close succession, particularly since both sites form part of the same ecological network and serve the same wildlife. In this context, they have asked why the recommended ecological widths differ between the 2 despite this shared ecology. The Gillman Forest links the southern ridges, which includes the Telok Blangah Hill Park, Balea Creek, through to Labrador Nature Reserve, and Carriage Park, forming a larger ecological landscape. Retaining it alongside shared residence would also honor Singapore's 2021 pledge under the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use to halt and reverse forest loss by 2030. My second SQ, instead of residential development on Gillman Barracks, will the government consider reimagining and re-engineering the site to better meet the evolving needs of our next generation, creating spaces that protect and promote human creativity and connection? My third SQ, Will the government review our planning and consultation processes to ensure they remain fit for purpose in a changing climate? Specifically for forested or ecologically sensitive sites, could EIAs and public engagement begin at the master planning stage before land is slated for development? My final SQ. Will the government provide a summary of the feedback collected, together with clarity on how it shaped the final development decisions? This matters deeply to residents who want assurance that their voices have made a difference. Thank you, Speaker.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Ms. Rachel Ong for her strong advocacy on behalf of her Telok Blangah residents and for working together with our agencies to provide those feedback. As I mentioned earlier on, the plans for both Sunset Way and, in this case, Gillman Barracks is not yet finalized. Even beyond 6th of August, when the consultation period closes, we will continue to engage her residents. And after this further engagements and reviewing the feedback and findings from additional engagements with the residents, we will release a report summarizing the responses to feedback and also any adjustments that we make to the original plan, the original set of plans. With regards to the Gillman EIA and its links to Belaya, the Gillman EIA took into consideration the Belaya estate, so there's connectivity. It's established an important connectivity, in fact, between Gillman and Belaya for, in fact, the movement of birds. And these draws upon the findings from the National Parks EPE, which I mentioned earlier on, and the Keppel Club EIA. And the conceptual plan, therefore proposes retaining the east-west corridor, as I mentioned earlier on, and to establish a new north-south corridor to facilitate the movement of fauna. And both studies also proposed a minimum 30-meter ecological corridor, and for Gillman Barracks, it's a recommended corridor stretches up to 200 meters. So we acknowledge that there's ecological connectivity between sites. We've done that through the EIAs, and the EIAs for each site is different because each site is unique. But where possible, we recognize the connectivity, as I mentioned earlier. On building on new spaces within this site, as I mentioned, we will take in those feedback. We will, in the consultation process, even beyond 6th of August, we will listen to residents and see where we can make adjustments. On the spaces which you mentioned, today I want to say that, as I mentioned, today Singapore has over 7,800 hectares of green spaces and nature reserves. And if you look at the bigger picture, even after accounting for the planned developments in both sites in the master plan, URA has safeguarded an additional 1,000 hectares of green space. So net, we are building a green city. And all of these plans, be it in Sunset Way or Gillman, are meant to enhance that ecological connectivity and also to balance between development for homes as well as green and heritage spaces.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, MOS Tan, for the comprehensive response. I have 3 SQs for you today. Firstly, I would like to ask if the MOS can confirm if not proceeding with development is still an option at either site, rather than just adjusting developmental boundaries or taking mitigation measures. Second SQ is MOS Tan referred to quite a number of significant initiatives to free up further brownfield land, such as the relocation of Paya Lebar Air Base, the continuing relocation of our port terminals to Tuas, as well as taking back golf course land. Will enough of these brownfield land be freed up in time so that we can continue to defer the development of green spaces like Maju Forest and Gillman Forest? And my third SQ is regarding the location of the Cross Island Line Maju Station. Does the government regard the location of Maju Station as compelling or requiring the development of Maju Forest in order to be able to sufficiently utilize the capacity that the station will provide? And if that being the case, will the government consider in the future, when planning MRT lines, alignments, and station locations, that we take into account the location of sensitive ecological sites, such as Maju Forest, such that we do not perpetuate a vicious cycle where the station is planned for that location and therefore it compels the development of the forest? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Mr. Andrelo for his questions. I made it quite clear that the sites that we mentioned earlier on, Sunset Way as well as Gilman Barracks, have already been zoned for residential use under our master plan, and they've been set aside for housing. So we will proceed, but how we build is important, and that's why we have these EIAs and HIAs to identify the ecological significance, the heritage significance, and then we will mitigate as best as possible the ecological and heritage impact to the sites. With regards to alternatives, I mentioned earlier on that we have looked in the vicinity of both Sunset Way as well as Gilman Barracks for alternative brownfield sites. Vacant land, brownfield sites, underused sites, and there are a variety of ways in which we consider the availability of the land, whether the land has leases remaining, whether they have additional users, as I mentioned earlier on, whether the infrastructure surrounding that site is sufficient. Because when you build homes for our people, you also need the surrounding infrastructure to support them. Which brings me to his third point about train. And that is one major consideration. When we look and select sites for homes for Singaporeans, it is not just on those considerations, but it's also very important for us to determine whether amenities, we can build amenities to support the community and housing, whether there is sufficient transport links, including stations. And when we do so, we do a couple of things. Number one, we do an ecological profiling exercise on a broad swath to look at the impact of where sites have ecological and natural heritage and natural significance. Then, when the sites are meant to be developed, we also look at the EIA and the HIA to mitigate those sites. And then in the process, we get feedback and see how we can also better bring in amenities that will benefit home buyers and homeowners. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker, and I also thank the Minister of State for his assurance of that MND continues to be equally committed to both providing affordable housing as well as our city in nature as planning principles. We know the first gives Singaporeans a stake in society, and the second is really what continues to make us exceptional as nature is functional. I have 3 PQs. First, how are these planning principles consistent even through reviews of various master plans? And can I confirm that MND is committed to the structured decision matrix and hierarchy, avoiding impact before minimizing or mitigating in environmental or historical sites in guiding these decisions? Second, our city in nature vision is ultimately about maintaining functional ecosystems that strengthen Singapore's resilience through biodiversity, ecological connectivity, and climate adaptation. Beyond the size of the green spaces which are retained, what ecological criteria does the government use to determine if a site should be avoided altogether? Is there a desired minimum viability that we are optimizing for longer term? And when development does proceed, how does the government monitor over time whether retained forests remain ecologically viable, for example, in terms of habitat quality, stormwater attenuation, and urban cooling? Finally, could you please share more about the engagement process, including for this case of Maju Forest? How does the government ensure that development decisions are made consistently and transparently? Specifically, which nature groups and experts are consulted, at what stages of planning, and how does the feedback finally influence the planning outcome? Has the government considered whether EIAs and HIAs should be legislatively strengthened, brought earlier, and the stages of the consultation process enshrined? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Thank you, Ms. Nadia Samdin, for your questions. I explained earlier on our development process and quite in detail, but let me make a few emphasis. The first is that no development can take place without planning permission under the Planning Act. And as part of the planning approval process, all development proposals are screened for potential environmental as well as heritage impact. And the developments that are assessed to have likely significant environmental and heritage impact are then subjected to the EIA and HIA process, which I mentioned earlier on. And then we work together with different stakeholders, community groups, residents, nature groups, to then study the EIA or HIA and to see where we can make adjustments. On her point about the broader considerations, we've undertaken an EPE, as I mentioned, to better understand the role of sites in protecting and also supporting biodiversity and ecological connectivity. Now, these findings are important because they help to identify important habitats and ecological corridors. I mentioned that earlier on. It also helps us and guides planning how to balance development with nature conservation. But the development priorities and development projects that are close to sensitive areas will be subject to, and in fact are subject to, greater scrutiny. And it guides measures to help us to mitigate the impact. For example, we will protect our nature reserves, and any nearby developments that may affect nature reserves are subject to very strict planning controls. In consultation with groups, nature groups, I've met with many of them, including the Nature Society of Singapore, the Singapore Youth Voices for Biodiversity, LEPAC and SG, and US academics, and many residents as well. So as I mentioned earlier on, our consultation process will continue even after 6th of August, and we welcome more feedback and more views so that we can take into that as we look to finalize our plans in later stage. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
Well, I thank the MOS for his fairly comprehensive replies. I take comfort in the fact that he mentioned that the plans have not been finalized, and I take comfort in the good minister's position that there's been an agreement to extend the consultation period, or at least the engagement post 6th of August. These are good, valuable explanations for the residents that I serve. My questions arise out of possible alternative sites. I accept the government's national priority to have housing close to parents and to family, something that I support. But I think we can look at alternative sites close to Maju Forest, and here I have two. The MCSP and the canal at Sunset Way have a currently construction site for the Cross Island Line, and if one was to build high there, it would have beautiful waterfront living. So that's one alternative that is within my own ward. Would that be considered? And taking a leaf out of, pardon the pun, taking a leaf out of Dover Forest and the debate I had some years ago, we managed to find alternative housing sites that preserve half of Dover Forest, and it was a win-win situation. So I invite the good minister to look at this as a blank sheet of paper to see whether we can achieve such a win-win. And therefore, an alternative site is also Clementi Avenue 5. I understand that it is a work site, a large big work site for the Cross Island Line, and it will be a rather eloquent and elegant position to put high-rise HDB flats. So I'm not one to just throw the problem away. I'm giving solutions. Would the good minister consider this? The last point, sir, if I may, arises out of Ms. Sim Ann and my engagement on the ground. We've had town hall meetings, we have done home visits, we've been responding to emails, and we've visited Maju Forest twice. And there is this great affinity for the forest. It is a part of their lives. And there's also heritage. So for all of these reasons, I ask for the same ethos, the same principles that governed the debate between the backbench and the front bench regarding Dover Forest, and if we can receive a win-win-win solution with alternative sites and as much mitigation as possible, I think that would be a great advantage and great fillip for this House. So in summary, those are my responses. I do support the national priority of building. My question is where, and if we can find a good win-win-win compromise. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Okay, I'll proceed. Sir, I thank Mr. Chris D'Souza as well as Grassroots Advisor Sim Ann. They have been very actively engaging myself, Mr. Chi, Minister Indrani, very strongly speaking up on behalf of the residents at Sunset Way. They have gone down to the ground, they have organized town halls, they have conveyed many of the residents' feedback to us. They have also visited the residents, so they have been very actively engaged, both on the ground and to me, as well as our MND colleagues. I mentioned earlier on the alternative sites, and I thank Mr. Chris D'Souza for also being very practical and also identifying some potential alternative sites. We do our best to optimize the land use and to tap the vacant land and brownfield sites where possible, but there are no other suitable sites to meet the near-term demand in the vicinity. For example, the Albert Winsemius Lane that he mentioned earlier on, that MCSP, is currently being used for LTA for the Cross Island Line. Clementi Avenue 5, also to support ongoing works for the Cross Island Line, but will be considered for residential development after the MRT line is complete. So these are already measures that we have taken in place. We first look at brownfield sites, we first look at underused land, we first look at vacant land, and we look into whether we can first use them and see whether there are alternative sites for us to build. So I thank Mr. Chris D'Souza for his inputs, and we urge him to continue engaging with us beyond 6th of August so that we can take in his residents' feedback and make relevant adjustments to the plans before they are finalized. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the MOS the following supplementary questions. One, in my adjournment motion on Serangoon River Forest earlier this year, I raised concerns that public engagement often takes place only after key land use directions, which includes non-consultative zoning decisions, have been determined. So why were consultation not conducted before the scope and parameters of the environmental studies for Maju Forest and Gilman Barracks, for example, were established? And will the government consider engaging stakeholders at an earlier stage for future major redevelopment proposal? My next SQ, I would like to again urge the MOS to consider, to clarify whether the development plans for Gilman Barracks and the housing proposals under consideration remain open to substantive revision, and whether the government is prepared to reduce development intensity or footprint and consider alternative sites. And I got one more alternative site. What about the Protective Security Command and Ulu Pandan? My next SQ, would the minister tell the House what specific long-term population and household formation projections are driving the planning for HDB housing developments in Maju Forest and Gilman Barracks, and indeed elsewhere? And will MND publish this figure so that the public can independently assess if clearing these forests is necessary now? My next SQ, given residents' concern about the loss of canopy cover, has HDB modeled the potential urban heat impact of the proposed developments on both sides, and what measures are being considered to ensure surrounding neighborhoods do not experience significant ambient temperature increases? And finally, could I ask the MOS to consider extending the current 1-month consultation period beyond 6 August so that the residents, experts, civil society can have more time to review the reports and submit their feedback? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Sir, Mr. Dennis had 5 PQs, and we've debated this many times before. It's a Serangoon Forest. Let me try to answer him as best as I can. First, we will be extending the engagement period beyond 6th of August, so that's very clear. So please, as I mentioned, please share with us your views and your feedback, and we will take them into consideration. As we finalize the plans, we will also publish the agency's responses to these feedback. On the canopy cover and urban heat, I spoke about this in my main reply about how HDB has already taken these steps in existing and also future developments to reduce urban heat through many of these factors. On population, I've also mentioned why currently we require more housing. Household formations have increased, household sizes are smaller, and there's an increased demand for housing, particularly in the central areas where the 2 sites and close by Clementi Emerald, for example, is 4 times oversubscribed. So we need those. And I also wanted to ask for Mr. Dennis Tan and the WP colleagues in this House to also stand by us in this regard. Because we've debated housing in this House many times. We've debated it in, I think, 2023 on the debate on motion for public housing. And the WP's stance on housing is very clear. Let me just share a little bit. First, Ms. Herting Roo, Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Louis Chua had proposed to reduce the age eligibility for singles to access public housing from 35 to 28. Mr. Pritam Singh also suggested allowing a first-time couple who exceeded income eligibility criteria threshold to buy a BTO. Mr. Pritam Singh and Mr. Louis Chua also pushed for the government to increase public housing supply. Mr. Louis Chua, in his adjournment motion in September 2022, implored the government to take urgent and decisive steps to increase the availability of public housing and address the current demand-supply imbalance to ensure housing demand of all Singaporeans, not just singles, are met. He'd also asked in the same adjournment motion for the government to build residential homes ahead of demand and to have a fundamental rethink of the BTO system. So all of these are very clear positions that housing is required and we need to build more. And when we do that, it is not a question of why we build. I think it's very clear. It's a question of where we build, and I've explained to members the sites. I think the Police Security Command is also set aside for residential housing, for example. And as I mentioned also to Mr. Chris D'Souza, we've already looked at all of the surrounding brownfield sites, and where possible, we have to factor in the timing, the availability, the infrastructure, as well as the lease and other factors before we go into vegetated sites. And in this case, we have been quite comprehensive in that regard. On the public engagement, I also already mentioned that we will continue to engage the public, and we welcome public consultation and feedback beyond 6th of August. Thank you.
I see many hands. I ask MPs to ask your questions, but not to ask the same questions for which, in different ways, for which MOS Tan has already answered. Mr. Kenneth Teo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have 3 SQs, but first I don't think my PQ was answered. So, my A, what was the threshold of harm that sets a site aside if a major negative EIA assessment does not? And B, whether underused state land, including the grounds of black and white bungalows and aging low-rise estates, had been assessed as an alternative. Now, I've been to the grounds of some of these black and white bungalows, and I think that they're very, very low density, and certainly if we wanted to build more housing there, it would be ideal. My 3 SQs. First, residents value Telok Blangah for its greenery and forests, and that's a large part of its identity. I think that removing the forest removes that identity. So in the spirit of alternative sites, I think, could the car workshops around Alexandra Village Food Centre be considered for development? Second, can there be a formal extension of the consultation deadline beyond 6 August? Third, SQ. Many nature observers have expressed to me deep disappointment in what they perceive to be MSE's lack of leadership and ownership in the decisions on Gilman Barrack and Maju Forest, and their perception that MSE has gone missing on this issue. In this very year, 2026, that MSE has designated the year of climate adaptation, why has MSE not been seen leading and advocating for this forest?
MOS Tan. Minister Fu, I'll come to you after MOS Tan.
So let me answer Mr. Kenneth Tiong's questions. On the major negative, it's a formal technical term used in the EIA, and it's not always possible, to avoid the ecological and heritage impact, including the type for Sunset and Gilman. But with the EIA and the HIA, we have plans already to mitigate these possible impact, and we'll do what we can to do so. On alternative sites, we've already explained why and where we have looked into alternative and brownfield sites. On the engagements on the consultation, I also mentioned that we will extend it beyond the consultation period on 6th of August. And on the MSE, I disagree with his characterization. The government makes decisions across different ministries. We speak to MSE, MSE gives us the feedback, but at the end of the day, we will have to make decisions based in the best interest of Singapore and Singaporeans. You cannot say you want housing, as the WP has already mentioned multiple times, and sit in this house, but yet then also in the same breath say, why don't you do this and why don't you do that? I think what is important is for us to look at the compatible uses, the trade-offs, and for us to at the same time build homes for people whom both the WP and us want to build homes for, but at the same time also preserve, where possible, heritage sites as well as ecological sites. These are not incompatible. It requires us to make very deliberate decisions on where we build, which is alternative sites, and also how we build in this regard. So I hope that the member agrees with me, and I hope that he will work with us as well in engaging the nature groups, explain all of these different considerations. And I also really wanted to say that MSE has been working very closely with us in terms of addressing many of these issues together. Thank you.
Minister Fu.
Thank you very much. And the suggestion that MSE should take a different position as MND, and then to make a strong stance because it's year of climate adaptation, to object to some of the decisions that has been taken for MND, is not how we work as a government. For us, any one of us standing in front of here, presenting a position to government, the rest of us are in support. So I think if a WP member is hoping for a fight between ministers, I think they will be disappointed. But in any case, the purpose of having a year of climate adaptation is precisely for that. For all the agencies and the ministries, when they're planning long-term land use, when they're planning long-term transport infrastructure, when they're planning long-term power infrastructure, to have a view on the adaptation that's needed given the long-term climate change. Is not to change the way that we have worked as effectively as a team in the government. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Mr. Speaker, Young PAP recently engaged Singaporeans on the proposed housing developments at Gilman Barracks and Maju Forest. My fellow YP advisors David Ho and Lee Hui Ying heard two key concerns. First, some young Singaporeans felt let down. They have been taught in school to make personal responsibility for sustainability, but perceive a disconnect between this message and these developments. My first SQ, will the ministry further enhance public accessibility of EIAs and HIAs, make them easier to understand among general public? Second, our young accept that trade-offs are necessary, but they feel that they lack sufficient information to understand why this particular trade-off was made. Questions remain such as, why more areas of high ecological value are not included within the proposed retained area, and they want to know how the decision was reached and whether every reasonable alternative has been considered. Hence, my second SQ is, will MND publish a report similar to the National Climate Change Secretariat's response on Singapore's long-term low-emissions development strategy to respond to these questions and suggestions and explain how feedback informed its final decision? Finally, Maju Forest is quite hilly, and it may entail potentially higher construction costs that potentially could be passed on to HDB buyers. It is also a very desirable site given all the nature and greenery surrounding it. How can we keep public housing at these sites affordable for HDB buyers? Yeah, thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Ms. Charlene Chen for leading, together with Mr. David Ho and Mr. Ms. Lee Hui Ying, together with the Young PAP to engage our youths, and I understand that they will be engaging them further. We can understand why our youths are, they feel strongly about this, and our youths ought to feel strongly about this. These are important issues, these are important considerations, and it means they treasure our heritage and they treasure our green spaces. And we will continue to engage them beyond and to get their feedback on where we can make adjustments to those sites, but then also to explain the rationale as well. On those sites, we are not yet able to give an exact figure about the plans because they are not finalized yet. And we could make, for example, potential adjustments to the layout, to the scale, and to the detailed design. If you look at what we are trying to study the retention of some of these green spaces, including a significant stretch of greenery along the former OJL, Old Jurong Railway Line, and also a natural stream and a riparian buffer that will help to support wildlife. And we will also publish a report summarizing the agency's responses to feedback and also any amendments made to the original plans. So we will do all of that. We will continue to engage our youth. So if you just allow me, I also hadn't answered Mr. Kenneth Thiong's questions earlier on about alternative sites. I wanted to make the point that where feasible, bungalows have been redeveloped or earmarked for future redevelopment already. And previously demolished clusters, for example, of bungalows at Seletar Camp have made way for an industrial park, and that supports our aerospace sector. In the coming years, we will also be studying plans to redevelop bungalows at Medway Park as part of the Dover Medway Estate. So again, it reinforces our point that where we can, we will prioritize brownfield sites, vacant sites, but where we can't, then when we have to build, then we build very carefully, taking into account the EIA, the HIA, and then also looking at mitigation measures, working together with residents, communities, youth groups, nature groups, and the likes.
Mr. Bartley Palsy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I'd just like to make the point that asking the government to build new houses should not preclude us from questioning where these houses should be built and the trade-offs that need to be made for these houses. Secondly, Sunset Way has been largely zoned for residential use since the master plan in 1980. But since then, Maju Forest has become ecologically significant amidst the loss of many other green spaces in Singapore, including Tengah and parts of Bukit Brown. The MOS has mentioned that MND has safeguarded a lot of green space, but there are also different types of green spaces. Destroying a secondary forest and then replacing it with a park yields the same amount of green space, but the ecological impact is completely different. So in light of this, will the government consider reclassifying forested greenfield sites that are currently zoned for development into sites to be preserved wherever feasible? And if not, what factors might lead the ministry to consider rezoning forested greenfield sites that have already been identified for development for park or nature reserve use? And a second question is, what is the threshold for conducting environmental impact assessments before developments on greenfield sites? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Mr. Fazli for agreeing with us that there's really a need for housing. And I also agree with him that it doesn't preclude the fact that we need to ask questions and tough questions. And I appreciate members of this House for conveying those concerns of your residents as well as the community in this regard. It's important to ask these questions, and it's on the government to explain them, to explain the different aspects of it, and to also ask for the public as well as residents to work with us in the design of these areas. I've answered quite substantively the questions that the member had asked, particularly the ones that I had answered Ms. Nadia Samdin about how we look at the overall green space, the ecological profiling exercise. I've also answered before how we look at alternative sites, and I also answered earlier on how the EIA and the HIA is meant to identify where there are ecological and heritage significance, and then where that's what's happened, what's today, what the proposed development, how the proposed development may impact ecological and heritage features within the site, and also how we also mitigate the impact. So overall, if you look at where we are as a nation, we are one of the most livable cities in the world. And despite our limited space, we have gone on to conserve and preserve over 7,800 hectares of greenery. And within all of these constraints, if you look at sites like even Maju, in 1976, it was a brownfield site. Vegetation, started growing there. And then, of course, right now, even as we plan for Sunset Way, we factor in those green features. The stream, for example, the ecological corridor, for example, the old Jurong line, for example. So these were not there in 1976, but they were there now. They have grown onto a original brownfield site. They are secondary native forests. And when we plan, we already factor in that we will, because we want to preserve these green sites and green features, we already are lowering the number of homes that we can build on these sites. So we take those into consideration, and we'll be able to build desirable homes for our people living close to their parents, and also to enjoy the greenery that abuts these sites. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Ministry, I have two SQs, would the Ministry consider publishing a forward-looking list of intended planning studies within the near term, say about 2 to 3 years, that may affect areas with heritage or ecological significance and actively engage the community from the outset? The second SQ will be, would the Ministry consider incorporating measures of non-market values, including existence value, bequest value, and cultural value, into its evaluation framework for redevelopment decisions affecting heritage or natural areas? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Ms. Valerie Lee for her questions. Again, I mentioned earlier on how we look at the overall landscape as well as our island, and how we've undertaken, for example, EPEs to better understand the role of sites in supporting, for example, biodiversity and ecological connectivity. And all of these in concert, these findings do help us. They help us to identify important habitats and ecological corridors to guide how we plan and how we can balance development with nature conservation. And as part of this planning approval process, and I had answered it earlier on as well, all development proposals are screened for potential ecological and heritage impact before we proceed. And the developments that are assessed to likely have high significant ecological and heritage impact are then subject to the EIA. And again, I have mentioned how we do that as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Ms. Hertingru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to respond to the Minister of State. I'm not sure I agree that his characterization of the Workers' Party's position is a fair one. I think the question at hand here is not about whether or not we should build more. The question is, and I believe that members of this House are actually asking whether this location and the decisions, or at least the announcements that have been made, are going to be the best, given that there's a lot of pressure on housing. We all know that residents have balloted many times for housing. So again, we're not disagreeing about this, but the question before us today is whether or not these sites are the best places to build. And we also want to understand a bit more from the government why these announcements have been made, what are the considerations that have gone into it. In this regard, I also want to ask a couple of SQs on this. The first being that we're talking about Gilman Barracks and also Maju Forest. I noticed that and I believe the MOS also said earlier that the southern waterfront, for example, is an area that's being developed, and I believe that the numbers estimated about 7,000 new units. And nearer to Maju Forest, we've got a Turf City development where up to 20,000 government housing units are being proposed, or at least being planned. So I would like to ask, despite all these numbers coming up, is it actually the government's, or at least MND's decision, or rather assessment, that these 7,000, 20,000 units coming up in the vicinity is not enough? And I also noticed that Minister Chi earlier in the last few days also mentioned that the MND is continuing, or HDB is continuing to study the impact of reducing BTO age, and whether or not this is something, and I'm just curious about whether or not this sort of the announcement of these development of these two areas is tied in any way to any potential reduction in BTO eligibility ages. And the last SQ that I would like to ask is whether or not we've heard a lot about EIAs and HIAs and when these are actually being conducted. We also heard a bit about zoning, and I think Minister MOS mentioned earlier that Clementi has been zoned for residential since 1980. So I wanted to know. Sunset Way has been zoned. Sunset Way has been zoned since 1980 for residential housing purposes. So I just wanted to know whether or not, whether there have been any precedents where formal EIAs or HIAs have been conducted before any zoning changes or zoning decisions are made, in order for us to have a bit more forward guidance in deciding, do a formal assessment, something a bit more formalized, EIAs or HIAs, whether or not before we even decide to change the zoning. Thank you.
MOS time.
Thank Ms. Hertingru for her questions, and I also thank her for acknowledging that members in this House on both sides of the aisle acknowledge that we need to build more, and she also acknowledged that there's a lot of pressure on housing. She mentioned earlier on that residents coming and balloting many times for housing. I'm sure she faced that with her residents coming to her. I definitely face my residents saying, I have multiple ballots and I can't get the home. And residents and home owners want housing. They want housing. Many of them want housing in central areas, living near their parents, and that's why the demand for housing in these areas are now 4 times oversubscribed, as I mentioned in my earlier reply. So there is a huge demand for housing. And the question then, as Ms. He mentioned, is whether the alternative sites, whether we have sufficiently looked at alternatives. Yes, we have, and we will continue to look for alternatives and focus on brownfield sites and vacant land before we touch vegetated sites. But these are all considerations that I have already mentioned. On the BTO eligibility age, we and Minister Chi had mentioned that we are reviewing that. And then on the EIA and the HIA, I think there's been a little bit of misunderstanding on this. We need an EIA and HIA to present a proposal, And that proposal then is meant for agencies, it's meant for the community, it's meant for residents to then look at the proposal, see where the impact is, and see how to mitigate that impact. Now, the EIAs are naturally very extensive. I think they run over 300 pages long, but we also have executive summaries of it. And with these engagements, then we can also go into the detail. So the engagements, for example, that Mr. Chris D'Souza and Ms. Sim Ann or Rachel has organized, or many others outside of it, or the YP has organized, these go into the details, make it a little bit easier. But you do still need a plan. And the EIA and the HIA are plans. It showcases what is there, where the impact would be, and also where the potential mitigations are. And again, as I reiterated, the consultation and the feedback process is ongoing, and we hope that many will continue to give us that feedback, and we will make the changes as necessary, because the development plans are not final. Thank you.
We spent over 70 minutes on this issue. I will allow two final SQs, one from Eileen Chong and one from Joan Pereira. Eileen Chong first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQs and one clarification for the MOS. Moss actually spoke about the better use of existing land, building taller where we can, and using underutilized land. So in this regard, I also note that the government has committed to VERS from early 2030s to renew aging estates. So I would like to ask, when the recommendation was made to clear parts of Maju Forest, Gillman Forest, and Gillman Barracks for housing, was there any consideration to bring forward this renewal as an alternative? And if yes, what were the comparisons? My second SQ is actually related to Moss's earlier reply about how he was unable to share the exact housing yield of these sites because the layouts have not been finalized. So I would like to ask whether there is a target per site yield that HDB is looking at. I note in the 2025 draft URA master plan that it does contain indicative site yields for sites like Newton, 5,000, Patterson, 1,000, and also for Bayshore, 10 to 12,000, etc. But none has been given in this master plan for Sunset Way, as well as for Maju Forest, as well as for the Gillman sites. So, and related to this, I would like to ask the MOS, what is the exact size of the housing demand that these sites are meant to respond to? I think it's something that my colleague Dennis Tan has asked. How much of this housing demand reflects local family formation, per Moss's outline about households getting smaller versus planned population growth? And finally, I have one clarification. Given the volume of questions raised in this House today and the clear public interest and feedback on this, could the MOS clarify whether MND will be extending the consultation window beyond 6th of August, as was...
That has been answered three times, if I recall rightly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification, whether this window is extended beyond 6th August, just like what it was done for Dover Forest in 2021, or is it simply that MND will continue to engage the public and relevant agencies beyond the 6th of August? I'm asking this so that Singaporeans can have more of a meaningful opportunity to participate. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Sir, for Ms. Eileen Chong's questions, I've answered about the process of how we looked into the ecological profiling exercise, the EIAs and the HIAs. But she raises some important points which I wanted to address. The first is on the sites in the master plan with housing yields. I think she mentioned Newton and other places. It's because the plans are firm. The plans are firm. Newton is my constituency. For Maju, and for Gillman, they're not firm. And that's why we have the consultation period. That's why we have the EIA. That's why we're extending that so that we can make adjustments. And I mentioned earlier on that we make adjustments already prior with the EIA and HIA, where we could potentially have built more homes for Singaporeans. But we already have the EIA and HIA, where we already accept that there'll be lesser ones, lesser homes. And the feedback exercise that will extend beyond the 6th of August, as Speaker had mentioned, I have explained many times, will continue to help us to shape these plans as we go ahead. On SIRS, this is a long-term policy to have gradual redevelopment. It's not specifically linked to this. But earlier on, I've already mentioned why there is a demand for housing. I've already mentioned smaller household sizes. I've mentioned greater family formation, and also where people want homes. So that's why we need to take this decision, look at the sites, look at where to build, look at alternatives, and then where we build, we do our best to mitigate the impacts of development. All to build homes for Singaporeans, which is our main objective.
Last SQ, Ms. Joan Pereira.
Thank you, Speaker. MOS, I have an SQ. May I know how the government intends to support the arts community at the Gillman Barracks, either in relocating them or in continuing their work as an enclave in another area? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Ms. Joan Pereira for a question. The SLA has already engaged tenants at Gillman Barracks since 2023 and informed them that the site has been already safeguarded for residential use in the longer term. SLA has also kept the tenants updated on the environmental and heritage studies, which I mentioned earlier on, as well as upcoming development works. For arts tenants, I thank Ms. Joan Pereira for thinking of our arts practitioners in the site. I wanted to assure her that SLA is working closely with the National Arts Council to support them. NAC will continue to engage the tenants and work with relevant agencies to facilitate their relocation where possible, including pointing them to suitable alternative spaces and opportunities within Singapore's arts ecosystem. Sir, if you allow me to quickly wrap up, very quickly.
Okay.
Sir, it's been a long, I think we took a majority of question time, and it really reflects upon all members of the House's reflecting the voices of our people, reflecting the voices of youth, reflecting the voices of our residents, reflecting the voices of our communities. And I thank them. I appreciate them. And it also shows how we care. I think last night, Mr. David Ho sent me, earlier this morning, as I was preparing for this at 2:30 in the morning, he messaged me and he said he just finished his MPS. And he showed me two young children, with a little placard that says, "Please save the forest." And I texted him, I said, that's wonderful, because we should care. Our children should care, our youth should care. That they care enough to come together, to write to us, to ask tough questions, but also to walk with us and to work with us to find solutions together, to build homes, to also protect our precious green and heritage spaces. And Mr. Speaker, both are not incompatible. Both are not incompatible. We can build homes that are nestled in greenery. We can also build homes which are nestled in heritage. We can do that if we understand collectively why we need to build, if we choose carefully where we build, and if we manage carefully how we build. So we're going to celebrate National Day on Sunday. And as we celebrate National Day, we'll be going down to our estates as we usually do. And these estates were once upon a time probably vegetated sites or brownfield sites, like Maju Forest was in 1976. But are now thriving estates with families, with homes, generations raising families. So can I also, even as we have this very robust debate, can I ask my colleagues here in this House to walk with us collectively to assure our people that despite our limitations and our constraints, that we can continue to shape our island into one of the most livable cities in the world, and with Singaporeans at the heart of everything we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Question 19, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my reply will address the questions raised by Associate Professor Kenneth Goh, Mr. Patrick Tay, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Andre Loh, Mr. Yip Hon Wing, and Mr. Shara Taha in today's order paper, as well as the questions filed by Mr. David Ho and Mr. Christopher D'Souza for the subsequent sitting as they relate to GovTech's workforce transformation. If members are satisfied with the reply, they may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. I would first like to acknowledge that this is a difficult transition for the affected officers and their families. With that in mind, let me explain what GovTech has done internally, how we intend to strengthen conviction in our public mission, and how we are continuing to support our officers through this change. The Ministry was consulted on GovTech's workforce transformation plan, and we support it. The transformation will be implemented progressively over 2 years to give officers time to adjust. GovTech will also incorporate lessons learned from each phase. The workforce transformation is a necessary part of GovTech's shift from a one-off project delivery model to a continuous product ownership model. GovTech's workforce will grow because of this shift, but its composition will also need to change. GovTech officers will need to take greater end-to-end responsibility for the digital products and platforms that the public interact with, while continuing to partner with the industry where vendors bring specialized expertise. Teams that own the products must not only design and build them, but must also maintain and improve them continually to provide more reliable, secure, and responsive digital services for our citizens. GovTech is therefore hiring more software engineers, product managers, designers, data specialists, cybersecurity experts, and platform engineers. However, as GovTech builds more products and operates them in-house, it will need fewer officers doing traditional project and vendor management. GovTech anticipated this need to reshape its workforce. For several years, through natural attrition and targeted recruitment, its workforce profile has shifted, but not enough to meet our needs. Therefore, GovTech has also invested heavily in pilots and apprenticeships to retrain existing staff for new roles or to redeploy them. But there are limits to its pace and scale. Meanwhile, technology is changing fast, and GovTech must keep up, because if we fall behind, the quality of our digital products and services for our citizens will suffer. We will retrain and redeploy as many officers as we can, but we cannot avoid having to transition out some officers. We recognize the disruption this causes to the affected officers and their families, and we will support them fully through this process. The first phase will affect 305 GovTech officers. Of these, 102 officers have been retained or redeployed into roles where their skill sets are still required. 110 are being supported through structured job conversion and apprenticeship pathways, and 93 are being retrenched. In deciding whether to retain, place on apprenticeship pathways, or retrench officers, GovTech first assessed the job roles it needed for its future organizational and capability needs. Then it assessed individual officers based on their competencies, domain expertise, job fit, and readiness for the roles required. GovTech also consulted technology leaders in our government agencies, including CIOs and practice leads, but it took the final workforce decisions centrally. Among the 93 exiting officers, the largest age group is 40 to 49. This age group accounts for 42% of the exiting officers and also 42% of the 305 affected officers. This age group is therefore not overrepresented among the exiting officers. There is no significant difference in tenure between the exiting officers and those on retraining pathways. The exiting officers have served for a median of 5.4 years, compared to a median of 6 years for the officers on retraining pathways. As for seniority, 2/3 of the affected officers were individual contributors, and 1/3 of them were team leaders. GovTech decided to be upfront in informing the affected officers about the transition plans to help them evaluate possible redeployment opportunities against other options. Where there was a suitable pathway, GovTech has retrained and redeployed its officers before considering external recruitment. The apprenticeship pathways provide full salary, structured training, and on-the-job learning to support officers in developing capabilities required under GovTech's future operating model. Where there was no suitable role within GovTech, affected officers were supported in seeking opportunities in the public and private sectors. GovTech is working with the Public Service Division, SWDA, and NTUC's E2I to facilitate job matching and referrals. Together, we identified a good mix of more than 300 job opportunities that are relevant to the affected officers' competencies. Officers interested in these options are currently in the application or interview stages. Affected officers also receive financial and transition support, career guidance, and active job placement assistance. GovTech will take the same approach in subsequent phases. We will strive for clarity on the roles and capabilities required, assess officers fairly against those requirements, retain and retrain where suitable, and support those who are retrenched. The outcomes of the transformation will be assessed across 3 areas. First, whether officers have been supported through meaningful transition pathways, including retraining, conversion, and redeployment where appropriate. Second, whether GovTech has strengthened the capabilities required for its future operating model. And third, whether GovTech successfully delivers more secure, reliable, and effective digital services for government agencies and citizens. As the plans for subsequent phases firm up, GovTech will inform the officers affected of the timelines and implications for them. GovTech's leadership will continue to engage officers throughout the transformation and work closely with agencies to ensure that critical projects and public digital services remain supported during the transition. To sustain staff morale, GovTech has conducted town halls and dialogues at the cluster, team, and individual levels. We seek to ensure that our staff understand not just what they are building, but why it matters. And this fosters a shared sense of purpose and commitment to building technology for public good. For the wider public service technology workforce, mid-career professionals in project and vendor management do bring valuable and transferable experience that can serve as useful foundations for product-oriented roles. However, these officers will still need to acquire relevant skills such as agile delivery, user-centered design, cybersecurity, and knowledge of data and cloud technologies. We recognize that technology will continue to evolve, and the skills required of our technology professionals will also have to evolve in tandem. The government is committed to building a strong pipeline of digital tech talent to meet the growing demand for digital capabilities across the public and private sectors. We will continue to support workers, including mid-career professionals, through initiatives such as IMDA's Tech Skills Accelerator. The Institutes of Higher Learning, the IHLs, will also equip students with product management capabilities through coursework and internships. Within the public service, GovTech's Digital Academy plays a key role in building these capabilities by providing structured learning pathways and programs on designing and managing products and platforms. We will continue to work with the industry and IHLs to ensure that training opportunities are available for Singaporeans to reskill and upskill to take on roles in growing digital fields, including digital product management and ownership.
Acting Minister Lau, just to be clear, your answer is a response to questions 19 to 25 listed in today's order paper, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Order, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that question time at this day's sitting be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 22.1 so as to enable questions for oral answer to continue until the completion of question number 25, including supplementary questions.
I give my consent. Does the Leader have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding Standing Order number 22.1, question time at this day's sitting continue until the completion of question number 25, including relevant supplementary questions thereon.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House, those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now we can take some supplementary questions. Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank Acting Minister Lau for her responses. I just have two short SQs. I note that she has mentioned that GovTech will continue to hire talent in this space. And so my question is whether the ministry is aware of how this major restructuring effort will affect GovTech's reputation and attractiveness for future talent acquisition and retention. My second SQ has to do with whether this exercise has caused staff to be more cautious and whether that might affect GovTech's innovative culture and what are steps being taken to preserve that culture of innovation that is prevalent within GovTech. Thank you.
Acting Minister Lau.
Thank the member for his question. We will continue to do our best in talent attraction and retention. We will explain the new roles that we are hiring for, which are also closely aligned to the skills that are being taught in our IHLs today. And it's related to your second question on an innovative culture. We will have to convince all of our existing GovTech staff and also new recruits that the way we approach our work in GovTech is in service of Singapore. So it's not about being careful or innovative for the sake of doing so, but it has to be done because that's the only way that we can create and deliver better services for Singapore.
Mr. Patrick Teh.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Minister, for a response. As we help workers move forward, I have three SQs. Firstly, what lessons from this GovTech's experience from this round will inform subsequent rounds? Because I know this is not the end. Second SQ will be on, I know some anxieties from those who are on term contract and which are extended but without being offered a permanent role. And for GovTech officers on contract for service or term contracts, will their roles be more impacted by this change in operational model for GovTech? And my third SQ is, you mentioned earlier 40 to 49 years old, they comprise 42% of those that are being affected. What is the percentage of those affected who are above 50 years? Thanks.
Acting Minister Lau.
I thank the member for his question. Perhaps I will share two lessons from this first phase. First, on how officers experience the transition itself. We have found that officers who have to spend an extended period on a pathway towards exit, even with the support in place, this creates prolonged uncertainty and anxiety for them, both for them and also for the teams that they are in. So going forward, GovTech will aim to shorten this period wherever possible so that officers reach clarity on their next steps more quickly rather than remaining in a state of limbo for longer than necessary. Another lesson we have learned is on how this transformation can be understood or may have been understood outside of GovTech. Some of the messaging around this restructuring may have given the impression that GovTech intends to move all work in-house and not use vendors anymore. That is not the case. Vendors continue to play an important role, particularly where they bring specialized expertise that complements our in-house teams. What is changing is that GovTech is taking greater ownership of the products that we build and the platforms that we deliver. We will be clearer on this distinction in how we communicate future phases so that our partners and the industry understand exactly what is and what is not changing. On the second contract on contract staff, we do have contract staff across GovTech in different roles, in cybersecurity, in data management, in user design, and etc. For contract officers who are in project and vendor management roles, then it is more likely that they will be affected by the workforce transformation plans going forward. Sorry, can you repeat the third question? Above 50, that's right. On the proportion of affected workers above the age of 50, I believe the number is about 30%. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Just one question for Acting Minister. I think in the letter by GovTech Chair, it was said that GovTech requires people who can define the problem, shape the architecture, and more importantly, that the shift began years before the current AI wave. So my original PQ still remains in that, given that we already know that this is going to be coming for a few years ago, what then is the so-called skills gap or competency gap that was really missing in these retrenched workers, and particularly when they are in the age of about 40 to 49, these would be quite flexible mid-career workers. Why is it that even as the transformation was anticipated, they were not being able to kind of be repositioned for another role within the public service? Thank you.
Acting Minister Law.
Thank the member for his question. As I explained earlier, we've tried in different ways through apprenticeships and pilots and training programs to convert as many of our staff as possible, and also to allow natural attrition to take place. Unfortunately, it is the pace and the scale of the changes that have required us to take the current steps. I think for many of our affected officers, we also want to give them a chance to consider whether the conversion to these new roles is something they want to do, because their competencies and their skill sets are still in demand, both in other public service agencies as well as in the private sector. So we want to avail to them all opportunities possible and let them consider if there are opportunities that match their skill sets as well.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 SQs for Acting Minister. First is, I think it's not very clear, so I'd like the Minister to clarify if the affected 93 workers that have been retrenched have already stopped working, or alternatively, are they actually being supported through their transition while remaining on payroll? I'm not clear what the arrangement is. And if it's not that they're being supported through their transition and remaining on payroll, if this will be considered for both the current phase and subsequent phases. This is a practice that my previous employer did, and I thought it was a very good one as we transition workers out of the company. Secondly is, has the government already exhausted all public sector and public service opportunities for these 93 retrenched workers, or is that part of the subsequent transition phase post-retrenchment? And thirdly, will the government commit to monitoring the outcomes of these affected workers over the next 6 months or perhaps a year and commit to publishing them? Thank you.
Acting Minister Law.
I thank the member for his question. I will reverse the order in how I respond. We chose to inform the affected officers early after we completed our internal capability assessments and then determine which roles we needed going forward. And we wanted to also give them early and direct communication because we think it serves the officers better. Now, matching an officer to a role in other government agencies is not something GovTech can do unilaterally by just comparing a resume against a list of vacancies. Every receiving agency and team has its own hiring process, which includes interviews, assessments, and an assessment for fit. And an officer has to actively take part in that process for a match to happen at all. So we wanted to do the communication early, give them some time and support to explore all options. We curated the list of more than 300 job opportunities, and some of the officers are now in the application and interview stages. All 93 officers are still on GovTech payroll. What we have done is to give them enough time after the notification to let them do both work handover and also look for alternative opportunities around. I also just want to give a shout out to all of them. Many of them are focusing very much on the handover of the work, and some even tell us that they will do that first before they look around for opportunities elsewhere. We in GovTech are extremely grateful to them because they have helped us build up our digital products and services over the years. We will continue to give them support for as long as they need, and we intend to monitor all of them, all 93 of them, and any future GovTech officers who are retrenched. We intend to monitor their progress through the job placement efforts to make sure that they have a good landing.
Mr. Sharul Taha.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Acting Minister for her responses. Two SQs for me. Firstly, thank you to all our GovTech officers for the amazing work that they do on the digital products that we all enjoy. But as automation and AI continue to reshape digital jobs, how will the ministry ensure that the government remains an employer that proactively invests in continuous skills renewal to prevent further redundancy? My second SQ is, does the ministry see this as a structural change from project delivery to product ownership, especially so since we're rolling out more AI capabilities, more AI agents, and the need to manage such agents, and whether the industry will see this similar change, and whether do we have sufficient talent in the pipeline to address this? Thank you.
Acting Minister Lau.
The member for his question. Yes, GovTech will continue to invest in the skills of our officers. Just to give you a sense of what apprenticeships look like and how we retrain and invest in our officers, our apprenticeships that we run for officers that have to go into new roles, they run from between 12 to 18 months. They are conducted on a full-time basis within a product team. Officers gain practical experience in the role that they have been mapped to. Every apprentice is given an assigned mentor, clear learning objectives, and they have regular developmental check-ins at key milestones throughout the 12 to 18 months, and then they go through a conversion assessment at the end of their apprenticeship period. This is extremely resource-intensive, but also demonstrates our commitment to ensure that all suitable officers who are put through these pathways do have a good outcome at the end of it. The second question on whether or not it's a structural change in capabilities, I think overall we've tried to explain the shift we are making towards product management and away from traditional project and vendor management roles. We are not moving 100%. We do recognize that there are still many projects that are being managed with vendors, and we also value the expertise that industry and vendors bring. I think overall, across the industry, while we do see some shift towards more product management roles, there is clear recognition, whether in the public or private sectors, that vendors remain a key partner in our digital ecosystem. And therefore, going forward, we still expect to work very, very closely with them. As for AI and the technologies and the benefits that AI will bring, we think that they can be brought on even as we move into product management, as long as we ensure that our product managers and software engineers have a good grounding in AI, then any future products they build through a product management model can have AI already infused in them. Thank you.
Mr. Yip, do you want a last SQ? I'm not forcing you if you don't have any.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Acting Minister for her reply. I think my question is building on Sharul's question, and you have explained the movement towards product ownership. However, with AI fundamentally changing the economics of developing digital services, for example, reducing development time, lowering costs, and enabling small teams to deliver more, if so, how are you rethinking about reshaping the future workforce, and especially in terms of capturing the productivity gains and at the same time creating meaningful careers for our GovTech officers? Thank you.
Acting Minister Lau.
I thank the member for his question. I think a proper treatment on how we will use AI in GovTech and across the public service will require a separate question and debate on its own. But I think, as I explained earlier, we want to make sure that all of our GovTech officers have a good foundation in AI, first of all, so that as they build the existing products, as they improve, maintain the existing products, they are able to infuse some benefits of AI into these services. I also want to end off by saying that transformation is never easy, and this is not a story about GovTech needing fewer people who care about public service. It is about GovTech needing more people equipped to build and own the technology that Singaporeans depend on in the long run. And we build for Singapore. We will not lose sight of it. And that is GovTech's mission before this transformation, and it remains true today. Thank you.
Order. End of extended question time. Introduction of government bills. Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker,
on behalf of the Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Civil Defence Shelter Act 1997 and the Fire Safety Act 1993, and to repeal the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Amendment Act 2019.
Civil Defence Shelter and Fire Safety Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and the Minister for Home Affairs, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Protection from Scams Act 2025 and the Miscellaneous Offences Public Order and Nuisance Act 1906 to counter and prevent scams, to amend the Online Criminal Harms Act 2023 and the Police Force Act 2004, to enhance enforcement measures and to make related and consequential amendments to the Banking Act 1970.
Scams, Countermeasures and Other Matters Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Health Sciences Authority Act 2001, the Biological Agents and Toxins Act 2005, the Human Biomedical Research Act 2015, and the Healthcare Services Act 2020, and to make related and miscellaneous amendments to certain other acts.
Health Sciences Authority Amendment and Other Matters Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it.
Thank you.
Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Law, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Land Title Strata Act 1967 and to make consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Land Titles Strata Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day and notices of motions.
Order of the day, Item 1, Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, second reading.
Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, road safety remains a key priority for the ministry. Road accidents, which can lead to severe and irreversible consequences for victims and their families, are entirely preventable. Our accident rates and fatality numbers need to come down. Last year, we had a record high of 149 fatalities, almost one death every 2 days on the roads. There are several pillars in our approach towards promoting road safety. One pillar is having strong and effective laws. Over the years, the Ministry has reviewed and updated the Road Traffic Act, or RTA, to ensure that it remains fit for purpose. Since 2019, the Act has been amended 4 times. We seek to do so again today to achieve 3 key objectives. First, strengthen accountability for the most egregious road conduct. Second, further deter driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And third, enhance the traffic police's ability to detect and enforce against traffic offences. Sir, the most egregious road conduct must be met with sufficiently severe consequences. We will amend the RTA in 2 ways to ensure this. First, the bill introduces a new offence of purposeful endangerment, where an offender deliberately uses a motor vehicle to endanger another person's life or safety, resulting in death or grievous hurt. Members may recall the case of Jared T., While racing a motorcyclist along a highway, the offender deliberately swerved his car to cut off the motorcycle, and prior to doing so, said to his passengers, I quote, "Do you want to see motorcycle fly?" End quote. The offender's car then sideswiped the motorcycle, causing the motorcyclist and the pillion passenger to be flung off the motorcycle. The pillion rider passed away as a result. The prosecution described the case as, I quote, "one of the worst examples of dangerous driving possible," end quote. And his culpability was, I quote, "on the extreme end of high," end quote. Yet the most serious charge that the offender could face, based on the facts of the case, was dangerous driving causing death, which carries a maximum imprisonment sentence of 8 years. The government's view is that such conduct must face harsher consequences. Where an offender deliberately uses a vehicle to endanger another person's life or safety, for example, by deliberately swerving a motor vehicle towards another driver to force the latter off the road, or purposefully driving one's vehicle towards another road user, the offender's culpability is significantly higher than that of a driver who speeds or beats a red light. The law must recognize this distinction. However, existing RTA offences do not adequately distinguish purposeful endangerment from dangerous driving. It may also be challenging for the prosecution to prove that the conduct fulfilled the mental elements required for more serious penal code offences, such as murder, culpable homicide, or voluntarily causing grievous hurt by dangerous means. For example, in a case like Jarrett T., where a driver deliberately swerves to cut off the motorcycle, it may be difficult to prove that he did so with the knowledge that death or grievous hurt was likely to result. Clause 6, therefore, introduces a new offence of purposeful endangerment. It fills a gap in respect of offenders who deliberately use their vehicle to endanger another person's life or safety. Given the severity of the conduct, the penalties for the offence will be higher than those for dangerous driving causing death. Where death is caused, the offender is to be punished with imprisonment, which may extend to 15 years and is also liable to fine or caning or both. The court must also impose driving disqualification for life, unless there are special reasons not to do so. And if special reasons apply, the court must impose at least 10 years of driving disqualification. The court may also order the forfeiture of the vehicle used in the commission of the offence. The offence will apply even if the person who died or suffered grievous hurt is not the person whom the offender intended to endanger. This ensures that the offender remains fully accountable for the consequences of their conduct. Second, the bill raises the penalties for careless and dangerous driving causing grievous hurt. We are making this amendment because the most serious forms of grievous hurt may cause victims to suffer permanent, life-altering consequences, leaving them unable to work, live independently, or care for themselves. For example, members may recall a recent case of an auxiliary police officer who was on duty at Tuas checkpoint when a drunk driver collided into him. He survived the collision but suffered traumatic brain injuries and is now paralyzed and requires lifelong care. The penalties in such cases must be proportionate to the harm. Yet today, the maximum penalties for reckless or dangerous driving, which I will hereafter refer to as dangerous driving causing grievous hurt under the RTA, remain significantly lower than those causing death. Clause 7, therefore, increases the maximum penalties for dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, bringing them closer to the corresponding offences causing death. For dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, the bill increases the maximum imprisonment term for first-time offenders from 5 years to 7 years, and for repeat offenders from 10 years to 13 years. Clauses 7 and 8 of the bill also increases the additional imprisonment terms that serious offenders are liable for. Serious offenders, referring to those who drove under the influence of alcohol or drugs. For both careless driving, also known as driving without due care or reasonable consideration, and dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, the maximum uplift for serious offenders will increase from 1 year to 1.5 years imprisonment. For serious repeat offenders who are convicted of a dangerous or careless driving offence committed while under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and who have a previous conviction for driving under the influence, the maximum uplift will increase from 2 years to 3.5 years imprisonment. Our intention is for the increased penalty range to only apply to the most egregious cases. We do not intend to affect the prevailing sentencing benchmarks for those with lower culpability or who cause less serious forms of grievous hurt. The Ministry will work with the Sentencing Advisory Panel to develop sentencing guidelines to give effect to this intent. Sir, the second objective of this bill is to further deter driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Sir, driving under the influence of such substances is simply inexcusable. It poses a serious threat to the safety of all road users. Every instance of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs is entirely preventable and highly culpable. It reflects conscious and reckless risk-taking behavior. Yet, year after year, we continue to see far too many motorists make this dangerous decision. Over the past 5 years, the traffic police detected between 1,500 and 1,800 drink driving violations annually. And we know this is an under-detection because drink driving generally can only be detected at roadblocks, and with our limited operational resources, we cannot be setting up roadblocks everywhere. This bill introduces 2 provisions to enhance deterrence against driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. First, clauses 11 and 19 tighten the prescribed alcohol limits from exceeding 35 micrograms of alcohol in 100 milliliters of breath to 15 micrograms of alcohol in 100 milliliters of breath, and from exceeding 80 milligrams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood to 30 milligrams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood. The current prescribed alcohol limits have been enforced since 1985. Since then, scientific understanding of alcohol impairment has advanced considerably. Many jurisdictions, including Thailand, Philippines, Australia, and South Korea, have adopted lower prescribed alcohol limits. The evidence today consistently shows that even low levels of alcohol can impair a driver's reaction time, judgment, concentration, and ability to respond safely to situations. As blood alcohol concentration increases, the degree of impairment increases, and so does the risk posed to other road users. The new prescribed limits represent the point at which impairment and thus unacceptable risk to road users begins. The new prescribed limits broadly correspond to no more than 1.5 standard drinks for males and not more than 1 standard drink for females consumed 3 hours before driving. These are only broad illustrations for reference and do not represent the safe number of drinks to go below the revised limits. This is because the effects of alcohol differ significantly depending on factors such as age, sex, health, and body composition. Our message remains: if you drink, do not drive. You cannot be sure of your level of impairment after drinking, so do not take the risk. As we make this amendment, the sentencing guidelines applicable to the new alcohol limits would also need to be reviewed. The Ministry's view is that offenders who drive with very high blood alcohol levels should face imprisonment, given the significant risks such conduct poses to other road users and to enhance deterrence. We will work with the Sentencing Advisory Panel to consider issuing new sentencing guidelines for drink driving, including guidelines on when imprisonment is warranted. Second, the bill introduces a new offense of driving with controlled drugs, psychoactive substances, or intoxicating substances present in one's blood. I refer to these substances collectively as specified substances. Today, it is already an offense to drive under the influence of specified substances in a manner that results in impaired driving. However, while it is an offense to drive simply with a certain concentration of alcohol in one's blood, there is no corresponding offense for specified substances. This is because there is no single scientifically established concentration threshold that can reliably indicate impairment across a wide range of such substances. Instead, under the current offence, the prosecution must prove not only that the driver had consumed drugs, but also that the drugs had rendered him incapable of having proper control of the vehicle. This gives rise to significant evidential challenges. For instance, where police officers arrive only after an incident has occurred, a positive blood test alone may not be sufficient. This is because it may not be possible to prove that the drugs had impaired driving unless there is evidence such as in-car camera footage showing such impairment. MHA has reviewed this and assessed that there should not be a need to prove impaired driving. Driving with the presence of specified substances in one's blood is itself dangerous and should be deterred, since these specified substances, for example, etomidate, are already regulated under our existing laws and are known to impair driving ability by affecting reaction time, attention, and coordination. Clause 11, therefore, introduces a new offence under the new section 67(1)(c) of the RTA, where a person who drives or attempts to drive with the presence of a specified substance in his blood will commit an offence without any need for proof that he was impaired whilst driving.
Minister Sim En, if I may ask you to just take a seat first.
Order. On behalf of honourable members, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Her Royal Highness Princess Mahajai Siritorn of the Kingdom of Thailand and her entourage who are present in our chamber. Her Royal Highness is visiting Singapore with a delegation of officers and cadets from the Chulak Chomkla Royal Military Academy who are also present here today. Her Royal Highness is a cherished and long-standing friend of Singapore, who has played a pivotal role in deepening our bilateral ties, particularly in education, healthcare, and science and technology. Her steadfast support for the Global Young Scientists Summit has fostered enduring links between the young scientists of our two countries through promoting collaboration, mutual understanding, and lasting friendships. Her Royal Highness also championed the establishment of the Chai Patana Foundation, Republic of Singapore short-term cultural and educational exchange program, which enables Thai students and teachers to participate in meaningful exchanges with their counterparts at Northlight School in Singapore. These initiatives have helped to strengthen the ties between the next generations of our countries. Her Royal Highness has devoted her life to improving the well-being of the people of Thailand through her guidance of several charitable and public service organizations, including the Princess Mahajai Siritorn Foundation, the Chai Patana Foundation, and the Thai Red Cross Society. Her Royal Highness' commitment and dedication to education, sustainable development, public health, and humanitarian causes have benefited countless lives, both within Thailand and beyond. In recognition of her remarkable contributions to Thai society and her enduring impact internationally, the National University of Singapore conferred upon Her Royal Highness an honorary degree of Doctor of Letters in 2025. We are honored to have Her Royal Highness here with us today. Honorable members, please join me in welcoming Her Royal Highness to our Parliament.
Minister Sim En, you may proceed to resume your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a warm welcome to Her Royal Highness. We recognize there may be situations where a person lawfully consumes or administers specified substances for medicinal purposes. The bill provides a statutory defense where the substance was lawfully consumed by or administered, and the person did not know or have reason to believe that consuming it could impair his or her driving. However, if the consumption of such substances did in fact impair the driving of the person, then there would continue to be criminal liability as per existing law. The third objective of this bill is to enhance traffic police's ability to detect and enforce against traffic offences in 4 areas. First, Clause 14 of the bill removes the requirement to administer a preliminary breath test, streamlining the drink driving enforcement process. Currently, enforcement of drink driving is a 2-stage process. Upon suspicion of drink driving, an officer administers a preliminary breath test at the roadside. If the result is positive, the driver is arrested and brought to the police lockup, where an evidential grade breath test is administered. This process is operationally onerous and results in a lower alcohol concentration reading when the evidential grade breath test is carried out at the lockup. It is also unnecessary as technology has improved over the years, and handheld breath analyzers can now provide evidential grade breath test results. Clause 14 supports the traffic police's use of a handheld breath evidential analyzer, allowing officers to obtain evidential grade breath test results on the spot that accurately reflects the driver's alcohol level at the time of the offence. The traffic police can also conduct its drink driving enforcement operations more efficiently without having to bring the driver to the lockup. Second, the bill aligns the procedure in the RTA for the taking of breath and blood specimens from hospital patients with that of similar provisions in the Criminal Procedure Code. Currently, under the RTA, before a police officer may require a hospital patient to provide a blood specimen to determine his blood alcohol level, the registered medical practitioner in immediate charge of the patient must first authorize this. While the Act does not prescribe the mode or manner of obtaining the authorization, in a recent judgment, the District Court held that this authorization must be express. That is, it cannot be inferred from the doctor's silence or failure to object. In that case, the drink driving suspect was acquitted after the doctor treating him was found not to have explicitly authorized the taking of the blood specimen. This differs from the process under the Criminal Procedure Code, which governs forensic medical examinations in non-traffic investigative contexts and does not impose similar express authorization requirements on the treating medical practitioner. Clause 16 therefore removes the authorization requirement under the RTA, aligning it with the Criminal Procedure Code provisions. In its place, before taking a blood specimen, the medical practitioner or nurse in immediate charge of the patient must be satisfied that the taking of the specimen would not endanger the individual. The amendment removes the procedural authorization requirement but does not diminish the medical practitioner's or nurse's duty to assess whether doing so would harm the patient. The safety of the patient remains paramount and continues to be assured with this amendment. Third, the bill amends Section 65B of the RTA, which sets out the offence of using a mobile communication device while driving. Currently, an offender must satisfy 3 elements to be liable for this offence. A, the driver must hold the mobile communication device in his hand. B, the driver must operate any communicative or other functions of the device. And C, the vehicle must be in motion while the driver is holding and operating the device. The requirement in element B that the driver must operate a function of the device can only be enforced by a police officer on the ground who observes the driver operating the device while the vehicle is in motion. This is challenging to enforce practically. More importantly, there should be no need to prove that the driver was operating. Let me say that again. More importantly, there should be no need to prove that the driver was operating the device. Unlike other everyday objects, a mobile communication device is ordinarily held to communicate or access information. These are activities which typically require the driver's visual and cognitive attention and divert their attention away from driving. Where the device is handheld, the risk of distraction is further compounded because the driver must hold and support the device, reducing the driver's ability to maintain proper control of the vehicle. Clause 10 therefore amends Section 65B to remove the element stating that the driver must be operating the device. A driver who holds a mobile communication device in his hand while the vehicle is in motion will commit an offence. This amendment also makes it clear that it is not an offence if the device is secured in a mount and the driver touches it while driving. However, where the driver's use of a mounted device distracts the driver or compromises the driver's control of the vehicle, the driver may be liable for offences such as careless or dangerous driving. Fourth, the bill supports the traffic police's ongoing efforts to leverage technology to scale up enforcement of traffic violations. Today, when a camera captures a vehicle committing a traffic violation, a police officer must review the footage to determine whether there is sufficient evidence that an offence has been committed, and if so, require the owner of the vehicle to provide the particulars of the driver at the time of the alleged offence. Clause 21 introduces a new section 81A, which allows a computer program to assess whether there is sufficient evidence that a traffic offence was committed, and if so, automatically issue a notice to require a vehicle owner to provide the particulars of the driver at the time of the alleged offence. This enables the traffic police to significantly scale up the enforcement of traffic violations and eliminate manual processes by using video analytics in traffic enforcement cameras. The traffic police will ensure that only computer programs that have been robustly tested are used for enforcement. The computer program will also be subject to regular audits to ensure its continued accuracy and reliability. To further safeguard against system errors, the new section allows affected vehicle owners or drivers to apply to revoke the notice if they believe that the relevant vehicle was misidentified or where the alleged offence did not occur. Where such application is made, an officer will manually review the relevant evidence that led to the issuance of the notice. The bill also makes two other amendments to streamline and clarify existing provisions. First, the bill amends a number of provisions in the RTA to make clear how driving disqualification periods are calculated. The current legal language in the RTA may give rise to an interpretation that a driving disqualification period runs concurrently with an imprisonment term in certain contexts, meaning an offender effectively serves his disqualification while incarcerated and already unable to drive. In a case earlier this year, an offender was convicted of drink driving and other unrelated offences. He was not imprisoned for drink driving, but imprisoned for the unrelated offences. The Court of Appeal interpreted Section 67(2) of the RTA to mean that the offender's disqualification period should commence on the date of his drink driving conviction, despite the offender being in prison for unrelated offences. This goes against the policy intent for the offender's disqualification period to start only after he has served his imprisonment term, even if the imprisonment is for an offence unrelated to the offence for which the person is disqualified. To give effect to this policy intent, clauses 3, 7, 8, 11, 22, 23, and 25 make similar amendments respectively to sections 42, 64, 65, 67, 84, and 116 of the RTA and Section 3 of the Motor Vehicles Third-Party Risks and Compensation Act 1960. Second, Clause 24 repeals Section 133(2) of the RTA, an administrative requirement that has become obsolete. Section 133(2) of the RTA currently requires traffic police to prepare a duplicate of every traffic ticket notice and, if required by a court, to produce this duplicate to the court. In practice, this provision is not necessary, as the courts have obtained the information they require without needing this duplicate copy from the traffic police. Sir, to conclude, this bill introduces significant amendments to the RTA to achieve the three objectives I have laid out. Alongside these amendments, we announced last week that we will tighten the driver improvement point system, commonly known as the demerit points regime, to be implemented from January 2027. The two key changes are the lowering of the suspension threshold from 24 demerit points to 18, and lengthening the suspension periods for errant drivers who meet this lowered threshold. Together, these measures are aimed at decisively arresting the increase in traffic fatalities and injuries. But laws and enforcement alone cannot make our roads safe. Ultimately, it is the choices made by every road user, every driver, motorcyclist, cyclist, and pedestrian that will determine whether we can reach home safe every day. We urge all road users to exercise patience and graciousness on the road. When we stay alert, slow down, or give way, we protect not just ourselves, but other road users, our families, and our loved ones. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
Sir, this bill introduces important changes to make our roads safer. Before I conclude, let me leave motorists with two important messages. First, if you intend to drink, do not drive. This bill allows the prescribed alcohol limits for driving because scientific evidence consistently shows that even small amount of alcohol can impair a driver's judgment and reaction time. The tightened limits better reflect the point at which impairment begins. Second, when you drive, keep your attention on the road and do not hold your mobile communication device at any time. Unlike many other distractions, a handheld mobile communication device is designed to capture your attention. Using it requires you to take your eyes off the road, a hand off the wheel, and your mind off driving. Even a moment of distraction can lead to devastating consequences. This is why even a moment of distraction can lead to devastating consequences. This is why we are strengthening our laws on the use of handheld mobile communication device while driving. These measures will strengthen our laws and make our roads safer. But safer roads ultimately depend on every one of us. It is the choices made by every road user, every driver, motorcyclist, cyclist, and pedestrians that will determine whether we can reach home safely every day. We urge all road users to exercise patience and graciousness on the road. When we stay alert, slow down, or give way, we protect not just ourselves, but other road users, our families, and our loved ones.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Vikram Nair.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this bill. Last year, there had been a spike in both the numbers and seriousness of traffic accidents, and this bill is timely in raising the consequences of traffic-related offences, as well as making them easier to prosecute. Now, first, there are a range of amendments dealing with penalties for causing death and grievous hurt. One of these is a new offence of dangerous driving to endanger another person on purpose that causes death or grievous hurt. This new offence is understandably a serious one with mandatory imprisonment of up to 15 years. My question is whether this is necessary, as I believe such a person can probably be prosecuted under existing offences where such a person can be charged for intending to cause death or grievous hurt under the Penal Code. The Penal Code covers a whole spectrum of mens rea, from intentional harm to causing it by a rash or negligent act, with different penalties for each. I think the Jarrett T case mentioned by the Minister could perhaps have been categorized as intentional causing of grievous hurt, since he had asked his passengers if they wanted to see the motorcycle fly. And after the incident, he had said she deserved it. So it sounds like this was intention to cause grievous hurt and could alternatively have been brought under that offence. Now, in this regard, I'll be grateful if the Minister can clarify whether there is an envisioned overlap in the current legislation that this needs to fill on the basis that under the Road Traffic Act is not the only legislation that can deal with this situation. If more than one act might apply in a situation, such as the Penal Code, how would the authorities decide which act to apply? There are other amendments that raise the penalties for dangerous and careless driving causing grievous hurt, and I agree with the rationale that grievous hurt can totally ruin a person's life, and causing it should be treated with a suitably serious penalty. Now, second, I note the offence of handphone driving is now going to be easier to make out. Previously, there were 3 components that needed to be made out, but now there are only 2, that the driver must be holding onto his mobile phone and the vehicle must be in motion. The requirement for the driver to actually be using the phone has been removed. Now, I note that there is a new section, 65B1B, which provides that to avoid doubt, a driver who touches with his or her hand a mobile communication device which is secured in a mounting affixed to the vehicle in the manner intended by the manufacturer of the mounting does not hold the device. So I think this gives some clarity to what many drivers have been doing, which is using mounted mobile devices while they drive. So this clearly is not going to be an offence anymore. I think this clarity is helpful, particularly for those in the private hire trade who rely on this for a living. I also agree with the clarification that should their use of the mobile device amount to carelessness, then they would face potential liability under careless driving. Now, next, there is a revision of offences to reduce, first of all, in relation to alcohol-related offences, reduce the level of alcohol required to make out the drunk driving offence, which I completely agree with. But separately, in relation to offences dealing with impairment, for those who drive under the influence of controlled drugs, psychoactive or intoxicating substances, there is no longer a requirement to actually prove impairment, nor is there a minimum threshold for the level of these substances found in a person's blood. Now, while I have no objections to these offences being treated more seriously, I do have some concerns about a purely presence-based model without the need to show either intoxication or a suitably high level of concentration. For example, intoxicating substances include glue, paint, and petrol fumes. Under the Intoxicating Substances Act, an offence is committed if a person inhales these substances for the purpose of causing or inducing himself to be in a state of intoxication. Therefore, if a person inhales these substances without such an intention, such as in the course of work, say working at a petrol station, construction site, or factory, they will not commit any offence under the Intoxicating Substances Act. However, for those people who are exposed to intoxicating substances in the course of work, because of workplace safety requirements, they are unlikely to inhale them in sufficient quantities to get intoxicated, though there will probably be some level of these substances in their blood because they will be inhaling it. Would these people now be at risk of committing offences under the Road Traffic Act, since there is now neither a requirement for intoxication nor a requirement for intoxicating level to be found in the blood? Some of these people may drive as a living, for example, vehicle operators at construction sites, while others may drive cars or motorcycles to work. Now, I think next on the amendments to do away with a manual review in favor of automated notices, I think this is sensible from the perspective of administrative efficiency and saving resources. And I'm grateful for the Minister's clarification that this will only be confined to offences where machines are able to confirm with a high level of certainty that an offence has been committed. I think the assurance that these offences or these notices will be subject to a human review is also useful, certainly in the beginning when this is being rolled out. I do have a final clarification on the changes to the clarification on when the disqualification period will run, and in particular that those who are suspended will have their disqualification run only from the time they have finished serving a prison sentence, assuming that sentence is for an unrelated offence. Now, I would just like the Minister to clarify what is the policy intent behind this, because if the idea of a disqualification is to keep the driver off the road for a certain period of time, why does it matter whether the driver is kept off the road because of a prison sentence or for some other reason? If the aim is to keep the person off the road, I think it does not really matter what the reason is. But notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill recognizes the seriousness of driver-related offences, driving-related offences, especially those that cause grievous hurt or death to innocent members of the public. At the outset, I wish to state clearly that I support the main proposals for change to our road traffic laws under this bill. The data shared by the Ministry of Home Affairs paints a stark picture between 2021 and 2025. Singapore's traffic fatality rate increased by about 24%, while traffic violations rose by approximately 38%. To arrest this worrying trend, firmer legislative mechanisms are undoubtedly required. I fully support the introduction of penalties for purposeful endangerment, the tightening of legal alcohol limits, the standalone drug driving framework, and the transition towards automated enforcement technology. In particular, the creation of a purposeful endangerment framework addresses a critical gap where a driver deliberately uses a vehicle as a dangerous weapon. As the ministry has noted, such offenders often cannot be convicted of murder or culpable homicide because of the exceptionally high threshold of proving intention to kill or knowledge that death was likely to result. Instead, they are typically charged with dangerous driving causing death, which currently carries a maximum imprisonment term of 8 years for a first-time offender. Elevating the maximum penalty to 15 years, instituting a default lifetime driving disqualification, and empowering the courts to order the forfeiture of the vehicle used in the offence are appropriate expressions of deterrence and accountability. In my speech today, I seek to clarify the understanding and practical enforcement of certain provisions with particular focus on the evolving definitions surrounding mobile communication devices, digital screens, and mounted devices while driving. The bill amends the offence of using a communication device to simply holding one, thereby allowing traffic police officers to enforce the offence without needing to prove active device use. I welcome the government's intention to make our roads safer by reducing distractions caused by motorists handling their mobile devices while driving. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must not underestimate the growing range of digital distractions confronting motorists today. These distractions no longer arise only from handheld phones. They increasingly come from mounted smartphones, wearable devices, large infotainment systems, digital dashboards, and other screens embedded within modern vehicles. As vehicles become more technologically advanced, our regulatory frameworks must also continue to keep pace with the changing nature of driver distraction. Under this bill, a driver is not regarded as holding a device if the device is mounted in accordance with the mount manufacturer's intended use. While I understand the practical rationale for this exemption, it raises important questions about how the exemption will operate alongside existing road safety rules. In March 2026, I asked the Minister for Home Affairs whether the ministry had conducted or reviewed any local studies on the impact of multiple mounted mobile devices or digital screens on motorist reaction times and overall driving performances. In a written reply, the Minister stated that no such local studies have been conducted. The Ministry instead noted that Rule 126 of the Road Traffic Motor Vehicles Construction and Use Rules already makes it an offence to install a visual display unit in a manner that causes distraction or constitutes a safety hazard. Given the absence of local research, I continue to urge the Ministry to proactively study the effects of screen-based distractions on road safety. In particular, we need empirical evidence on whether multiple mounted devices, large dashboard screens, and simultaneous digital interfaces affect driver cognitive load, situation awareness, and emergency braking response times. Such data will enable policymakers to calibrate future regulations on a sound evidential basis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have a question concerning the interaction between the new mounted device exemption and Rule 126 of the Road Traffic Motor Vehicles Construction and Use Rules. Under the bill, the touching and operation of a properly mounted device will not amount to the offence of holding a communication device. However, the same device could potentially still constitute a visual distraction under Rule 126, depending on how it is installed and used. Can the Minister clarify how these two provisions are intended to interact? What would legally constitute a safe mounting arrangement under the new framework? Would compliance with the mounting requirements under the bill have any bearing on the assessment of of whether a visual display unit creates a distraction under Rule 126. We must also consider the realities faced by many platform workers. To maximize their earnings, some drivers or many drivers simultaneously operate multiple ride-hailing or delivery applications, often using several mounted devices within the vehicle. Each additional screen potentially imposes further cognitive demands on the driver and increases the amount of visual attention diverted from the road. Has the ministry assessed whether the use of multiple mounted devices contributes significantly to driver distraction? If not, would it consider studying this issue and also to study how safe driving can be enhanced, whether by way of improving vehicle dashboard or device design, hardware or software, particularly given the growing number of drivers who rely on platform work as a source of income for their safety? May I also clarify with the Minister for Devices of wearable technology such as smartwatches, how would their use while driving constitute an offence under Section 65B 1A or elsewhere in the amended provisions, given their ability to deliver messages, notifications, and other distractions directly to motorists while driving? Beyond mobile phones and wearables, the law must also keep pace with developments in vehicle design itself. Modern infotainment systems have evolved into sophisticated communication and entertainment hubs. Features such as Apple CarPlay, Android Auto allow motorists to send messages, browse media content, and interact with navigation systems while their vehicles are in motion. At the same time, many manufacturers have adopted increasingly minimalist cockpit designs, replacing traditional buttons and switches with large touchscreen interfaces. Functions that were once operated instinctively through physical controls are increasingly accessed through digital menus, requiring drivers to glance away from the road even for routine tasks. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while stronger penalties are necessary, enforcement alone cannot fully address the problem if the design of modern vehicle cockpits is itself becoming a source of distraction. If we focus solely on penalizing distracted driving after it occurs without examining whether certain vehicle designs contribute to driver distraction in the first place, we may be addressing the symptoms rather than the cause. In the interest of proactive road safety, will MHA work with LTA to consider standards of governing pre-installed infotainment systems, vehicle mobile application control functions, and increasingly screen-dependent cockpit designs? Will the government look into whether we need to require certain complex touchscreen interactions or app-based functions to be automatically restricted while a vehicle is in motion in the interest of driving safety? Around the world, regulators and vehicle safety bodies are increasingly recognizing that road safety depends not merely on how people drive, but also how vehicles are designed to be operated. In Europe, Euro NCAP has revised the safety assessment protocols to encourage manufacturers to retain physical controls for key vehicle functions in response to concerns about touchscreen-related driver distraction. Similarly, China has introduced requirements for designated safety-critical vehicle functions to retain dedicated haptic physical controls that can be located and operated by touch alone, reducing the need for drivers to take their eyes off the road. In the United States, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has also issued driver distraction guidelines, recommending that certain visual manual tasks be restricted or locked out while a vehicle is in motion, where they may interfere excessively with driver attention. Against this backdrop, will the LTA consider whether Singapore's vehicle type approval framework should evolve to better address the risks posed by increasingly large and complex in-vehicle displays? Does the government agree that safety-critical vehicle controls should remain readily operable without prolonged visual interaction with digital screens or navigation through multiple layers of menus? Mr. Deputy Speaker, while I believe that we should take a much closer look at the evolving landscape of digital and screen-based distractions, the fundamental reforms contained in this bill represent a significant and necessary upgrade to our enforcement capabilities. Indeed, we must send a clear and unequivocal message that irresponsible and dangerous behavior on our roads will not be tolerated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin.
Mr. Speaker, I support the measures in the bill to strengthen road safety, including introducing the offense of willfully endangering safety, tightening drink driving standards, and expanding the use of automated enforcement technology. With technological advances, the distractions faced by drivers are no longer limited to mobile phones. Many vehicles are equipped with large touch screens and various digital systems. And drivers can likewise be distracted when operating these devices. I believe that road safety depends not only on how drivers drive, but also on vehicle design. Therefore, I call on the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Land Transport Authority to study the impact of these two new technologies on driving safety and to review vehicle standards when appropriate, so as to ensure that important driving functions do not rely excessively on touch screens and to safeguard the safety of road users. I support this bill.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is ultimately about making sure our roads are safe. The case for action is compelling. Traffic fatalities hit a 10-year high in 2025. Rising accidents numbers, the numbers of traffic accidents resulting in injuries also increased, and the number of traffic violations rose too. Such evidence should be of great concern to drivers who transport people and do goods daily, the workers who use our roads for commuting, and their families. And the introduction and implementation of stronger laws must be aimed at supporting their safety on our roads. Clause 6 introduces the new Section 63A. It targets drivers who deliberately endanger another road user. The penalty reaches up to 15 years of imprisonment, caning, and lifetime disqualification. Some road users do not make mistakes. They deliberately use their vehicle to pose a safety risk to another on the road. Now, this bill recognizes that difference and calls it purposeful endangerment and metes out stiff penalties for introducing dangers to our roads, and I welcome it. Clauses 7 and 8 also increases penalties for dangerous and careless driving causing grievous hurt. Some maximum terms nearly double. This should make our roads much safer for workers like our bus captains, taxi and private hire drivers, and delivery workers. Our roads are their workplaces, and their families just want them to return home safe after their work ends. In July this year, it was reported that the number of work-related traffic fatalities in the first half of 2025 has exceeded last year's total. I find this very concerning. Hence, I would like to ask the ministry to commit to a review in a few years. Did identifying this new offense actually shift the driver behavior? Higher number of violations in the statute books are not proof of success. Lower fatality and injury numbers on the ground are. Sir, while I support the new Section 63A, I have one clarification for the Minister. Section 63A(6) empowers a district or magistrate courts to impose the full penalty. This departs from the usual position under the Criminal Procedure Code. Could the Minister confirm the rationale and confirm that rights of appeal remain fully preserved? Sir, I support the tighter alcohol limits and the prohibition against holding a mobile phone while a vehicle is moving. However, compliance begins with communication. Could the Minister share concrete outreach timeline before the commencement? Would the Ministry consider a targeted campaign well ahead of the first summons and delivered through NTUC, the platform operators, and the taxi associations? I have noted the proactive clarification by the Ministry in its media release that the usage of mounted devices will not be an offence, and that drivers may also hold their devices while the vehicle is stationary. Now, this is an important clarification to ease concerns on the ground. Many platform workers receive their in-app notifications on their phone and rely on them
for navigation. So I encourage the ministry to leverage on my proposed campaign to ensure that our platform workers are kept up to date. Sir, the workers most affected by this bill are often lack the HR support available to most employees. First, on prescribed medication, clauses 11 and 13 create a new offence for any specified substance found in driver's blood. There is a statutory defence, but the burden falls on the driver to prove his use was lawful. I note that doctors and pharmacists do highlight the side effects prescribed in medicines, including when the medications affect a person's fitness to drive and operate machinery. I therefore ask the ministry to continue to work with pharmacists to highlight when a prescribed medication could affect the driver's fitness and to provide a simple, maybe a hotline, a driver can call to inquire before he starts his shift and not after he is being arrested. Second, on the disqualification timing, where disqualification begins after release from prison. I agree with the ministry that errant and dangerous drivers should be kept away from our roads. However, this poses an adverse impact on breadwinners where driving was part of their job. I therefore ask that when livelihoods are affected, the ministry work with platform operators, our unions, and platform work associations, and NTUC's E2I in outreach and in handling cases sensitively. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ministry for its recent efforts to engage unions and platform work association leaders before revising the driver improvement point systems, or DIPS. I am glad that the ministry addressed the concerns by providing a one-time deduction of demerit points. This will ensure that motorists do not face suspensions or revocations when the revised DIPs become effective on 1st January 2027. So I hope that the ministry can continue to adopt the same consultative approach to manage the livelihood issues in the transition towards the new compliance measures being debated today. Sir, Clause 21 introduces the new Section 81A. It allows a computer program to access camera footage. That program can then automatically trigger notices to vehicle owners. As enforcements become more technology-enabled, Singaporeans must remain confident that technology assists decisions. It does not replace accountability. It is important that Section 81A clarifies that this computer program is operated under the Deputy Commissioner of Police oversight. And I would like to ask the Minister 4 questions. First, will a human review safeguard remain permanent to safeguard accountability even as the system continues to grow? The confidence in the system continues to grow. Second, will the appeal process remain fast and free of charge? Third, will MHA publish annual figures on notices issued, the notices challenged, and notices revoked on review? And fourth, how will ministry maintain transparency and provide timely information to road users on which offences are being handled by the computer program? Sir, I would like to highlight a practical question for those who drive for a living. Such a driver will feel the pinch of loss of income if they are unable to drive while their case is under appeal. How will the ministry handle appeals of those detected by the computer system and resolve them quickly? Next, on the record-keeping duties for corporate vehicle owners under Section 81C, I would like to ask the ministry if this duty must also be performed by the transport fleet operator and a platform operator as defined under the Platform Workers Act. If so, I request that the ministry actively monitor the implementation, for example, via account suspensions, and whether those costs are quietly passed down to platform workers by way of fare adjustments. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please.
Mr. Speaker, okay. For many Malay Muslim drivers and delivery riders, this job is not merely about earning a living. It is an amanah or duty. The duty to transport passengers safely, the duty to deliver goods with care, the duty to return home to one's family each night in good health. These are the values that have long guided our community on the roads. Viewed through this lens, this bill is aligned with our principles. It demands accountability from every driver. It imposes heavy penalties on those who willfully endanger others, and I support it. However, allow me to raise two concerns that are closer to the reality of our community. Firstly, on the use of mobile phones. For PHV drivers, taxi drivers and food delivery riders, the phone is not merely a communication device. It is a tool for work. It determines the next job, the delivery address, and the day's earnings. The new regulations must be explained in detail. What constitutes holding a phone? When may it be touched? When may it not? And this clarity is important so that a driver does not lose his license due to confusion, not negligence. Second, on prescription medication. Many elderly drivers in our community have diabetes, high blood pressure, or heart conditions. They take medication every day in order to continue working and supporting their families. This bill introduces new offences relating to certain substances in a driver's blood. While legal defences exist, the burden falls on the driver himself. A driver who takes medication as prescribed by his doctor should not face the risk of losing his livelihood because of the very medication that keeps him alive. I urge the ministry to work not only with pharmacies and doctors, but also with mosques, Mendaki, and Muslim organizations to convey this information in Malay and that can be easily understood. It is conveyed early and conveyed to those who are most affected. Because for a father who supports his family on a driver's income, losing his license means losing his livelihood. And losing one's livelihood affects the entire family, including children who are still in school. The amanah or duty is not only applicable on the road, it also applies at home.
In three fronts. It names and significantly penalizes deliberate endangerment. It makes standards stricter for every driver. And it modernizes how we enforce our roads. And I have three asks. First, I ask that we communicate the new laws and compliance clearly to the workers most affected before the enforcement begins. To take responsibility for the livelihood risks the bill creates for compliant drivers and build in transparency from day one the implementation to support enforcement technology that we deploy to expand the enforcement power. Sir, our driver deserve safer roads as they work to move people and goods across our land. Our commuters deserve safer roads, and so they can arrive at home safely to their families. Sir, I support the bill.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government's move to tighten enforcement and penalties for traffic offences under today's bill is welcome. These are urgent and life-saving legislative moves. As MHA itself noted, the road safety situation is worsening significantly, with the traffic fatality rate increasing 24% between 2021 and 2025, while traffic violations rose by about 38%. I also noted that generally, the Singapore situation is also worse than some other comparable cities, with our traffic fatality rate in 2025 at 2.44 per 100,000 population. This is more than 150% higher than in Tokyo and almost double Hong Kong's. Road-related deaths are a leading non-health-related cause of death in Singapore. Perhaps it will also help to start avoiding using the word accidents, which may, in a way, imply inevitability and helplessness, weaken accountability, and also reduce needed attention to root causes, which ultimately can be tackled through public policy and infrastructure design. Broadly speaking, the tools added or amended before this House operate to tackle road traffic incidents via four mechanisms. First, boosting certainty, that is, the chance of getting caught. 2, severity of consequences. 3, removing the ability to offend. 4, norm signaling. Each of these areas have room for improvement or greater clarity both in the legislation and in the public policy being effected on the ground. First, on enforcement certainty. Clause 10 changes Section 65B from an offence requiring both the holding and operation of a mobile communication device to an offence based on holding the device while the vehicle is in motion. This should make the offence more straightforward to enforce. However, the clause also makes clear that merely touching a phone secured in a properly affixed holder does not amount to holding it. Repeating the call by my colleague Dennis Tan, could the Minister clarify how the law will address drivers who interact extensively with a mounted phone or even entertainment system? This could include typing messages, scrolling through social media, watching videos, or taking video calls. What rules will apply where the same activities are carried out through an in-vehicle display, including through systems such as Apple CarPlay? At what point will such conduct be enforced as careless or dangerous driving under Sections 65 or 64? The other point on enforcement relates to enforcement cameras. While the bill touches on cameras, my question relates to a broader point. Enforcement camera locations these days are publicly disclosed and flagged out in bright colours, as it was noted that this is important for deterrence. Yet in 2024, the traffic police released statistics that showed that motorists would slow down to ensure they are not caught, and then go back to speeding again after they have cleared the stretch. Given that vehicle velocity is the most important determinant of crash deaths, I am concerned that this behaviour not only fails to reduce speeding or dangerous driving, it may instead cause drivers to drive more dangerously when they believe there is no chance of being caught. In this regard, what is the evidence that the current format of disclosed camera and ad hoc traffic police enforcement is sufficient to tackle excessive speeds and dangerous driving? Next, on deterrence and proportionality. Clause 7 raises the imprisonment ceilings for reckless or dangerous driving causing grievous hurt under Section 64, including for repeat, serious, and serious repeat offenders. It does not raise the corresponding fines. Clause 8, likewise, raises certain additional imprisonment ceilings for serious offenders convicted of careless driving causing grievous hurt, while leaving the existing fines unchanged. Could the Minister explain what evidence and methodology used to assess whether the Act's statutory dollar-denominated fine limits remain sufficiently deterrent for motorists of very different means? Does MHA examine its sentencing outcomes, repeat offending, and the relative burden of fines across offenders' financial circumstances? While penalties like jail terms and suspensions ultimately remove the ability to reoffend, a crime punishment model alone is not enough. We need to bring down offending in the first place by rethinking our road infrastructure. Some positive steps have been taken recently with initiatives to calm traffic, improve pedestrian use and access. Local data backs this up. The Silver Road scheme was found to have resulted in the reduction of incidents involving elderly pedestrians by 80%. It is worth reiterating that alongside intelligent design with direct input from behavioral science, traffic calming results in lower speed limits. And lower speed limits result in lower casualties. A pedestrian hit by a vehicle traveling at 50 kilometers per hour has a 40% chance of dying, compared with 13% when the vehicle is traveling at 30 kilometers per hour. Recent meta-analysis studies from different cities show that a 30 km per hour speed limit in urban areas causes an average 40% reduction in crashes, fatalities, and injuries, with added benefits in improving active mobility and health. A 30 km per hour speed limit may also not need to mean longer travel times if we design our roads to improve traffic flow by reducing stopping times, allowing closer spacing, and making lane merging easier. In this regard, while we already have the glide system determining our traffic light junctions, timings, could we not upgrade this further to improve safety? In order to do so, we also need to pay attention to the end user experience. That is, to ensure that traffic light timings do not end up making motorists even more impatient and likely to speed. A recent MIT Mobility Initiative study noted that adjusting traffic signals so that only drivers obeying the speed limits will come across green lights was, I quote, 99% effective to reliably induce speed reductions, and was such that most drivers do not even notice them. Can the Minister clarify if or how our traffic lights control system takes similar measures into account? Other traffic calming measures, especially for new roads, should also be rolled out quicker and there should be better centralization of efforts with input from road users and experts. This would also provide more learning points from where existing roads and silver zones can and should be improved. During our Sengkang Town Hall conversations a couple of years back, residents also shared their candid views and thoughts about already worsening road safety standards and increased congestion. What became clear to many of us then was the sense that relief and deterrence measures were important, but only a part of the puzzle. We wanted to know why motorists were acting the way they did, that is, to get to the root cause of the problem. Why are we speeding more and driving more recklessly? What is the impact on road safety of increased stress, population density, and crowding on the way we drive, react, and act on our roads? Are there studies looking into this? What does the data show? And how do we tackle these root causes of poor road safety beyond throwing more people in jail or impounding vehicles and revoking licenses? Lastly, on new norms. The reduced alcohol limits introduced by Clause 19 signal new norms in another way to change the culture of driving in Singapore. The new limits are that permissible alcohol levels are roughly equivalent to 1.5 standard drinks for men and 1 standard drink for women consumed within 3 hours of driving. My Workers' Party colleague Andre Loh will speak more on this, but hopefully this is a start to shift the needle away from the attitude that a motorist can drink as long as they can handle their alcohol. Another new norm we need to move towards is a policy call that introduces a Vision Zero movement for our road safety. This takes a leaf from global aviation industry efforts to eliminate fatalities from incidents and akin to what we are aiming for workplace health and safety. Sweden, Norway, and Finland work on efforts across policymakers, enforcement agencies, and all sectors of society to find and implement ways to virtually eliminate all traffic fatalities, buttressed by the ultimate belief that loss of life on roads is both preventable and unacceptable. This is not an easy task, especially as individual failings account for many deaths, but we must work continuously to ensure that our roads and their design keep up with innovation and technology for vehicles, and to more holistically regulate and encourage road safety. After all, Helsinki achieved a full year without road deaths across 2024 and 2025 through lower speed limits, safer street designs, strong enforcement, and improved pedestrian infrastructure. It is time for us to set our own North Star in our own attempt to do so. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Razak.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill. As an orthopedic surgeon, I have to treat many victims of road traffic accidents. The public often remembers the headlines, the collisions, the fatality, the court case. But in hospitals and in the emergency room, we remember something very different. We remember the young motorcyclist who survives but spends months in rehabilitation recovering from multiple fractures and repeated surgeries. We remember the pedestrian who never walks independently again. We remember the father who can no longer work because of chronic pain, the mother who has to become both a caregiver and a breadwinner, and the child whose life quietly changes because someone else's momentary lapse became a lifelong consequence. Now, these are the stories that seldom make the news, but they are the very reasons that this House is debating this bill today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, road safety is therefore not simply about preventing deaths. It is also about preventing lifelong disability, protecting livelihoods, and keeping families together. The objective of this bill is therefore not simply to punish more drivers, it is really to prevent more victims. For me, this bill rests on a very simple but important principle, that road safety succeeds when our laws are fair, firm, and practical. Today, I'd like to make 3 points. First, protecting lives. Second, protecting livelihoods. And third, protecting public trust. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my first point is about protecting lives. I support the direction of this bill. In particular, I welcome the introduction of the new offence of purposeful endangerment using a motor vehicle under the proposed Section 63A. It recognizes that there is a clear distinction between negligence and intent. Now, most accidents arise from human error, but this amendment addresses something different: intentional harm. Where a vehicle is deliberately used to endanger another person's life, society is dealing with something fundamentally different. A motor vehicle is no longer simply a mode of transport. It becomes a weapon. And the law should recognize that distinction, and I'm pleased that this bill does so too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also support the amendment relating to mobile phones. The bill removes the need to prove that the driver was operating a phone. Simply holding a phone while driving will now constitute an offence, while making clear that touching a phone that is mounted does not do so. This is both sensible and practical. Drivers should not be holding a mobile phone while their vehicle is in motion. Our eyes belong on the road and our hands belong on the wheel. Because every distracted glance lasts only a few seconds, but as mentioned earlier, the consequences for some can be a lifetime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as doctors, we often say that prevention is better than cure. The same principle applies to road safety. The safest accident is one that does not happen at all. Every dangerous driver deterred before causing harm means one fewer patient in our emergency departments, one fewer family receiving devastating news, and one fewer life permanently altered. That is why I support this bill, not just because it supports stronger penalties, but because it has the potential to prevent greater tragedy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my second point is about protecting livelihoods. I support giving the traffic police stronger powers to intervene when there are reasonable grounds that a driver poses an ongoing danger to other road users. If there is a genuine risk to public safety, early intervention is the right thing to do. However, I would like to seek some clarifications from the Minister on how these powers will be exercised in practice. For many Singaporeans, a driving license is simply not just a license, it is a livelihood. Taxi drivers, private hire drivers, delivery drivers, commercial drivers, many of them spend 10 to 12 hours on the road daily. Their license essentially pays the mortgage, puts food on the table, and pays their children's school fees. For many of these Singaporeans, suspension of a driving license means suspension of their income. Public safety must always come first. There can be no compromise on that. But equality, procedural fairness is essential. Could the Minister therefore elaborate on the safeguards that will ensure that these suspension powers remain proportionate, transparent, and timely? Could the Minister also assure our professional drivers that appeals involving their livelihoods will be dealt with expeditiously? Where investigations ultimately exonerate a driver, what are the mechanisms that exist to minimize unnecessary disruption to their livelihoods? Strong laws command respect, fair processes build trust. We need both, because road safety succeeds not only when our laws are firm, but also when they are fair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my final point is about protecting public trust. People accept tough laws, and they understand them better, and they accept them when they can understand them better. If we want safer roads tomorrow, we must educate our road users today better. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, much of our discussion today has centered on stronger penalties. That is understandable. Penalties change behavior through fear, but education changes behavior through intentional choice. Could the Minister explain how the changes to the law today and the principles behind these changes be weaved into public education material and communication, including across our schools? Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I welcome the greater use of technology in strengthening enforcement. Technology allows us to intervene earlier, applying the law more consistently, and improves objectivity. But I hope we can go one step further. Technology should not merely catch bad behavior. it should also encourage good behavior. Technology should become a partner in prevention, not just merely a tool for punishment. Perhaps currently installed cameras and prospectively installed cameras can pick out near misses, and such near misses be shared with these drivers to show them what could have been a fatality or something consequential. Because ultimately, no camera, no sensor, no piece of legislation can replace personal responsibility. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, if this bill prevents one child from losing a parent, one family from losing its breadwinner, and one young motorcyclist from becoming the next patient, then this House would have done something worthwhile today. With that, I support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Andre Lau.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, every road user makes a simple assumption that the people around them will exercise basic care. The motorcyclist riding home after work, the parent driving a child to school, and the pedestrian at a crossing all rely on it. When someone drives after drinking or taking intoxicating drugs, that trust is broken. The risk is borne not only by the driver, but by everyone around them. A collision can take seconds, its consequences can last for decades. A life may be lost, a serious injury can change what a person is able to do, how a family lives, and what their future looks like forever. And that is why there is often a palpable sense of public anger when someone who did nothing wrong is killed or permanently injured in an avoidable collision. That anger is often justified. Our task as parliamentarians is not to amplify that anger, but to tap into it, so that it can inform our work to reduce the chances of the next tragedy. The law cannot undo irreversible harm, but it can set clearer boundaries, support effective enforcement, and make dangerous choices far less likely. My comments today will focus on the changes concerning drink and drug driving and the evidence on which these offences will be enforced. Let me begin with alcohol. The message should be simple. If you are driving, do not drink. The legal limit should not be mistaken for a permissive drinking allowance. The bill lowers the prescribed breath alcohol limit from 35 to 15 micrograms of alcohol in 100 milliliters of breath, and the blood alcohol limit from 80 to 30 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood. This is a substantial change intended to shift behavior as much as enforcement. I support that direction. I asked the Minister to explain the evidence supporting the precise limits of 15 micrograms and 30 milligrams that we have chosen, including the relationship between these levels and the risk of impaired driving. I also asked how the new limits will be communicated to the public. MHA's safest advice in their press release is that drivers should not drink at all. Public messaging should reinforce that norm rather than invite motorists to guess at how much they might be able to consume without crossing the line. That message must be matched by an enforcement people can trust. The bill will also allow evidential breath tests to be conducted at or near the place where the requirement is made. MHA intends to use portable handheld breath evidential analyzers at the scene. Faster testing may give a reading closer to the time of the offense, but that roadside reading may also become central evidence in a criminal case. The more consequential the reading, the more important it is that the device can withstand scrutiny. What approval, calibration, and maintenance standards will apply? And how will measurement uncertainty, rounding, and device tolerances be treated where a reading is at or very near the legal limit? And where these records are relevant to a prosecution, will the accused be able to obtain the device, calibration, and operator records needed to test the evidence? I'll move on to drug driving. The need for a clear and defensible legal boundary is even more important for drug driving. Under the present framework, enforcement may require proof that a driver was unfit and incapable of proper control. The bill creates an additional offense where a controlled drug or psychoactive substance or intoxicating substance is present in the driver's blood, regardless of the quantity detected or whether impairment was observed. I understand the enforcement problem. Different substances can affect people differently, and proving the precise link between a substance and a driver's impairment may be difficult. A presence-based offense gives the law a clearer enforcement line. It also makes the scientific and operational meaning of presence critical. So I ask, which substances and metabolites will be tested, and which analytical threshold will they count as present? And at what analytical threshold will they count as present? MHA should publish the relevant detection windows, its treatment of therapeutic use, and any reporting or prosecution thresholds before the offense commences. Motorists must know the legal boundary, and courts must be able to assess the evidence consistently. The bill already provides a defense for lawful use, including prescribed medication. The defendant must prove on the balance of probabilities that the substance was lawfully consumed or administered, and that he or she did not know or have reason to believe it would affect proper control of the vehicle. The existence of that defense is important. Its practical operation is also very much important. In practice, I ask, what evidence will ordinarily establish lawful use? Is it a prescription, a dispensing record, or medical evidence? The MHA should also explain how reason to believe, the test of reason to believe, will apply where medicine carries only a general warning that it may cause drowsiness, and what guidance patients, doctors, and pharmacists will receive before commencement of this act. Once credible medical evidence is produced, the minister should explain why the defendant should continue to bear the legal burden of proving both parts of the defense. We should be firm against drug driving without leaving responsible patients to interpret a criminal law boundary from a generic label on a medicine packet. The same principle should also govern how evidence is collected in hospital. Enforcement must never compromise necessary medical care. The bill changes the procedure for taking breath and blood specimens from hospital patients and expands the role of nurses. For hospital breath specimens, the person immediately responsible for the patient's care is expressly part of the statutory safety check. The blood specimen provision is framed differently. Will the minister confirm that the patient's treatment remains paramount and that a specimen will not be taken where the clinician responsible for the patient's care believes it would compromise their care or treatment? What training and professional guidance will be given to nurses involved in taking forensic specimens? In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, drink driving and drug driving can cause irreversible harm to people who have no control over the risks they face. Parliament is right to strengthen the law. Firm enforcement needs more than severe penalties, though. It must be grounded in evidence, testing that can withstand scrutiny, clear rules on what constitutes drug presence, and practical guidance for people taking lawful medication. We do owe innocent road users laws that can prevent avoidable harm and ward off the next tragedy. I'm glad we are taking these steps, and I support this bill.
Ms. Mariam Jaffa.
Support of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill. At one level, this bill is about stronger penalties for dangerous driving. But at the deeper level, it is about something more fundamental: trust. Every day, millions of Singaporeans place their trust in people they have never met. We trust that the driver approaching a pedestrian crossing will slow down. We trust that the motorist beside us is paying attention. We trust that the person behind the wheel has chosen not to drink, not to speed recklessly, and not to look at the mobile phone while driving. Dangerous driving is a breach of that shared trust, and that is why I support this bill. The purpose of stronger penalties is not punishment for its own sake. It is to influence behavior before harm occurs. Every driver who chooses to slow down because the consequences are more severe represents an accident that doesn't happen. Every motorist who chooses to keep both eyes on the road because enforcement is more credible represents a family spared unimaginable grief. That is the value of deterrence. Some may ask whether stronger penalties alone are enough. Of course they're not, but that does not make them any less necessary. The statistics show why this bill is timely. Traffic fatalities rose to 147 last year, up from 139 in 2024. Accidents causing injury increased by about 7%. Red light running accidents rose by more than a quarter, and Singaporeans have been shocked by high-profile cases like the June 2024 CTE racing case. Each statistic represents a life altered, a family grieving, or a future forever change. I fully support the bill's central changes, including the new offense of purposeful endangerment and the increased penalties for dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, where a driver knowingly or deliberately puts another person's life at risk. The law should reflect the full seriousness of that choice. These provisions are proportionate to the harm that they address. I do want to raise one question on the bill's mobile phone provision and a separate question about how, in the context of these tougher penalties, the recently announced revised demerit points regime will affect our private hire and taxi drivers. First, on mobile phones. Today, prosecutors must prove a driver was actively using a handheld device. This bill removes that requirement. Simply holding a phone while the vehicle is moving will be enough, enforceable by camera or by footage submitted by members of the public. I understand the underlying logic. Distraction begins before a call connects or a message is typed. But removing the need to prove active use also removes the safeguard that previously separated genuinely risky conduct from momentary, non-distracting contact. A driver silencing a ringing phone, repositioning it on a mount, passing it to a passenger, or rerouting using a Maps app after making a wrong turn or running into traffic. Could the minister clarify what threshold traffic police and the courts will apply in practice to distinguish these situations, and what checks will be in place around footage submitted by members of the public? Given that this offense may now be established without any need to show that the driver was distracted at all. Second, I want to speak up for our private hire and taxi drivers on the demerit point changes in the context of higher penalties. From January 2027, the threshold before a non-probationary motorist faces suspension will fall from 24 to 18 points. The intent? Get irresponsible motorists off the road sooner. For most motorists, an occasional suspension is a serious inconvenience. For a private hire or taxi driver, it is their livelihood. A driver who beats a red light while speeding would, under the new regime, be suspended immediately. And for a full-time private hire driver, that suspension is not a pause in convenience, but a pause in income. I acknowledge that the ministry has introduced a one-time point adjustment to ease the transition in direct response to concerns raised by vocational drivers and transport union. This shows that the ministry is alive to the issue. But a one-time adjustment addresses the transition. It does not address the ongoing structurally higher exposure that vocational drivers face every year, simply by virtue of spending far more hours on the road than the average motorist, and depending on that same license for their income. They would likely also be more susceptible to the new mobile phone rules, as they use their mobile phones to confirm rides and receive messages from platform operators. Mr. Speaker, in my Meet the People sessions in Woodlands, I have seen the anguish and stress on my resident vocational drivers' faces when they come to appeal their demerit points. So I asked the minister whether there is a case for more support measures specific to this group, such as reconsidering some variant of the safe driving course in lieu of a portion of suspension time. I raise this not to weaken the deterrent effect of the new regime, but because if we are asking one group of road users to bear a disproportionate livelihood risk in service of a safety goal that we all share, this House should at least examine whether targeted support is warranted. In the same way, we have looked at safeguards in other sectors undergoing regulatory tightening. Singapore's good road safety record has never depended on a single intervention. Good laws, consistent enforcement, safer road design, public education, and responsible road users all reinforce each other. This bill strengthens one pillar, personal responsibility backed by credible deterrence. I'd like to suggest two ways to strengthen it further. First, technology can make enforcement smarter, not just stricter. Deterrence depends on certainty of detection, not only severity of punishment. The rise in red light running accidents suggests detection at certain locations remains a live gap. Could the minister share how the traffic police and LTA are using or plan to use anonymized traffic data and AI-assisted analysis to spot emerging hotspots before they produce repeated accidents, and to deploy enforcement dynamically to where the risk is highest? Technology should not replace enforcement judgment. It should make enforcement more targeted and more preventive. Second, Every serious accident should sharpen our understanding, not just our accountability. Each is a tragedy, but also a chance to learn why it happened and whether patterns point to fixes in design, enforcement, or education. Could the minister elaborate on how these lessons are systematically fed back into policy and whether better data capabilities can help us move from responding to accidents towards anticipating them? Deterrence and learning are about correcting for the minority who put others at risk. But we should not lose sight of the majority who already drive responsibly, day after day. I was glad to see the Traffic Police's own Reward the Sensible Motorist initiative, recognizing exemplary drivers for safe behavior. I would ask the ministry to consider scaling this up and pairing it with the driving data that fleet operators and insurers increasingly hold so that safe behavior is recognized systematically, not only symbolically. Spain's point-based licensing system offers a model worth studying here. Spanish motorists start with 12 points, but the driver who maintains a clean record for 3 years is credited back up to 15 points, a genuine earned buffer built directly into the license, not a separate reward scheme sitting alongside it. I would ask the minister whether a similar mechanism, where a sustained period without any offences restores the available demerit points, could be considered here either for all drivers or at minimum for our vocational drivers who face the sharpest livelihood consequences and have the most to gain from a system that rewards years of safe driving with real headroom, not just a certificate and a goodie bag. A bill about deterrence should sit alongside a system that also rewards doing the right things. Mr. Speaker, our transport landscape is also changing. We have more active seniors, more cyclists, more users of active mobility devices, more delivery riders. The 2025 figures remind us that elderly pedestrians remain disproportionately represented in pedestrian fatalities, while motorcyclists and pillion riders continue to account for more than half of all traffic deaths. This diversity makes mutual respect on our roads more important than ever. We need to be more careful, more patient. Road safety isn't about prioritizing one group of users over another. It is about ensuring everyone on 4 wheels, 2 wheels, or on foot can reach their destination safely. Mr. Speaker, and ultimately the success of this bill will not be measured by how many offences are detected or how many penalties are imposed. If it works, those numbers should eventually fall. Its success will instead be measured by the family that never receives a late-night phone call, the child who crosses the road safely, the elderly pedestrians who walks to the active aging center without incident, the motorcyclists who return safely to loved ones at the end of the day, and I would add the private hire driver who can keep earning a living while driving safely. With the privilege of using our roads comes the responsibility to use them safely. This bill is not about punishing more drivers. It is about creating fewer victims. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill. I'd like to make 3 points. First, I'd like to clarify the intent of Section 63A, purposeful endangerment using motor vehicle. In March, I asked the ministry whether we needed an offence of vehicular homicide with penalties on par with culpable homicide due to the mens rea hurdle rates of the penal code. The reply was that such an offence was being considered and described it in almost exact terms now before us as Section 63A. I welcome it, and that's why I would like to understand its boundaries. Its middle limb requires the purpose to endanger a particular person. In March, the ministry said it would be another person, and the bill's 3 illustrations are all of one driver against another. So does Section 63A apply to these 2 examples? A driver who drives at a crowd, meaning to hurt whoever is in front of his or her car, picking out nobody in particular. B, a driver who drives at a tree with the intent to kill him or herself. I note that we repealed attempted suicide in 2019. Second, the ceilings. This bill raises the penalty for grievous hurt to 7 years and leaves killing at 8. This gap of 1 year seems small, given road deaths last year were the highest in a decade, with 149 in 2025. So why did the government choose to retain this 8-year ceiling for causing death? Third, we will need firmer measures against drivers who are on the road when they should not be there at all, the driver a court has banned, and the driver who has lost his or her license and never earned it back. I have 3 questions. A, driving without a valid license carries up to 3 years jail. This year, in Public Prosecutor versus Ng Kwan Ming Garrick, our High Court set the starting point for a driver who had lost his license completely and drove anyway at 3 weeks. But 3 weeks under a ceiling of 3 years tell us the ceiling is actually doing very little work. So I'd like government to consider a minimum sentence for this offence. The government has said they will work with the Sentencing Advisory Panel on guidelines for drink driving. Will it do the same here? B, forfeiture of the vehicle is mandatory only on a second conviction for driving while disqualified. Would it consider making it mandatory for the first? C, our annual road traffic report tells us how many speeders, and drunk drivers we catch, but not how many disqualified or unlicensed drivers. Will the government publish that number, and how many of them go on to reoffend? Now, I'd just like to also say, put forward my approval and agreement with the member Mariam Jaffar's earn buffer system. I have had residents with 10-year clean records with a single high demerit point offence, which have endangered their private hire vehicle driving livelihoods. Some consideration of their long-term clean history should be given so as to better take the circumstances into account. Notwithstanding my clarifications and suggestions, I support the bill and its aim of making our roads safer. Thank you.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Oh, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I thank the Minister for very clear explanation of the bill, and I therefore will not quote any numbers, but I will definitely support the bill. But I have 3 points for the ministers to consider. And first, on brake checking, I have actually personally encountered people brake check in front of me, so falls under the purposeful endangerment clause. And it is scary, and I believe that I watched a couple of videos online also, and that it is really, really scary. So using the weaponization of the vehicle to really express your rage or whatever is really not acceptable, as it can cause dangerous accidents. However, when I look at the penalty, I'm not too sure, maybe the minister can clarify, that if a person or a driver has been identified and there are video evidence to show that this person has done a brake check, will the deputy commissioner or police, which is under his charge, do an immediate suspension of the driving license before the court proceedings? Now, my second point is on the issue of riders. We differentiate between motorists and riders, and in this specific case, I'm referring to cyclists. I do notice that there are a lot of cyclists nowadays on the road, and some of them may not be familiar with our highway code. And would the minister consider passing regulations that ensure that all cyclists or any road users have a knowledge of our highway code? Else it is quite endangering because they might do things that not in line with our process, especially if they are from overseas. Well, the third point is on the automated decision-making process. And I really support this because I personally, and my wife also, we have encountered that we receive our speed summon. We do. Happens to me once or twice. Quite sometimes after the offense or the speeding has been done. And I support actually the speeding cameras being deployed. the issue is not that we want to speed. The issue is that there's some speed cameras there, but sometimes it's very difficult to see or observe, or it's new. So I think the point is the shaping of behavior. And therefore, the request is really to make sure that if there's any speeding cameras, newly installed speeding camera, that this be actually prominently displayed and notified to the motorists. Now, I can understand that using the automated enforcement or decision-making process, we can quickly get it out, get the details out, especially on the car numbers, and asking for the details of the so-called the drivers that have done the offense. Okay. Now, when the information has been decided and disseminated to the driver that is under the offense, typically we go by mail, and that takes about a couple of days. And in this new instance where there's a new speed cameras, people may use the same road a couple of times a day or within the week. And within that week or before you receive the notice of the offense, it may have happened a couple of times already. You may commit the offense a couple of times already. So maybe there's one solution is we do an immediate electronic notice. Another way is if we stick to the mail, then maybe we can consider that for a grace period of a couple of days, could be 7 days or 5 working days, that whatever offense committed will be treated as just one offense. Just so that's the grace period for the minister to consider. Deputy Speaker in Chinese, Mandarin.
I support this Road Traffic Act Amendment Act, and I have 3 points. First is we want to severely penalize people who brake suddenly. So this would cause a very serious accident, and also the cars that are in driving, it's been used as a fatal weapon. So perhaps the minister should consider when such an act happens, traffic police immediately to suspend the driving license of this driver until the court proceeding is completed. Second point is for cyclists, for bicycle cyclists, if they are cycling on the main road and it actually causes a very congested road. It's a more complex situation on the road. So perhaps minister should have consider a regulation where all cyclists who ride on the road, whether we could enforce them to pass highway code, to pass the highway code examinations. Lastly, for those that beat the red light, I personally support the use of automated decision-making system to decide whether this act is illegal, is in violation of laws. So when there's a new red light being installed, when there's a new system being installed, can we have more significant, more obvious signage to inform the motorists that there is a speed camera as a warning? So, and when there's a newly installed, a new location where there's a camera being installed, can we, when there's someone who speed, this motorist may not know that there's a speed camera warning. So can we give them some time in terms of when they receive this traffic notice? Can we give a grace period of a few days?
Support the bill, and thanks a lot.
Order, I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 3:55 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, second reading.
Mr. Darrell David.
Mr. Speaker, while Singapore's roads have long been shared by motorists, motorcyclists, cyclists and pedestrians, the composition of road users has evolved significantly over the past few years. For example, the rapid expansion of the platform economy has brought about many more delivery riders on our roads, many of whom rely on power-assisted bicycles, or PABs. At the same time, our active mobility framework has rightly prioritized pedestrian safety by requiring PABs to use a carriageway instead of footpaths. As a result, our roads now accommodate a broader mix of users traveling at different speeds, operating different types of vehicles, and using the roads in very different ways. This complexity will not only increase as autonomous vehicles become part of Singapore's transport network. As interactions between road users become more complex, the margin for error narrows. A single moment of distraction or poor judgment can have far more serious consequences, particularly for vulnerable road users. Our enforcement regime and deterrence framework must therefore evolve alongside these challenges. Against this backdrop, I support the broad intent of the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. Strengthening deterrence is therefore both timely and necessary. But lasting improvements in road safety cannot be achieved through harsher penalties alone. Effective deterrence rests on 4 pillars: a high certainty of detection, proportionate enforcement, timely behavioral intervention, and ultimately, a shared sense of responsibility among all who use our roads. I support the bill's move towards stronger penalties for responsible road behavior. However, deterrence depends not only on the severity of punishment, but also on the certainty of detection. Singapore has never shied away from imposing strong penalties where public safety is at stake. But penalties alone cannot deter offences that are inherently difficult to detect. On our roads, many types of dangerous behavior can last only a few seconds. A driver may glance at a mobile phone, drift briefly into another lane, or make an unsafe maneuver before correcting it moments later. Such offences are fleeting by nature and difficult to detect consistently through patrols alone. Unless offenders believe that they are likely to be caught, even the harshest of penalties will have limited deterrent effect. The prohibition against using a mobile phone, as we've heard previously from many speeches, while driving is not new. Parliament first introduced these restrictions more than 2 decades ago, when mobile phones were primarily used for voice calls and SMS. Today, the nature of distraction has fundamentally changed. Smartphones are no longer simply communication devices. They are cameras, entertainment platforms, navigation systems, social media platforms, and even productivity tools. So beyond making calls or replying to messages, motorists can now watch videos, browse social media, or participate in online meetings even while traveling at speed. The distraction is no longer occasional. It is continuous, immersive, and far more dangerous. If the risk has evolved, then our enforcement methods must evolve as well. Several jurisdictions have begun leveraging technology to strengthen this deterrence. The state of New South Wales in Australia, for example, has deployed AI-powered roadside cameras to detect motorists using handheld mobile phones while driving. Now, importantly, the system does not automate enforcement. Rather, artificial intelligence identifies only potential offences, which are then reviewed and verified by authorized officers before any enforcement is taken. This combines the scale and consistency of technology with human judgment and accountability. In light of this, could the Minister elaborate how Singapore intends to leverage technology to strengthen enforcement against distracted driving? Will Singapore consider wider deployment of automated or automatic detection systems at high-risk locations or along major expressways? Beyond mobile phone offences, are there plans to explore whether similar technology could detect other unsafe behaviour, such as the failure to wear seatbelts, for example? As enforcement becomes increasingly technology-enabled, robust safeguards will be equally important. Could the Minister clarify the standards governing the collection, retention, and verification of digital evidence? How will the accuracy of automated detection systems be validated before enforcement action is taken? What avenues of review will be available to motorists who believe an offence has been wrongly detected? Now, public confidence in these technologies will depend not only on their effectiveness, but also on their transparency, accuracy, and accountability. Technology should not replace traffic police officers. It should amplify their effectiveness. By increasing the certainty of detection, it can often deter unsafe behavior more effectively than increasing penalties alone. Mr. Speaker, while stronger enforcement and greater certainty of detection are necessary, they should not be the end of our response. The ultimate objective of deterrence is not simply to punish unsafe behavior, but to change it. For motorists who repeatedly commit distracted driving offences, enforcement should be complemented by targeted behavioural interventions. This is particularly relevant for mobile phone use while driving. Now, unlike offences arising from excessive speed or inconsiderate driving, distracted driving is often a habitual behaviour. Many motorists do not consciously decide to break the law. Instead, they instinctively glance at a notification, attempt to reply to a message, check a navigation app without fully appreciating the risks. Now, such habits cannot always be corrected through fines and demerit points alone. I therefore encourage the government to consider introducing a mandatory distracted driving intervention program for repeat offenders. The program could focus on behavioral education, hazard perception, and the real-life consequences of distracted driving, helping offenders understand that not just that the behavior is illegal, but also why it is dangerous. There's also scope to strengthen prevention at the earliest stage of a driver's journey. Driving schools already devote significant attention to vehicle control and traffic rules. Could distracted driving become a compulsory module within the learner-driver curriculum before they are granted their driving license, and likewise be incorporated into our driver improvement point systems, or DIPS, courses? Every motorist should demonstrate an understanding of the dangers of distracted driving before obtaining a license, and again, if unsafe habits continue to emerge. Safer roads are built not only through enforcement, but by changing behavior. By combining effective deterrence with meaningful education, we can reduce repeat offending and foster a stronger culture of responsible driving. I'd like to speak now, sir, about calibrating deterrence for vocational drivers. Now, I understand why the government has recently decided on a reduction in the demerit points threshold for license suspension and the tougher consequences for repeat offenders. Indeed, strong deterrence is appropriate for those who repeatedly disregard the rules of the road. At the same time, sir, we should recognize that these changes will have a disproportionate impact on vocational drivers, including bus captains, taxi and private hire drivers, and those in the delivery and logistics sectors. By the very nature of their work, they spend substantially more time on our roads than the average motorist, and are therefore more likely to accumulate demerit points through sheer exposure alone. More importantly, their driving license is not just a privilege, it is also tied to their livelihood. I therefore ask whether the government would consider introducing an early intervention mechanism for vocational drivers. For example, upon reaching 9 demerit points, they could be required to attend a mandatory road safety program focused on defensive driving, hazard awareness, and responsible driving behavior. Upon successful completion of this program, they could receive a one-time reduction of 3 demerit points, available once every 2 years, in line with the existing demerit point cycle. Now, sir, this should not be viewed as either relaxation of enforcement or a special concession. Attendance for this program would be compulsory. The intervention would occur well before the suspension threshold is reached, and the concession is tightly controlled. But more importantly, it creates an opportunity to correct unsafe behavior before a vocational driver loses his or her license and their livelihood. If the objective of the demerit point system is to improve road safety, then timely behavioral intervention is often more effective than waiting until suspension becomes inevitable. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that I support the Road Traffic Bill, Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, and the general direction it takes in strengthening road safety. Ultimately, however, no legislation, however comprehensive, can by itself make our roads safer. Road safety serves a shared responsibility. It is not just the responsibility of those who drive, nor is it solely the responsibility of the traffic police. Now, whether we drive, ride, cycle, or simply cross the road as pedestrians, every decision we make affects the safety of others. Respect for the rules, consideration for fellow road users, and a willingness to exercise patience and responsibility remain the strongest safeguards against accidents and fatalities. At its heart, road safety has never been about penalties or demerit points. It is about protecting lives. Every accident prevented is potentially a family spared grief, and every journey completed safely reminds us that the choices we make on our roads matter. That, sir, is ultimately what this bill seeks to achieve. I end my speech in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Xie Yao-chen.
Sir, I stand in full support of the bill, which essentially makes our road traffic laws stricter to make our roads safer for all road users. Yet, I wish the bill had gone even further and made our road traffic laws even stricter in two ways. First, I wish this bill had also revised the maximum penalty for dangerous driving causing death. And my starting point is this. The maximum penalty for the new offense of purposeful endangerment causing death or even grievous hurt is 15 years jail. This brings the new offense on par with culpable homicide not amounting to murder under Section 304B of the Penal Code, even though it could be argued that the offender's state of mind in purposeful endangerment is likely not as egregious, and thus his culpability not as high as in culpable homicide. Purposefully endangering a person's safety is not quite as egregious as knowing that one's actions are likely to cause death. You could purposefully endanger someone without knowing that you are likely to cause death. Yet, the maximum penalty for this new offense of purposeful endangerment on our roads is on par with culpable homicide. And I support it. I support the stricter stance because it will help to keep our roads safe, and keeping our roads safe for all road users is an urgent task and of paramount importance. So this new offense of purposeful endangerment on our roads causing death carries a maximum penalty of 15 years jail. Yet, the existing offense of dangerous driving causing death still carries a maximum penalty of only 8 years, almost half that of the new offense, even though most offenders who cause death while driving will, I think, continue to be prosecuted under the charge of dangerous driving instead of purposeful endangerment, because it will not be that common, I think, for offenders to have the requisite state of mind for a charge of purposeful endangerment to be brought against them. Take the horrific case of Jeremiah Ng, who in 2021 treated our roads like an F1 racetrack, drove at up to 169 kilometers an hour on a 60 kilometer an hour road, so more than 100 kilometers an hour above the speed limit, lost control when turning at a T-junction, went straight instead, plowing into multiple cars on the other side of the T-junction, getting a motorcyclist crushed in between two cars, and ultimately causing one death and leaving 6 others injured. Reckless as Jeremiah Ng was, I do not think his state of mind would have met the threshold for purposeful endangerment if this law had existed then. And so he would still have been prosecuted under dangerous driving causing death, with a maximum penalty of 8 rather than 15 years jail. And that just does not compute for me. It just does not compute. Of course, Jeremiah Ng was also prosecuted as a serious offender because he was also drink driving while driving dangerously. So there was an additional penalty of up to 2 more years jail. But had he not been drink driving, the maximum penalty would have been 8 years. And for such an egregious case of recklessness and wanton disregard for other road users, 8 years jail feels way too light. The High Court noted that the quote-unquote heaviest punishment for a case like Jeremiah Ng will be the lifelong burden of knowing that his irresponsible and selfish action of dangerous driving while drink driving claimed an innocent life. But while offenders like him may have a lifetime of guilt and remorse, we cannot count on that. Our laws should provide for stronger retributive justice. And so I wish this bill had revised the maximum penalty for dangerous driving causing death. Using the maximum penalty of 15 years jail for the new offense of purposeful endangerment as a starting point, I think the discount for dangerous driving causing death should be no more than 30%. And so I wish the maximum penalty for dangerous driving causing death had been revised upwards to 11 years instead of 8. Second, I wish this bill had also harmonized the offense of dangerous driving causing grievous hurt with the offense of dangerous driving causing death. Harmonize the two into one offense of dangerous driving causing death or grievous hurt. Now, the new offense of purposeful endangerment already includes both death and grievous hurt in one harmonized offense. And the rationale is simple, that whether or not the victim dies is not within the control of the offender, but his culpability and harm are no less, whether the victim dies or not. So, one harmonized offense to deal with his culpability and harm. I fully agree with this logic, and I think it should be extended to dangerous driving causing death or grievous hurt. The culpability and harm from causing grievous hurt by dangerous driving may not be less than causing death. Now, this bill proposes a higher maximum imprisonment penalty for dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, but it is still lower than the maximum penalty for dangerous driving causing death. I wish the bill had brought the offense of dangerous driving causing grievous hurt on par with the offense of dangerous driving causing death, or indeed harmonize the two. Take the case of Yong Kok Kai, who was heavily drunk, somehow found his way to Tuas checkpoint, even though he was intending to head north, back home. He ran down a safety bollard and gantry at Tuas checkpoint and drove into an auxiliary police officer who had tried to take refuge behind the safety bollard and gantry from Yong's car. The officer survived the horrific accident, but his injuries have left him permanently incapacitated, unable to eat, unable to move, bathe, dress, or toilet without help. Now, Yong was charged with dangerous driving causing grievous hurt while drink driving. So it's a serious offense of dangerous driving causing grievous hurt. And that carries a maximum penalty of 6 years jail. The High Court judge sentenced Yong eventually to 5 years, close to the maximum. But in his judgment, he also noted, and I quote, "If anything, I wonder whether the maximum sentences prescribed are fully adequate for the worst type of incidents. That is, however, a matter for the legislature. Well, the bill before the legislature today provides one response to the High Court judge's comment, which is to revise the maximum sentence for these worst types of grievous hurt incidents upwards to 8.5 years from 6. My view as a legislator is that for the worst type of incidents, where worst means surviving may not be better off than death, where worst means that the grievous injuries caused are no less harmful than outright death, the maximum penalty for grievous hurt ought to be on par with that for death, higher than 8.5 years, or indeed, we ought to harmonize the offense for grievous hurt and death into one, as the bill is already proposing for the new offense of purposeful endangerment. Mr. Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the above 2 points, I stand in support of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chong.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. Let me begin with the numbers because they remind us why action cannot wait. Last year, 149 people lost their life on our roads, the highest number in a decade. Between 2021 and 2025, traffic fatalities increased by 24%, while traffic violations rose by nearly 38%. But these are not just statistics. They represent parents, children, friends and colleagues who never make it home. Behind every number is a family whose life changed forever. A resident once shared something with me that has stayed in my mind. He ran a small logistics company and often reminds his driver, the delivery can be late, but you must go home on time. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what this bill is about. The message can wait, the delivery can wait, but everyone who uses our road should be able to return home safely. I would like to speak today from the perspective of our SME, such as logistics operators, delivery riders, transport businesses, and F&B operators. They spend more time on our roads than most Singaporeans, and this amendment will have a direct impact on them. First, I support the new offense of holding a mobile phone while driving. The current law requires authorities to prove that a driver was actively using the phone. That's difficult in practice. Under the bill, simply holding the phone while vehicle is moving becomes an offense. This creates a much clearer rule. Hands on wheel, phone on the mount. It's easier for motorists to understand and easier for traffic police to enforce. Importantly, mounted devices remain allowed and drivers may still use their phone when the vehicle is stationary. This strikes the right balance between road safety and the operational need of drivers and private hire drivers who depend on navigation for work. Second, I support the tougher penalties for dangerous and careless driving causing grievous hurt. Some victims survive but suffer lifelong consequences like brain injuries, paralysis, or permanent disability. Their family may spend years providing care. The law should reflect the seriousness of that harm. The increased penalties sends a strong message that irresponsible behavior on our roads carries serious consequences. Third, I support lowering the legal alcohol limit. Today, the slogan reads, if you drink, don't drive. But I think it should be reversed. If you drive, don't drink. People respond differently to alcohol depending on their body, health, and even whether they have eaten. Trying to calculate how much is still safe is not a good habit to encourage. The new limits also bring Singapore more in line with other advanced jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, while I support the bill, I have 3 constructive suggestions. First, introduce a short education first transition period before full enforcement of the new mobile phone offence. Many delivery drivers and drivers have developed habits over many years of checking navigation or delivery application while driving. Changing habits take time. I hope traffic police can consider an advisory period of several months where first-time offender receiving warning and educational materials instead of immediate penalties, except in more serious cases. During this period, government agency can work with platform company, transport association, and SME to publicize the new rules in multiple languages. The objective is not simply to issue fine, it is to change behavior. Second, help SME make every commercial vehicle mount ready. Many SME operators told me that this is not as straightforward as it sounds. One delivery van can be shared by 3 or 4 drivers across different shifts. Each driver uses a different phone model. Instead of every business trying to solve the problem individually, perhaps government could consider working with LTA and industry to develop a universal phone mount suitable for commercial vehicle. Support could also be provided to help SME retrofit their existing fleets. In times, such mount could become standard equipment in newly registered good vehicles, much more like today's in-vehicle units. When every vehicle already has a suitable mount, safe behavior becomes the easiest behavior. Third, partner our F&B sector to educate the public on the new alcohol limit. Many Singaporeans will not know that the legal limit has changed. Rather than expecting customers to interpret technical guidance about standard drinks or alcohol concentration, the message should remain simple as shared earlier. If you drive, don't drink. Restaurants, coffee shops, and bars can help reinforce this through simple posters, table cards, or coasters, encouraging customers to take taxi, use public transport, or appoint a designated driver. Road safety is not solely the responsibility of enforcement agency. Business can also play an important role. Mr. Speaker, I have one clarification for the Minister. The bill rightly prohibits holding a mobile phone while driving. However, what happens if a phone is properly mounted but is playing video while the vehicle is moving? The driver's hands remain on the wheel, but the driver's attention is no longer fully on the road. Currently, such conduct may only be dealt with under careless or dangerous driving, which still require proof that the distraction affected the driver driving. Does the ministry intend to monitor this issue? Would it consider addressing this potential gap in future so that we do not simply shift the distraction from the driver's hand to the phone mount? Mr. Speaker, every day Singaporeans drive, ride, cycle, and walk on our roads. Road safety depends not only on good laws, but also on responsible choices. This bill strengthens both law and our enforcement. With thoughtful implementation and strong public education, it will also help change behavior before accidents happen. Let me end where I begin. The delivery can wait. The phone call can wait. But every Singaporean should be able to return home safely. Let me share a few words in Mandarin.
Lastly, road safety ultimately protects each and every family. Whenever we leave home, we all hope that we and our loved one will return home safely. Many road accidents happen in a split second. It may be a moment of impulse, looking down at a mobile phone, or thinking that one has not drunk much and should be able to drive. So therefore, the law must stop dangerous conduct in time, and the public must also truly understand the risk. Drivers must focus on driving, riders must pay attention to their surroundings, and pedestrians should put down their phones and check the road carefully when crossing. If each of us exercises a little more vigilance and thinks one step further for others, we can reduce injuries that could otherwise have been avoided. We want to remember that we can walk the road again, but life cannot be reversed. To comply with the rule is not about complying laws, but it's about the family who are waiting for you at home.
Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. It is a necessary bill and a timely one, but there is one gap I hope the Ministry will review and one refinement I hope it will consider. Mr. Speaker, our roads are getting more dangerous. Between 2021 and 2025, traffic deaths rose by about 24% and traffic offences by about 38%. The Ministry knows this. The bill is its response, and on the whole, it responds well. Today, when a driver uses a car to scare or hurt someone on purpose, but we cannot prove intent to kill, the charge is usually dangerous driving causing death, capped at 8 years. This bill creates a new, tougher offense for exactly this conduct, up to 15 years jail, caning at the court's discretion, a lifetime driving ban, absent special reasons, and forfeiture of the vehicle. This is the right message. A car is not a weapon for settling scores. I also support the tougher penalties for dangerous driving, causing serious injury. The maximum rising from 5 years to 7 years for a first offense, and from 10 to 13 years for a repeat offense. Injuries like brain damage can leave a victim bedridden for life. The punishment should reflect that. Careless driving causing serious injury is rightly left unchanged at 2 years for a first offense and 4 for a repeat one. The larger increase belongs where the conduct is more dangerous, and the bill gets that balance right. I welcome too the stricter drink driving limits, breath alcohol falling from 35 to 15 micrograms, blood alcohol from 80 to 30 milligrams, bringing us closer to Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. The new offense for driving with any trace of a controlled drug or intoxicating substance, even absent visible impairment, closes a real gap, and the bill fixes an old anomaly. A driving ban that used to run down when the offender sat in prison, now it starts only on release. Mr. Speaker, the second limb of this bill gives traffic police the tools to work at scale. TP processes hundreds of thousands of violations a year, and today an officer must manually review every photo or video before a notice to furnish driver's particulars can be issued. This bill changes that for objectively verifiable technical violations, speeding and red light offenses, chief among them, TP may use an automated decision-making system to assess the violation and issue the notice without a human reviewing the footage first. I do not object to this in principle, but once a notice reaches a vehicle owner, the obligation on them is serious. 14 days to identify and furnish the driver's particulars or face prosecution themselves. Their only recourse against a mistaken notice is to apply for revocation, reviewed manually after the fact. What the bill does not do is place any corresponding limit on TP's side. How long after an offense is detected, the notice itself may be issued. There is a hard 14-day clock running against the owner. There is no clock at all running against the system that generates the notice. This imbalance matters more not less, precisely because the new system is automated and built for the volume MHA has described. A system built to run at that scale is also one where a processing backlog can build quietly and go unnoticed until it clears. And by the time a notice for a months-long violation reaches an owner, the means of checking the system's work may already be gone. Dashcam footage overwritten on its usual cycle, a fleet's shift roster long since filed away, memories of who was driving that day faded. An owner who would have identified the driver promptly, had the notice arrived promptly, can still fail the 14 days test simply because the notice was slow and lose any real ability to catch or contest a mistake. I would ask the ministry to close this imbalance directly. Prescribing a maximum period 30 days from detection would be a reasonable starting point, within which a notice must be issued by the vehicle owner. Within which a notice must be issued to the vehicle owner. If a system is fast enough to detect a violation and generate a notice without manual review, it is fast enough to issue that notice promptly too. Fairness to owners and the practical ability to verify or contest what the system has decided both depend on closing this gap. Mr. Speaker, one effect of this bill deserves attention. When we tighten thresholds, a lower alcohol limit, a new offense for any trace of a controlled substance, wider automated detection, we will catch more people. Not just more dangerous people. Some of the newly caught will be genuinely reckless. Others would be ordinary drivers who cross a line that has simply moved, perhaps for the first time in years of otherwise safe driving. The bill already accepts that first-time and repeat offenders are different. That is exactly why it sets a lower penalty for a first offense and a higher one for a repeat offense under the grievous hurt provisions. I ask the ministry to extend that same thinking to how we respond to first-time offenders at the lower end, not only to how we sentence them. Concretely, for first-time offenders caught under the newly tightened thresholds, go easy. Pair a shorter suspension with mandatory retraining, such as a defensive driving or road safety course, so that the driver lives with better habits, not merely a self-suspension. For repeat offenders, go hard. The escalation the bill already builds in for repeat conduct is right and should stay uncompromising. A first-time, low culpability offender who completes retraining is less likely to re-offend than one who simply waits out a suspension and returns with the same habits unchanged. A repeat offender has already shown that leniency did not work and deserves the fuller weight of the law. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, and I urge the ministry to reconsider these two refinements, a statutory clock on notice issuance to match the one already imposed on owners, and a graduated response that goes easy on first-time offenders while going hard on repeat ones. Neither changes the bill's direction. Both would make it fairer and stronger in its execution. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
While Singapore has one of the lowest crime rates worldwide, our roads are becoming increasingly dangerous. There is a Chinese phrase, 马路如虎口, which means the roads are like the mouths of tigers. Indeed, in the past 5 years, our roads have become more dangerous as traffic violations rose 38% and fatality rate rose 24%. We must not allow more innocent lives to be lost due to careless or reckless drivers. Hence, I support the amendments to the Road Traffic Bill to impose stiffer penalties on dangerous and careless driving, causing grievous hurt, specifically due to drink driving and using mobile communication devices while driving. Smartphones have become an integral part of our lives because they remove most of the friction from everyday transactions. They've also become a mobile platform for entertainment videos. Many people find it a struggle to leave their phones out of sight or not to use their smartphones for an extended duration of time or for doom scrolling, which to me is a blight on modern life. But it is not just bad for our cognitive and social development. It is a dangerous habit for drivers. Instead of focusing their eyes and their minds on the road conditions, their attention is split between operating their cars and operating their smartphones. Smartphones usage is a common cause of split-second misjudgment and mishandling of vehicles, resulting in accidents. In our densely populated city-state, with millions of road users daily, the probability and risk of one being involved in a serious road accident has been on the rise. The amendments to the Road Traffic Bill aim to deter the use of mobile communication devices by allowing the traffic police to enforce the offence using cameras or based on photographic or videographic evidence submitted by members of the public, which will increase the detection of such offences. So long the driver holds the mobile communication device in his or her hand while the vehicle is in motion, even if the driver is not making a call or typing a message, this would constitute an offence. In contrast, if the device is mounted, it is not an offence. While the revised definition gives clarity to what constitutes an offence, it may not have necessarily addressed the real cause of distraction to the driver. As a case in point, it is not an uncommon sight for drivers to be watching their Korean or Chinese dramas on their mounted smart devices. In reality, the driver's attention is clearly divided if his or her attention is on the characters itself inside the mobile phone screen rather than on the other vehicles and pedestrians in front of his or her big windscreen. My concern is that instead of curtailing distracting activities related to the use of smart communication devices, the amendments may instead legitimize the blatant misuse of mounted devices. Can the Minister clarify MHA's position towards such use of mobile devices and if they would constitute an offence? Over the years, the Traffic Police has installed hundreds of speed cameras, red light cameras, set up roadblocks, and deployed dozens of patrol teams to apprehend drivers who are speeding or drinking under the influence of alcohol. Although resource-intensive, kudos to the hard work of the traffic police officers, they have kept our roads relatively safe over the past decades. The use of mobile communication devices while driving will be much harder to detect, let alone to apprehend the offenders red-handed with evidence. Many vehicles have sunshades attached onto the windows and drivers may be operating their phones at a position well below eye level, which makes it even harder to gather evidence. The amendments would allow the traffic police the enforcement of the offence using photographic or videographic evidence submitted by members of the public. However, it would be difficult for the traffic police riders or patrol teams to detect someone operating their smart devices, let alone other members of the public, unless they are sitting in the same vehicles. Hence, I'm concerned over the efficacy of the latest amendments other than to deter bad behavior. My view is that other than stricter penalties, we need to work on 3 areas, namely instilling awareness, education, and leveraging technology. First of all, we should instill awareness in our young children both in school and at home to always be vigilant. It is a common sight these days of pedestrians looking down at their mobile phones, wearing headphones, and looking completely oblivious to surroundings while crossing the roads. These inattentive pedestrians are a hazard if they appear out of nowhere, especially at night at zebra crossings and at traffic light crossings. We need stronger measures to remind pedestrians not to use their mobile communication devices while crossing the roadways. The Road Safety Park at East Coast Parkway has always been a fun and effective way for primary school students to learn about traffic rules. However, the roadways these days have become more complicated. Improved traffic light systems, such as the red, amber, green turning lights, have been deployed in many cross junctions, and curb-cut crossings have also added to help pedestrians cross roadways more safely. The Road Safety Park should be revamped to incorporate the latest road safety features. Students attending road safety course should also learn about the dangers of a pedestrian using mobile phones and wearing headphones playing loud music. If these poor habits are not corrected from a young age, it may be a lot harder to convince a teenager to stay vigilant and alert on the roads until something bad happens. Secondly, training at driving centers and by private driving instructors must be stepped up to reinforce the no mobile devices while driving practice. The driving instructors must set a good example, and the use of mobile devices by both instructors and learner drivers must not be permitted during driving lessons. Also, the curriculum should also include a module on examples of past accidents caused by the use of mobile devices to let learner drivers understand the extent of harm and damage that can result. Lastly, the basic driving test should also include questions related to the do's and don'ts of mobile device use while driving. Thirdly, drivers should leverage on technology to operate their mobile communication devices using voice-activated commands. With software enhancements, most devices are now equipped with voice recognition functions. For instance, replying a WhatsApp message using voice instead of typing out the message. In case of an urgent need to make a call or reply a message, drivers can use voice-activated commands, which will reduce the need to operate their mobile devices with their hands while driving. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a few words in Malay.
Mr. Speaker, other than stricter penalties, we need to work on 3 areas, namely instilling awareness, strengthening education, and leveraging on technology. These measures should not only be directed at drivers, we should also cultivate awareness in our children from young, both in school and at home, so that they are always vigilant. It is now a common sight where pedestrians are looking down at their mobile phones, wearing headphones, and completely oblivious to their surroundings while crossing roads. We need stronger measures to remind pedestrians not to use their mobile communication devices while crossing the road. As a society, every road user has a responsibility to practice road safety so that they keep each other out of harm's way. We should all take a proactive and preventive approach to minimize road accidents. Stiffer penalties can only be a deterrent because after an accident occurs, the harm and damage caused cannot be undone. We do not wish to live a life of regret due to a failure to be more vigilant and to be more careful. Let us continue to remind one another that the roads will always remain dangerous unless every user does his or her part to stay safe.
At the end of the day, safe driving boils down to the sense of responsibility and self-discipline. Every driver should understand that their fast-moving vehicle can become a weapon that can destroy lives and property. They may also have to serve time in jail and lose their driving license if found guilty. As a society, every road user has a responsibility to ensure safe road practices, to keep each other out of harm's way, and we should all take a proactive, preventative approach to minimize road accidents. Stiffer penalties can only be a deterrent because after an accident occurs, the harm and damage cannot be undone. We do not wish to live in regret that we should have been more vigilant and more careful. Let's continue to remind one another that the roads will always remain dangerous unless every user does his or her part to stay safe. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a few points in Mandarin. 议长先生.
Speaker, I support the amendment to the bill to impose stiffer penalties on dangerous and careless driving causing grievous hurt, especially due to drink driving and using mobile communication devices while driving. Smartphones usage is a common cause of split-second misjudgment and mishandling of vehicles, resulting in accidents. My view is that other than stricter penalties, we need to work on 3 areas, namely instilling awareness, education, and leveraging technology. For instance, drivers should leverage on technology to operate their mobile phones using voice-activated commands. With software enhancements, most devices are now equipped with voice recognition functions. For instance, replying a message using voice instead of typing out the message. In case of an urgent need to make a call or reply a message, drivers can use voice-activated commands, which will reduce the need to operate their mobile devices with their hands while driving. At the end of the day, safe driving boils down to a sense of responsibility and self-discipline. Every driver should understand that their fast-moving vehicle is a weapon that can destroy lives and properties. They will also have to serve time in jail and lose their driving license if found guilty. We do not wish to live in regret that we should have been more vigilant and more careful. Let's continue to remind one another the roads will always remain dangerous unless every user does his or her part to stay safe.
After having said all this, I wish to add a radical idea. To focus on punitive measures and detection is akin to filling a leaking bucket. The best and perhaps the only solution is to stow away the smart devices when driving, especially if they're not required for navigation. There are countries which ban devices for young children because of the damage to their minds. Why do we do less for actions which damage our lives? Mr. Speaker, I support the bill amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Alexio.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the amendment sought to the Road Traffic Act today seeks to achieve 3 outcomes. First, to make our roads safer for everyone. Second, to make the thresholds of our road traffic laws clearer for drivers and riders. Third, to allow our enforcement officers to better perform their duties in protecting all road users. I think, importantly, it is hoped that over time, these amendments will enable all road users to reset driving habits and reshape road behaviors. And if we are able to achieve this, then our roads will be indeed safer for all. Sir, the increase in traffic fatalities and injuries make this bill a timely one. I believe we can all agree that road safety affects more than just drivers and riders, whether we are pedestrians, public transport users, riders, cyclists, or drivers at any given time. According to the police's annual Road Traffic Situation Report 2025, fatalities on the roads rose from 107 in 2021 to 149 in 2025. The number of people injured on our roads rose from 7,240 to 9,955 in the same period. What is most concerning is the vulnerability of particular segments of our road users. For example, while motorcycles formed only about 15% of our vehicle population in 2025, motorcyclists and their pillion riders were involved in 54.8% of all traffic accidents and accounted for about 53% of all traffic fatalities, more than half. Our seniors constituted about 12.9% of our population in 2025, yet account for 75% of all pedestrian fatalities. Fatal accidents involving elderly pedestrians more than doubled in 1 year, from 11 in 2024 to 27 in 2025. We will also have recently read reports on the increase in work-related traffic fatalities and injuries. Workers who travel on our roads daily for a living, such as our logistics and platform drivers and riders, face far greater risks due to increased exposure and time spent on the roads. In many instances, they are involved in accidents not of their own making, but by the actions of other road users. Safety on our road is therefore non-negotiable. The bill will hopefully go some way in addressing this and reducing these risks. Sir, while the amendments appear on their face to impose stricter requirements on drivers, they will also bring greater clarity as to what constitutes not just safer, but responsible driving. In the past, for instance, a driver may attempt to evaluate how much alcohol he or she can drink to stay within the legal limit to drive. However, as we know, the effect of alcohol impairment varies with gender, age, health, and body composition. And with this proposed lower alcohol limit, the message is clearer. If you drink, don't drive. In fact, the ministry, in its recent press release, made this statement that there is really no safe number of alcohol drinks before driving. Now, if this is the position the ministry takes, I thought I wanted to ask a question on whether the minister can share if the ministry considered a zero-tolerance stance, like some other jurisdictions have done with regards to alcohol limits, and the reasons why the lower thresholds of alcohol limits were selected instead. Now, for the use of mobile devices, I think it's quite clear. I think the amendments now clarify that if the vehicle is in motion, a driver should not, at any instance, be holding on to their mobile phones. Now, there'll be drivers who will say that holding on to their mobile phones is a matter of habit with no intention of use. Others will say it's no difference from holding a cup of coffee while you're driving. But I would say, if this is so, then perhaps it's a good opportunity to change the habit. Why are mobile phones more culpable? Holding on a mobile phone in one hand inevitably gives rise to the possibility that a driver can and will be distracted by messages, by calls, or even the temptation to scroll. With the proposed amendment, the message is now clear. When you drive, either to mount your device safely, integrate it in your vehicle's infotainment system, otherwise leave your mobile phones aside. For driving under the influence of drugs, the bill seeks to remove the proof of impairment requirement. In cases where drivers are found under the influence of controlled drugs, psychoactive or intoxicating substances, if a person is under such influence and still chooses to drive and put other road users in danger, then the driver and rider must surely be taken to task by the law, without the onus on the authorities having to prove impairment. In fact, I would take a step further and ask if the ministry would consider calibrating the exception for prescription drugs. Now, if a person is unwell and is prescribed medications by his or her doctor that are not only likely, but is almost certain to cause drowsiness or impairment, then the safe and responsible thing to do must surely be not to drive, not to ride. Sir, finally on enforcement, clearer laws are easier to enforce. Our officers no longer need to prove the use of a mobile phone when the vehicle is in operation. They do not need to prove impairment with the presence of controlled substances. This is not a lowering or changing of standards. It's the removal of evidential hurdles that make enforcement challenging. Importantly, it will send an unambiguous and clear signal on where we stand as a society on road safety for all road users. This bill is not about new offences, higher thresholds, or stiffer penalties. It's about the driver who chooses to leave his or her car behind after a drink, or the driver who remains fully focused on driving while leaving his mobile phone properly mounted on the dashboard. Resetting driving habits and reshaping road behaviours are what this bill seeks to achieve. And if we succeed, then perhaps most of the provisions in this bill may rarely have to be enforced at all. Sir, safer roads is in everyone's interests. We all want to return home safely to our families every day. Safety on our roads is non-negotiable because behind every traffic fatality is a family for whom an ordinary, everyday journey changed lives tragically and irreversibly. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Anna Pang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill. Our roads are becoming less safe, and I agree our laws must keep pace with the changing behavior and technology. But whenever we expand criminal liability, we must also ensure that the law is clear, proportionate, and fair. Dangerous conduct should be punished, but ordinary drivers acting reasonably should not be unintentionally caught by the law. Today, I wish to speak on 3 areas: the proposed offence of holding a mobile communication device while driving, the lowering of the drink driving limits, and finally, road hogging. First, holding of mobile communication device while driving. I welcome the proposed amendment to Section 65B. It is sensible that the bill does not criminalize the holding or the use of a handphone while a vehicle is stationary. Drivers may need to change GPS destination, inform someone their delay, or deal with an urgent matter before continuing their journey. However, once the vehicle is moving, this bill makes the act of physically holding a phone an offence, without the need to prove that the driver was actually using it. I understand why. It closes an evidential gap and makes enforcement easier. But we must be careful not to replace one problem with another. A phone may slip from its holder or fall near the pedals. A driver may instinctively pick it up, place it somewhere safe without looking at the screen or operating any function on the phone. Should that 1-second act alone make the driver a criminal? I therefore ask the Minister whether Section 95 of the Penal Code, which embodies the de minimis principle, will apply in such situations. If a driver handles a phone just for a second, solely to remove an immediate hazard, and without causing distraction to himself, will that still amount to an offence? Motorists should not have to wait until they receive demerit points or face prosecution before discovering where the legal boundary lies. After all, we do not automatically criminalize a driver who briefly picks up a fallen water bottle, wallet, or other objects. If doing so results in careless or dangerous driving, the driver can already be prosecuted, but simply holding the object in itself is not an offence. I therefore hope the Minister can clarify how Section 95 of the Penal Code will apply in such a situation as I described. Next, there's also an issue of consistency. A driver may spend several seconds typing on a mounted phone, entering a destination into a navigation system, or repeatedly tapping a touchscreen while driving while the vehicle is moving. That can be equally distracting as holding a phone. If the intent of the law is to remove distraction for the better of the road safety, should we not consider criminalizing the act of operating a mounted device while driving? A tougher rule for handphone while A tougher rule for handphone use while driving is justified because this is a significant source of distraction. But the law should also distinguish between the deliberate use of phone versus temporary movement of a phone purely for necessity. It should also address the safety issues of whether a phone is held on one hand versus when it is mounted. Both methods ultimately cause distraction to the driver. I hope the government can clarify these boundaries so that motorists can understand exactly what the law requires. Second, drink driving. I fully support stronger action against drink driving. The message should be just simple. If you drink, don't drive. Drink driving places innocent lives at risk. We should continue to deter it firmly. The bill proposed to reduce the prescribed breath alcohol limit from 35 micrograms to 15 micrograms, and the blood alcohol limit from 80 milligrams to 30 milligrams. These are substantial reductions. If the Parliament lowers the legal threshold by more than half, then the science behind the enforcement must be equally robust. The bill allows the handheld breath evidential analyzer to produce an evidential reading at the roadside instead of requiring a second evidential reading test at the police lockup. This improved efficiency. It allows reading to be taken closer to the time of driving, but convenience must never come at the expense of accuracy. I therefore ask the Minister how the margin of error for such measurements will be addressed, especially for the readings at or just above the legal limit. Will borderline reading require confirmation, for example, a second test? Will there be a prosecutorial discretion shown for the measurements that are just slightly above the limit? Will drivers be entitled to a second test if the reading is only marginally above the prescribed limit? I would also appreciate the clarification on how this device will be approved and independently validated. Have they been tested under Singapore operation condition, including our temperature and our humidity? If the accuracy of the device is challenged at the trial, will maintenance, calibration, and error records be disclosed to the defense? Public confidence depends not only on tough laws, but also on the confidence that the evidence is accurate. I hope the government will consider making reliable, self-testing devices more accessible to members of the public. Consumer breath analyzers are already available, but the quality varies greatly. The government could certify approved models, publish a list of independently tested devices, or encourage licensed premises such as restaurants, bars, clubs to make certified devices available to all the patrons. These devices should never replace personal responsibility. The safest choice remains not to drive after drinking. But prevention should go hand in hand with enforcement. If we expect motorists to comply with much lower limits, we should also equip them to make responsible decisions before getting behind the wheels. Finally, as the government has studied the increasing number of gummies, tablets, supplements marketed as helping to reduce breath alcohol reading or break down alcohol more quickly, whether or not these claims are scientifically valid, they may give certain motorists a false sense of confidence. Clear public guidance will help to ensure that the motorists do not rely on misleading advertisements and instead make responsible decision not to drive if in doubt. Finally, road hogging. Mr. Speaker, sir, I saved my strongest appeal for last. Every driver in Singapore knows exactly what I'm talking about. A driver remains in the rightmost lane despite having ample opportunity to move left. A queue builds behind. Frustration grows. Drivers weave across the lanes, overtaking on the left or follow too closely. Tempers rise. What begins as an inconsiderate behavior can quickly become a safety issue for everyone. Road hogging does not excuse speeding, tailgating, or dangerous driving. Every motorist remains responsible for his own action. But neither should we ignore the conduct that unnecessarily creates congestions, frustrations, and conflict on our roads. The speed limit is not a license to camp in the overtaking lane. Nor should any driver take it upon himself to decide how fast everyone else behind him should travel. The rightmost lane is for overtaking. Once that maneuver is completed, drivers should return to the left whenever it is safe to do so. I recognize that our existing road traffic rules already require slower vehicles to keep left and prohibit obstructing faster-moving traffic. But the reality is that many motorists either do not understand these rules or simply ignore them. The existing framework has not created sufficient awareness or deterrence. Road hogging is more than just an annoyance. It contributes to unnecessary lane changing, undertaking, sudden braking, tailgating, road rage, and may even delay emergency vehicles trying to get through. I therefore urge the government to consider creating a clear standalone offence for persistent road hogging. Such an offence should target drivers who remain unnecessary in the overtaking lane, despite having a safe opportunity to move left, who are not overtaking and who materially obstruct the lawful flow of traffic without reasonable justification. Enforcement is increasingly visible through cameras and technologies supported by human review. Objective factors such as how long the vehicle remained in the overtaking lane, whether it was overtaking, whether the adjacent lane was clear, and whether traffic accumulated behind it could all be considered before prosecution takes place. Better lane discipline is not about convenience. It's about safety. We need to stop road hogging today to make our roads safer. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, but as we strengthen our law, we must also ensure they remain fair, proportionate, and practical. We should draw a clear line between dangerous conduct and monetary acts done in the interest of safety. We should match tougher drink driving laws with reliable science, accurate enforcement, and stronger prevention. And we should finally give road hogging the attention it deserves. Safer roads require drivers who are attentive, sober, and considerate. Road safety is not about how fast we drive, it's about how responsibly we share the road. With these observations, I support the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Elisa Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, when I see the behavior of some people on the road, a phrase pops into my mind. You think this is your grandfather's road? Not everyone in Singapore drives in an unsafe manner, but it takes just one black sheep to endanger all of us. Every day, hundreds of thousands of Singaporeans entrust their safety to other road users, to the driver in the next lane, to the cyclist ahead, to the stranger crossing the road at dusk. Road safety is, at its heart, a promise we make to one another. We do not know the people we share the road with, and yet we depend entirely on their care for us as they depend on ours. This bill states plainly that the safety of one Singaporean can never be a lesser priority than the convenience of another. Let me speak to three aspects of the bill. First, clauses 11, 13, and 19, which enact changes to drink driving and drug driving laws. So the bill lowers the prescribed alcohol limits for driving. The breath alcohol limit falls from 35 to 15 micrograms, and the blood alcohol limit falls from 80 to 30 milligrams. It also introduces a new offense for driving with specified controlled or psychoactive substances present in the blood. Some may ask whether this is too strict a standard. I would ask, in strict compared to what? A driver's reaction time is not a matter of personal preference. It is a matter of other people's lives. A car traveling at 60 kilometers per hour covers almost 17 meters every second. That is the difference between an elderly pedestrian safely crossing the road and a family receiving a call no family should ever receive. If a lower limit gives a driver even half a second more clarity, half a second more control, then it has already justified itself. I support this change because it reflects a simple truth. The right to drive after drinking is not a matter of legal right, but a risk that other road users were made to bear without their consent. This bill returns that risk to where it belongs, with the driver who chose to take it. Second, Clause 10 and its enacted changes to mobile phone offences. The bill removes the requirement that a driver be actively using a mobile device's functions. It will now be an offence simply to hold a mobile communication device while driving. Devices must be properly secured to an approved mount. Sir, I've heard the argument that this may be an inconvenience to some, but I would gently suggest that we ask a different question. Is the 2 seconds it takes to glance at a screen worth the safety risks it presents? A driver's hands should hold the steering wheel, not a phone. This is not a difficult standard to meet, and I believe most Singaporean drivers already meet it. This amendment closes a loophole that allowed a driver to hold a phone at the wheel so long as they claimed they were not using it. Third, on clauses 6 to 8 and 21 and its changes to punitive and legal measures. The bill introduces a new offence of purposeful endangerment using a motor vehicle with penalties of up to 15 years imprisonment. It raises maximum sentences for dangerous and careless driving causing grievous hurt. And it empowers the Deputy Commissioner of Police to authorize a computer program to assess camera evidence and issue notices to vehicle owners for certain strict liability offences. I support all 3 changes. A driver who deliberately turns a vehicle into an instrument to frighten or harm another person has stepped outside the ordinary risks of the road, and the law is right to treat that conduct with the seriousness it deserves. Likewise, raising sentences for grievous hurt caused by dangerous driving sends an unambiguous signal. Carelessness that maims or kills a fellow citizen is not merely a traffic matter, it is a matter of justice. But, sir, I wish to speak candidly on the introduction of an automated decision-making system in Clause 81.8 of the bill, in the case of enforcement using a computer program. Technology can help us process the sheer volume of footage and evidence that a modern transport system like ours generates, and I do not doubt its usefulness. But I would urge this House and the Ministry to hold firmly to one principle as we proceed. The law exists to serve people, not the other way around. A computer program may assess evidence efficiently, but it cannot exercise judgment, cannot weigh context, and cannot look a citizen in the eye. There is a difference between using technology to assist enforcement and allowing technology to become an arbiter of guilt. Clause 2.7 of the IMDA Model AI Governance Framework posits the guiding principles that AI use in decision-making should be explainable, transparent, fair, and human-centric. Will a human being review the assessment made by the system before a notice is issued? A computer system could make mistakes. How will we ensure that we are not wrongly issuing notices? A wrongly issued notice imposes a heavy burden on those who do not know how to navigate the system, or those with less bandwidth in their lives, such as delivery riders who are already trying to work 3 jobs at a time. We must never let efficiency become a substitute for justice. It is a tenet of justice that every citizen has a right to be heard by another human being before consequences are imposed on them. It is for this reason that I'm encouraged to see the bill provide vehicle owners the right to apply for a human review and revocation of an automated notice. I commend the Ministry for including it. But, sir, a safeguard that exists today must not erode over time. I would ask the Ministry for an assurance. This right should not exist only at the bill's passage, but that it must be actively upheld, resourced, and protected against dilution by future policy or operational shifts made without this House's scrutiny. Whatever tools we adopt to keep our roads safe, the citizen must remain at the center of our legal system, not the algorithm, not the camera, and not the convenience of the system. That principle must be non-negotiable today and in every year that follows. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are a nation that speaks proudly of our kampong spirit, of neighbors who look out for one another, of a society that prizes kindness, graciousness, and mutual regard. I've met so many gracious people in our homes and in our hawker centers, and yet too often that kampong spirit disappears the moment we step behind a wheel. The driver who tailgates a slower car, the motorist who refuses to give way to a pedestrian at a crossing, the road user who treats every journey as a race to be won rather than a space to be shared. These behaviors are not befitting of who we say we are. Our roads are not separate from our society, but are an extension of it. How we drive is how we treat one another when no one seems to be watching. This bill should not just be a set of legal amendments, but a mark of growth for us as a society that wishes to build safer roads and a kinder driving culture, not only through the force of law, but through kind and socially responsible decisions each of us makes every day. And hopefully in the future, instead of you think this is your grandfather's road, we can all say, this is our road. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill. It raises the maximum penalties for careless and dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, tightens the prescribed alcohol limits for drink driving, and makes clear that when a vehicle is moving, it will be an offense for a driver simply to hold a mobile communication device without the need to prove that the driver was operating it. I would like to focus on distracted driving and on why this legal change should be complemented by measures that help drivers protect their attention. Some time ago, my husband became concerned about my safety when I was driving. He helped me activate the Do Not Disturb While Driving function on my phone. It was a small intervention. When the phone detects that I may be driving, notifications are silenced, and an automatic response can let others know that I am on the road. What struck me was that my husband did not simply tell me to exercise more self-control. He changed the settings around me so that exercising self-control became easier. That captures an important psychological reality. Most drivers know that checking a phone while driving is dangerous. Yet knowledge does not always overcome impulse. A notification appears, we tell ourselves that it will take only 1 second, or that we are good at multitasking. Our devices are very effective at capturing our attention. They create a sense of urgency, even when the message itself is not urgent. So while individual responsibility must remain at the center of road safety, we should also design systems that make responsible behavior easier. The bill's focus on handheld devices is supported by evidence. The World Health Organization estimates that drivers using mobile phones are approximately 4 times as likely to be involved in a crash as drivers who are not using a phone. This makes sense when we consider the different ways in which a phone distracts us. There's visual distraction when our eyes leave the road, physical distraction when a hand leaves the steering wheel, cognitive distraction when our mind is occupied by another task, and auditory distraction when a sound or conversation draws our attention away. Handheld phone use could potentially involve all 4 forms of distraction at the same time. This is why removing the need to prove that the driver was actively operating the device is a sensible amendment. The amendment also makes it easier to enforce the rules, including through cameras, photographic or video evidence submitted by the public. Deterrence depends not only on the severity of a penalty, but also on whether people believe that a violation is likely to be detected. However, the fact that the bill does not prohibit mounted devices should not be taken to mean that they are necessarily safe. A mounted device may remove the need to hold the phone, but it does not remove visual or cognitive distraction. Mounted devices are also necessary for many drivers. Private hire, taxi, and delivery drivers rely on phones for navigation and work allocation. The law must draw an enforceable line. But drivers should not mistake that legal line for the boundary between safe and unsafe behavior. A phone mount is not a license to multitask. At the heart of this issue is the psychology of attention. Human beings have limited attentional capacity. What we casually call multitasking is in fact our attention switching rapidly between tasks. During each switch, we may fail to process important information. I was particularly struck by a recent Straits Times commentary by my colleague Mr. Krishna Menon from the Nanyang Center for Marketing and Technology at NTU. He highlighted that Singapore recorded 149 road fatalities in 2025, the highest number in a decade, and that failure to keep a proper lookout was identified in 52% of accidents. This does not mean that every such accident involved a mobile phone, but it tells us that inattention itself is a major road safety concern. The physical reality is sobering. A vehicle traveling at 90 kilometers per hour covers about 25 meters every second. If a driver looks away for just 2 seconds, the vehicle travels about 50 meters, approximately the length of an Olympic swimming pool, without the driver fully observing what is happening ahead. Within these 2 seconds, a pedestrian may step onto the road, a motorcyclist may enter a blind spot, or the vehicle in front may brake. The road does not pause while we answer a message. Legal sanctions are therefore a critical first step. They establish a norm, strengthen deterrence, and give the traffic police clearer tools for enforcement. But research on handheld phone bans is mixed. Some studies find reductions in phone use or crashes after restrictions are introduced. Others find that the effects are stronger in the short term than in the longer term. Some drivers may also try to evade detection by holding their phones lower, causing them to look even further away from the road. This does not mean that the law is unnecessary. It means that the law is one lever, but not the full solution. If the behavior is driven by habits, impulses, and the pressure to remain constantly connected, we must also help drivers establish and sustain safer habits. I have 3 suggestions. First, make attention management part of driver education and continuing education. Learner drivers should understand the 4 forms of distraction and the limits of multitasking. Simulator and hazard perception exercises can let them experience how easily they miss a hazard while completing a secondary task. Theory and practical tests can also cover mounted devices, navigation, and work notifications, and teach drivers to set up their journey before moving off. We can pair this with simple if-then plans. For example, if I need to change my destination, then I will stop safely before doing so. Such plans turn a general intention into a response prepared before temptation arises. Safe driving education should also be refreshed at existing touchpoints such as vocational license renewals, remedial programs, and reinstatement after suspension or disqualification. Managing attention should be treated as a core driving competency, not an optional piece of advice. Second, use technology and platform design to reduce the demands placed on drivers. New drivers could be prompted to activate Do Not Disturb while driving when they obtain their licenses. Similar reminders could appear when motorists activate onboard units or renew a vocational license. The OBU could also offer an optional reminder at the start of a journey to activate driving mode or set navigation before moving off. Any prompt should be simple and delivered while the vehicle is stationary so that an intervention intended to reduce distraction does not itself become another distraction. We should also work with private hire, taxi, and delivery platforms. For these drivers, the phone is a work tool. Platform design and incentive structures should not force them to choose between driving safely and earning a livelihood. The government could work with platform operators to minimize the need for interaction while vehicles are moving. This could include simpler displays, voice-guided directions, suppressing non-essential notifications, and sufficiently long response windows so drivers can wait until it is safe before responding to job offers. Drivers should not be penalized for putting their safety first. Many operators and commercial fleets already provide safety guidance and driver training. We should build on these efforts by ensuring that attentive driving and the management of digital distractions are consistently covered. Third, pilot voluntary feedback and rewards. In a large randomized trial published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, weekly goals and social competition reduced handheld phone use by about 20% relative to the control group. Some of the improvement continued after the intervention ended. Singapore has previously introduced telematics-based motor insurance products, so there's a foundation on which to build. Insurers and fleet operators could pilot voluntary programs offering drivers private feedback, weekly attentive driving goals, and small rewards for sustained improvement. Such pilots should be evaluated locally and designed with safeguards for privacy, consent, and fairness. At least initially, the data should be used to encourage and reward safer behavior rather than to penalize drivers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, driving deserves more respect than we sometimes give it. The average car driver controls a machine weighing well over a ton, often traveling at speeds capable of causing grievous hurt or death. Driving may feel routine, but the responsibility we assume each time we take the wheel is anything but routine. On the road, no decision affects only ourselves. A passenger places trust in the driver. A pedestrian assumes that an approaching driver is alert. A cyclist or motorcyclist depends on being noticed. Every journey depends on thousands of strangers remaining attentive and making responsible decisions toward one another. A moment of convenience, a message checked, a destination changed, an impulse indulged can result in a lifetime of regret. The bill sends an important and necessary message. When a vehicle is moving, the phone should not be in the driver's hand. But our wider message must go further. It should not be allowed to take possession of the driver's attention either. When we take the wheel, the attention we give to the road becomes part of the protection we owe one another. With these comments, I support the bill.
Ms. Henny-So.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I declare that I'm a director of a law corporation whose areas of practice include criminal defense and regulatory matters. I rise in support of this bill, and my speech today will focus on specific issues and seek a few clarifications. Firstly, Clause 10 seeks to amend Section 65B, subsection 1, so that it will be an offence for a driver simply to hold a mobile communication device while the vehicle is in motion, on road or in a public place. The requirement that the driver must also operate any of the device, communicative or other functions will no longer be needed to constitute the offence commonly known as handphone driving. It is not contentious that a driver should be punished under the present unamended Section 65B if he or she has used the mobile communication devices, communicative or other functions, since such a driver's attention is clearly divided and distracted from operating the vehicle safely. The present Section 65B rightly targets the impermissible policy object, which is the risk, if not the fact, of distraction arising from the use of a device. That said, in a mothership report dated 10 of July 2026, the Ministry of Home Affairs is cited as having clarified, and I quote, that the acts of eating, drinking, or smoking while driving are not offences in and of themselves. Furthermore, on a close reading of the proposed amendment to Section 65B, holding anything other than a mobile communicative device as defined under Section 65B, subsection 3, would not constitute an offence. This brings me to my first clarification. The Ministry has described its approach as a calibrated one. Could the Ministry explain how, in the context of the mere physical act of holding an object, it distinguishes between a mobile communications device on the one hand and everything else on the other? More specifically, how does the Ministry justify criminalizing the mere act of holding a mobile communication device while driving, but not when a driver performs a more physically engaging activities such as eating, drinking, or smoking, which may likewise distract the driver's concentration on the road? To be clear, I'm not proposing that eating, driving, or smoking while driving per se should be criminalized. However, the Ministry's rationalization of its calibrated approach should be clarified, especially since Parliament's intent will be examined by the enforcement authorities, legal practitioners, and our courts if the bill is passed. My next clarification is whether the Ministry has contemplated specific scenarios in which drivers may inadvertently fall foul of the new Section 65B. And if the matter is left to police discretion, how should that discretion be exercised? For example, even when a mobile communication device is properly secured in a mounting affixed in a manner intended by the manufacturer, it is not uncommon for such mounts to become dislodged. This could be due to prolonged exposure to heat from Singapore's tropical climate, as such mounts are most commonly affixed to the windshield of a vehicle under direct sunlight, or due to hard braking or other maneuver to avoid an accident. And just as what my parliamentary colleague Ms. Diana Pang has shared earlier, it is not a fanciful possibility that a driver may instinctively catch a falling device and at that precise moment be observed by the police. Another plausible scenario involves private hire car or other driving service providers who need to plug in a hands-free earpiece to take a call, especially when it is not practicable for them to use the vehicle's built-in Bluetooth function for privacy reasons or to minimize the disturbance caused to their passenger. My other clarification under this clause is to seek the rationale behind the Ministry's proposal to remove the operate element entirely, rather than, for example, requiring a driver alleged to have committed an offence under the new Section 65B to prove on a balance of probabilities that he or she was not operating a device. In my view, the latter would be a more calibrated approach than what is currently proposed. I now turn to the question of how we can keep rehabilitation and the protection of livelihoods in view as we strengthen our road safety framework. The passage of this bill, coupled with the Traffic Police announcement on the 31st of July 2026 that it will tighten the driver's improvement point systems from 1st of January next year, will mean more drivers being caught and sanctioned, and therefore receiving more demerit points. Just as what my parliamentary colleague Ms. Poli San has shared with this House earlier, as the Chinese saying goes, 马路如虎口, the road is just like a tiger's mouth. This bill rightly puts road safety first. Yet, as many of my honourable colleagues and I have encountered on a regular basis at our respective Meet the People sessions, we must not forget that many residents rely on their driving licence or to earn a living and raise their families. While we strengthen enforcement and enhance penalties for errant road drivers or road users, I sincerely believe that there must also be room for second chances. In this vein, I ask whether the Ministry has considered or will consider a form of suspension for motorists who accumulate the relevant number of demerit points. What I mean is this, especially for private hire car drivers, passenger ferrying drivers, and others whose livelihoods are wholly dependent on operating a vehicle. Could they, instead of or prior to suspension, be placed on a driving performance improvement plan just like what my parliamentary colleague, Mr. Darrell David, has also suggested in his speech earlier. And consider for these drivers be allowed to provide a sum with sufficient deterrent effect to guarantee a good driving behavior, similar in the concept of a bail. Save for those disqualified for life, other drivers have the prospect of returning as a responsible road users. This proposal, I believe, could rehabilitate these motorists more effectively and more quickly for their personal betterment and for greater utility to the public. These motorists would also realize, if they had not already, the grave consequences of continued errant driving, namely the loss of their driving license, consequent loss of livelihood, financial hardships for themselves and their families, and most importantly, that is entirely within their control to avoid these outcomes. The core policy objectives of safer roads would remain unchanged. The signal would, if anything, be strengthened that bad behavior attracts real consequences. This, to me, is another calibrated approach that will further our goal of improving safety while allowing drivers, and perhaps also their families, a second chance to avoid ending up in a perilous and potentially unrecoverable situation. My next point concerns ensuring that every affected driver charged in court has access to justice. The Public Defender's Office under the Ministry of Law legal representation to persons charged under the Road Traffic Act, even where the individual who is facing financial hardship faces a potential term of imprisonment. In view of the increased severity of the penalties under this bill, would the government consider reviewing the Public Defenders Act to remove the Road Traffic Act from the list of excluded offences in its schedule? In Mandarin, please. 副议长先生
Deputy Speaker, the current bill is this bill is to enhance the overall road safety from a holistic view, and it also encourages pedestrians, cyclists, and PMD riders to stay vigilant to further strengthen their objective and not be distracted by their mobile devices. So rightfully, it focuses on strengthening the responsibilities of drivers and drive home the point that road safety is ultimately a shared duty. I therefore ask whether the ministry is also studying measures to address distraction caused by using the phone while on the road. If the fundamental aim of this bill is to enhance overall road safety, rather than a mere holistic approach, one that encourages pedestrians, cyclists, and PMD riders to stay vigilant to further strengthen that objective.
Stand in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Ms. Haslina Halim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the amendments and its intent to protect more lives, especially on the roads. However, enforcement cannot be the sole problem solver or the whole answer. As often the case, we must also go upstream. Today, I will cover 3 points. Disproportionate impact of fines on the vulnerable, using data to identify patterns, but first, Singapore's road culture. The wider consideration is the culture on our roads. Drivers must know the rules. The issue cannot be a lack of knowledge. It also should not be impatience, distraction, and a lack of consideration for other road users. First, how will MHA and the Traffic Police work with driving schools and private instructors to review the driving curriculum and on-the-road tests? Learning to drive should not only be about passing the theory and practical tests. There should be greater emphasis on defensive driving and road courtesy. A learner driver should understand the risks, of scrolling on the phone, tailgating, or accelerating towards a junction, or when the light is changing, or when someone signals. This is not about frightening learner drivers. It is about ensuring they understand the responsibility that comes with being in control of a vehicle. Second, education should not stop once a person obtains a license. Where a driver repeatedly commits traffic offences, there may be value in requiring that person to attend a refresher or corrective driving course. For some offenders, a fine is paid and then forgotten. A good corrective course may have a more lasting effect. The offender will have to confront driving habits, understand risks created, and learn how to respond differently. The objective should go beyond punishing the offense that has already happened, but also preventing the next offense. Third, the data collected through automated enforcement should be used to identify patterns. For example, if many motorists are speeding along the same road, running a red light at the same junction, or committing the same offense at the same location, we should ask why and what are the factors beyond poor driving behaviors. Perhaps it is road design, signage, traffic light timing. I urge the traffic police and the LTA to use, track, and share data on its findings, changes it plans to make to the road environment in an attempt to reduce the risk of offences and accidents. Mr. Speaker, I now highlight an acronym that my colleague Hani had also earlier mentioned, and it is an acronym that all of us members here hold close to our heart, MPS. Now, dare I say, every week when we meet our residents, we receive appeals for traffic fines. A resident may not dispute the offence nor the fine, but seeks help no less because he or she is struggling to pay it. Just yesterday alone, my Fengshan resident, a probationary driver and rider, Mr. X, came to submit yet another appeal because he could not afford the $200 fine and was anxious that his license may be revoked. We unpacked and explored some solutions, including reaching out to social service agencies and also Malay Muslim organizations. Mr. X's case is, of course, not the only one. When the driver is a sole breadwinner managing bills, arrears, and other family expenses, the fine can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Now, we therefore should ask, how are fines actually punishing lower-income offenders more heavily than better-off offenders? A $500 fine is the same amount for everyone, but its effect can be vastly different. For a higher-income driver, it may be an inconvenience, cutting back spending for the month. For a lower-income worker, the same fine may mean having to go a little hungrier, a room that is a little dimmer, or postponing the doctor's appointment. Now, I want to be clear, financial hardship does not excuse dangerous driving. A person's income cannot determine whether he or she is required to obey traffic laws. But how do we mitigate the impact to the vulnerable? Some jurisdictions use income-based fines. Under such a system, the seriousness of the offence determines the scale of the penalty, while the offender's income determines the actual amount payable. I recognize this will not be so straightforward to introduce in Singapore. There will definitely be legitimate questions about how income should be assessed. A person may have a low salary but substantial assets. Another person may have irregular income. The system could become complicated. I'm therefore not suggesting that Singapore should immediately introduce income-based traffic fines, but I ask for MHA to consider studying the consideration. It would be useful to understand whether fixed fines achieve a broadly similar deterrent effect across different income groups, or whether they are too easily absorbed by some and disproportionately damaging to others. In the meantime, there are practical measures that can be considered. Could there be a clearer and more accessible framework for offenders facing genuine financial hardship to pay their fines by installments? This need not apply automatically. An applicant could be required to provide supporting documents, and serious and, of course, repeat offenders could be excluded. But this way, a reasonable installment plan may prevent a one-off offence from creating a much larger financial crisis for the offender's family. Importantly, the fine would still have to be paid, and the person would still be held accountable. For suitable lower-level offences, MHA could also consider corrective driving course or corrective work orders to be imposed alongside, or in limited cases instead of, part of the financial penalty. This should not apply to drink driving, deliberate dangerous driving, repeat offending, or conduct causing grievous hurt. But for less serious offences, we should ask whether financial penalty is always the best way to change behaviours. The point is not to be soft on offenders, it is to make sure the penalty works. Deputy Speaker, sir, in Malay, please.
Notably, the impact of fines falls disproportionately on lower income individuals and those who earn a living cycling on our roads. While I support the intent of this bill's amendments, I also wish to voice my concern over the impact that will be felt by these groups. As Associate Professor Dr. Wan Rizal mentioned earlier, road safety is more than just law enforcement. It also depends on understanding and education. I'd suggest that the government work together with social service agencies as well as Malay Muslim organizations to ensure that road users understand and feel assured about these amendments so that they may comply with it going forward. Mr. Speaker, a fine of $500 is a flat amount equal for everyone, yet its value and impact can sometimes be worlds apart. For a high-income driver, it may be a little more than a minor convenience, but for a low-wage worker, that same fine may mean tightening one's belt, unpaid bills, and mounting debt. So, are we, in effect, punishing the poor more heavily than those who are better off? I wish to be clear that one's financial situation is not an excuse for dangerous driving. One's salary or income should not determine whether a person is subject to complying with road traffic laws. However, there are countries that employ an income-based fine system. Under such a system, the severity of the offence determines the standard of punishment, while the offender's income determines the actual amount of the fine to be paid. The purpose is to ensure that fines carry a meaningful deterrent effect. I acknowledge that it may not be a straightforward matter to introduce such a system in Singapore. For instance, a person may have a low salary but possess substantial assets. Others may have irregular income. I am not suggesting that Singapore implement an income-based fine system immediately, but would MHA at least study whether this proposal is worth considering? In the meantime, there are several practical steps that could be taken into account. Among them, a clearer and more accessible framework to allow fines to be paid in installments. Of course, applications need not be approved indiscriminately, and applicants should certainly be required to provide strong supporting evidence. MHA could also examine whether corrective driving courses or corrective work orders could be imposed alongside or in certain circumstances replace a portion of the financial penalty or demerit points. The aim is not to go easy on offenders. Rather, the objective is to ensure that the punishment imposed is truly effective without crippling the financial stability of the offender's family.
Penalties alone. Singapore needs better drivers, better training, earlier intervention, safer road design, sensible use of technology, and a fair approach to financial penalties. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the law must do more than punish wrongdoing. It should shape society's conduct, earn public confidence, and strengthens our values that hold Singapore together. Sir, clarification notwithstanding, I support the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill strengthens our road safety framework in two important ways: tougher enforcement and penalties, and better use of technology by the traffic police. I support both. But I would like to make one broader point. Deterrence is necessary, but deterrence must ultimately culminate in prevention. The best outcome is not that we punish a dangerous driver more severely after an accident. It is that we use stronger laws, better technology, and better information to prevent an accident from happening in the first place. First, on deterrence, I welcome the tightening of the drink driving and drug driving regime. I had previously asked a parliamentary question on protocols for road traffic offences involving drugs and asked for stricter penalties. While drink driving rightly receives significant attention, drug-impaired driving can also have devastating consequences. And I'm glad that the ministry is now implementing stricter protocols and stiffer penalties for both.
More broadly, though, could the ministry share the principal causes of serious road traffic accidents in Singapore? How many involve speeding, mobile phone use, drink or drug-impaired driving, fatigue, failure to obey traffic signals, or other dangerous behavior? If we want better prevention, we need better understanding. The data should tell us where enforcement and education can have the greatest impact. Second, on technology, I welcome the amendments allowing the traffic police to use automated decision-making for objectively verifiable offences such as speeding and red light violations. The bill also allows photographic and video evidence submitted by members of the public to be used for the mobile device offence. Technology should not merely help us process more offences, it should help us identify risks earlier. Some time ago, I filed a parliamentary question regarding accidents and traffic enforcement cameras along Loyang Avenue after residents repeatedly raised concerns about speeding and dangerous driving. At that time, I was informed that camera deployment was not practical due to space constraints. On that note, I'm really grateful for LTA for the measures that they have put there, but I hope MHA can invest in technology and AI to overcome the technical limitations we have for our current camera systems. Technology should not just detect violations, it should also help us see danger coming. This is also why I support greater use of citizen reporting. Many residents submit videos or pictures of dangerous driving or illegal parking through LTA's One Motoring platform. Could MHA share how many public reports ultimately result in warnings, investigations, or prosecutions? And could better feedback be provided to those who take the effort to submit evidence? People are more willing to participate when they know their contribution makes a difference. So as we give TP greater ability to leverage on technology, I urge the ministry to also look at how accident data, traffic violations, and citizen reports can be used to identify emerging hotspots. My next point, prevention is not only about the driver, it is also about the road environment and the organizations operating on our roads. Residents have raised concerns about Pasir Ris Drive 3. In May this year, a cyclist tragically lost her life following a collision involving a tipper truck. While investigations will determine the precise circumstances, it is a sobering reminder of the vulnerability of cyclists when sharing the road with heavy vehicles. Along Tanah Merah Coast Road, cyclists have also raised concerns about loose gravel, debris, accumulated dirt, and stationary heavy vehicles along cycling paths. When they move onto the road, because the cycling path is unsafe, we should not immediately assume that they are simply being irresponsible. Sometimes the safer choice is just not available. Enforcing matters pertaining to heavy vehicles involves several agencies, the Traffic Police, LTA, and NEA, with different responsibilities. But road users only experience one road. They see gravel falling from trucks, they see debris accumulating, and they see cycling paths becoming unsafe. So where repeated breaches create persistent hazards, could enforcement, road maintenance, and action against recurring sources of debris be better coordinated? There is also a question of corporate responsibility. Where an individual driver commits an offense, that driver should be held accountable. But if the same operator or company repeatedly has vehicles associated with unsafe driving, poorly secured roads, or other safety breaches, should we not also ask whether there's a deeper management problem? Could persistent safety breaches by operators be met with stronger licensing or operational consequences where appropriate? Road safety should not end with the person behind the wheel. It should also be part of the organization's safety culture. Finally, sir, deterrence should be complemented by rehabilitation. For drivers returning after lengthy disqualification, could the ministry consider a structured refresher or rehabilitation program before their licenses are restored? A driving test demonstrates competence at that moment in time, but not necessarily judgment or changed attitudes. We should ensure that those returning to our roads are ready not just to drive, but to drive responsibly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill strengthens the consequences of dangerous behavior and gives the traffic police better tools to detect offences. But ultimately, safer routes require something more. They require shared responsibility. And in my latest morning ride with some members from the Safety for Active Mobility users, I learned about a simple framework that captures these, the MAS framework, not MPS, but MAS. M for mentality, the most important one in their opinion, to recognize that another person's safety is more important than our own convenience. A, for awareness, stay alert, slow down, and anticipate others. And S, for skill, stay in control and respond safely when situations change. Mentality, awareness, and skill. Because ultimately, road safety is not just about tougher laws. It is about ensuring that our convenience never comes at the expense of someone else's safety. If we can combine stronger deterrence, smarter technology, responsible operators, and a culture of shared responsibility, we will not only have a stronger road traffic regime, we will have safer roads. I support the bill and look forward to the Ministry's reply.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, every year lives are lost to accidents that should never have happened. A moment of distraction, a driver who did not slow down, a pedestrian who was not seen in time. I believe that this bill will close enforcement gaps by making phone holding while driving an offence regardless of proof of active use. I also welcome the lowering of the drink driving threshold to bring us in line with comparable jurisdictions and the recalibration of the driver improvement point system. I have 4 questions. First, pertains to motorcyclist safety. When the question of lane splitting was previously shared in this House, the Ministry's position was that an outright ban is impractical and difficult to enforce. Instead, the government's approach relies on a catch-all charge for dangerous or careless driving. The principle of shared responsibility among all road users and safety mandates such as anti-lock braking systems on new motorcycles. I do not dispute that enforcing a specific ban presents real difficulties. However, given that motorcyclist fatalities and serious accidents remain disproportionately high, I strongly urge that public education on safe riding practices be stepped up urgently, including clear messaging that lane splitting can amount to careless and dangerous behavior. In terms of public education, can we also extend it to foreign registered vehicles and motorcyclists, such as by sending SMS reminders to all LTA VEP holders and putting up reminders at strategic locations, such as at the ICA premises at the Causeway? My second question concerns Ministry's views on ensuring that both hands are on the wheel when driving. We all know that both hands must be on the steering wheel when operating motor vehicles, but very often we see people with drivers with one hand on the wheel, while the other hand is tapping or scrolling on the phone on a mounted device or holding a cigarette. This involves visual and manual disengagement from the wheel in ways similar to device use. My third question is regarding the traffic police deployment of traffic violation in enforcement cameras, or TVECs. MHA recently shared that after the TVEC successful pilot, where they detected more than 67,000 traffic violations over 11 months, they have plans to increase the number for TVECs on our roads in the future. Could the Ministry share more about these plans? In addition, I seek clarification on whether these TVECs detect drivers' failures to signal and insufficient durations during signaling for lane changes. This is an issue that my residents and many drivers have been giving feedback on in view of a worsening trend. How often might TVECs be redeployed, especially in high-risk areas? I would also urge the Ministry to step up enforcement against dangerous behaviors by other road users, including motorists who do not slow down when approaching pedestrian crossings and tapping on technology for identification of offenders. My last question is on protecting our seniors at pedestrian crossings. Other jurisdictions have adopted hybrid crossing models with encouraging results. The UK's Pelican Crossing pairs zebra markings with a signal cycle that legally compels vehicles to stop. Its newer puffin crossing goes further, using sensors to hold the signal red for exactly as long as a slower moving pedestrian needs. Will the ministry consider studying these cases for converting our higher risk unsignalized crossings in school zones or silver zones to such models? Sir, in Mandarin.
My last question is on protecting our seniors at pedestrian crossings. Other jurisdictions have adopted hybrid crossing models with encouraging results. The UK's Pelican Crossing pairs zebra markings with a signal cycle that legally compel vehicles to stop. Its new puffin crossing goes further, using sensor to hold the signal red for exactly as long as a slower moving pedestrians' needs. Will the ministry consider studying these cases for converting our higher risk unsignalized crossings in school zones or silver zones to such models?
It is the responsibility of all road users to play their part in road safety. Our road traffic framework and system must empower each to do so. I hope the ministry will continue to treat both the calibration of our rules and the evidence behind them with equal rigor, so that when a rider, driver, or elderly resident places their trust in the system, that trust is backed by the assurance for their safety. I support the bill.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill because the objective is simple: to make our roads safer by encouraging responsible driving. Road safety matters to every Singaporean, whether we are drivers, cyclists, or pedestrians. We all expect our roads to be safe. Every accident prevented means a life protected and a family spared from tragedy. I welcome these amendments because our roads are changing. Traffic is increasing, technology is evolving, and our laws must keep pace. I support three aspects of the bill. First, the new offence of purposeful endangerment makes it clear that a motor vehicle is not a weapon. The law should rightly distinguish between careless driving and deliberate acts of violence. Second, I welcome the stronger measures against drink and drug driving. Lower alcohol limits and new provisions on specific substances reinforce our commitment to keep impaired drivers off our roads. Third, I support the greater use of technology in enforcement. Computer-assisted systems can improve efficiency and consistency, provided there is proper human oversight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to make one point on implementation. The success of this bill should not be measured by the number of summonses issued, but whether it changes behavior. Many motorists will not read the legislation. They will learn about these changes through public education and the media, or maybe one day they receive the summonses themselves. That is why implementation is just as important as legislation. I hope the ministry will roll out a strong public education campaign to explain what has changed, why the changes are needed, and what motorists need to do differently. Also, could the minister also consider a clearly communicated transition period for amendments that introduce new obligations? For lower risk, first-time offenders, where there's no immediate danger to public safety, the ministry or the officers could issue warnings where appropriate, while helping motorists understand the new rules, especially for the cases where motorists are holding on to their devices. This is not about weakening enforcement. Serious offences such as dangerous driving, drink or drug driving, and excessive speeding should continue to be dealt firmly. It is about giving the public a fair opportunity to understand the new requirements before full enforcement begins. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the use of technology in enforcement, together with the safeguards for human review. Could the Minister share how these systems will be monitored? For example, will there be regular reviews of their performances, and will the Ministry publish data on notices issued through automated system and those later revoked after human review? Such transparency will help strengthen public confidence. Good laws must be understood. Effective enforcement must be fair and trusted. And lasting behavioral change requires education to go hand in hand with enforcement. If we get this balance right, we will achieve what we want: safer roads, more responsible motorists, and greater public confidence in our road traffic laws. With those remarks, sir, I support the bill.
Dr. Chu Pei Ling.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to declare that I am a registered member of the Allied Health Professions Council, and my work has involved treating, assessing, and educating on disability. I rise in support of the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. This bill strengthens our response to dangerous driving. It better distinguishes deliberate harm from negligence, strengthens deterrence against the most serious offending, and makes enforcement more effective through technology. I support these changes. Last year, 149 people lost their lives on the roads, the highest number in a decade. Nearly 10,000 others were injured. Every one of them started the day expecting to return home. For those who survive with serious injuries, the accident is often only the beginning. That is why, while I support the bill, I hope to raise 4 issues where I believe we can strengthen its impact. Ensuring automated enforcement remains accessible and fair, helping patients understand the implications of prescribed medications, designing safer roads for an aging population, and recognizing the lifelong consequences of permanent neurological injury. First, on the automated decision-making system for camera-detected offences. The efficiency gains are real, given the huge number of violations traffic police have to process a year. But removing manual review for even objectively verifiable offences like speeding places greater weight on the appeal process. Could the Minister share what safeguards will ensure the 14-day appeal window is genuinely accessible to elderly or less digitally literate vehicle owners? Second, I have questions regarding the new offence of driving with controlled or psychoactive substances present in blood, regardless of impairment. While this is a reasonable deterrent, it depends on drivers knowing which common medications could trigger liability. Could the Ministry commit to a public education campaign in partnership with pharmacies and general practitioners so that patients on legitimate prescriptions are not caught unaware? Mr. Deputy Speaker, my profession also leads me to think about one further question. What happens to those who survive? 2 groups stand out, both in the statistics and in the patients I have treated. Elderly pedestrian fatalities more than doubled last year. Many elderly residents are not careless. They simply experience the road differently, needing more time to cross safely. As Singapore ages and as new towns like Tengah take shape, I hope the Ministry will consider whether roads can be designed around how people actually move, rather than assuming uniform walking speeds. Residents' requests for safer crossings are also valuable information about how they actually use their neighborhoods. I hope the ministry will consider whether this information can be used earlier in new towns to guide where crossing improvements are most needed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
At this point, I would like to say a few words on behalf of senior residents. They are not disregarding the rules, nor do they fail to value their own safety. They simply need a little more time. I hope our road design can take greater account of how residents of different ages and abilities use our roads.
Second group, though motorcycles make up only about 15% of our vehicle population, riders account for more than half of all traffic accidents. Many are young working adults. A serious accident can affect not only their livelihood, but also the families who depend on them. Could the minister update the House on the timeline for mandatory rider refresher training and whether technologies that have improved safety for other vehicle classes could be extended to motorcycles? Finally, there is another aspect of this bill that I hope we can reflect on. One sentence in the explanatory statement describes traumatic brain injury resulting in a permanent vegetative state as almost as serious as death. I understand why those words were chosen. Death, however devastating, is final. Severe neurological injury too often is not. Many people imagine recovery as a period of rest, followed by a return to normal life. Severe brain injury rarely follows that path. Recovery, when it happens, unfolds over months and years. Some patients make remarkable progress. Others improve only to a certain point, despite the best efforts of the patient, family, and rehabilitation team. The difficulty is not only that recovery takes time, it is that the person's life and the family's life may never return to what it once was. This is why I ask whether permanent and irreversible neurological impairment could be recognized as a distinct aggravating factor in sentencings, and whether the government is reviewing longer-term rehabilitation and caregiver support for affected families. Such support would complement, not compete with, this bill's deterrent aims. A family well supported through recovery is also a family better able to see justice served without being consumed by it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill strikes a reasonable balance between deterrence, fairness, and effective enforcement. Working in rehabilitation has taught me that the consequences of a road accident do not end when the ambulance leaves. For some families, the consequences last a lifetime. That is why I hope we continue to judge our road safety system not only by how firmly it punishes dangerous driving, but also by how many Singaporeans never need rehabilitation because the accident never happened. Thank you.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. I will first declare my role as one of the advisors to the National Taxi Association. Sir, the statistics shared by the ministry are sobering. These figures represent real lives lost and families shattered. A split second is all it takes. A split second of distraction, a split second of eyes off the road, and a life is changed forever. This is a critical turning point to zero in on the reckless behavior endangering our streets. Our current enforcement regime must evolve to meet the challenges of an increasingly distracted driving environment. I wish to raise clarifications on the amendments, particularly to make it an offence for a driver to hold a mobile communication device while the vehicle is in motion. While I understand this is intended to simplify enforcement and allow for camera-based detection, there are some practical questions that I hope the Minister and Ministry can clarify. First, addressing the root causes of accidents. May I ask the Minister, how can these regulatory changes effectively reduce road safety by discouraging drivers from engaging in irresponsible behaviours? The 2025 annual traffic situation statistics are clear. The top killers on our roads are the, open inverted commas, failure to keep a proper lookout, failure to have adequate control of the vehicle, and changing lanes without due care, close inverted commas. By making the act of holding a phone an offence, we are ensuring more consistent physical control over the steering wheel. But physical control is only half the battle. Failure to keep a proper lookout remains a real threat, even when hands are off the device. Drivers can still be dangerously distracted by the prolonged interactions with mounted phones. Other jurisdictions, such as Queensland in Australia, have addressed this by strictly limiting mounted phone use. It allows certain license category holders to briefly touch the mobile phone for hands-free use if, for example, the phone is in a cradle attached to the vehicle, including starting navigation, accepting a trip, or skipping a song. May I ask, will the Ministry consider implementing a similar one-tap policy for mounted phones used to prevent drivers from scrolling while their phones are mounted? How does the Ministry intend to discourage the cognitive distraction that remains even when the phone is not being held? Second, protecting the livelihoods of our taxi drivers and private hire vehicle drivers. While we tighten these rules for the ordinary driver, we must account for those whose office is in the driver's seat. These are taxi and private hire drivers. They handle trip requests, and navigating is not a luxury, it is their livelihood. To ensure they can comply with these strict safety standards without compromising their income, we must move beyond mere regulation and towards technological empowerment. Will the Ministry consider working directly with taxi companies, ride-hailing platform operators to accelerate the adoption of hands-free navigation and voice assistant tools? Can the Ministry also provide a roadmap for how these drivers will be supported to transition to a hands-free environment, ensuring they remain compliant while keeping their eyes firmly on the road? Finally, a data-driven legislation is crucial. Between 2019 and 2023, there were no road traffic accidents where evidence directly attributed the cause to mobile phone use. Yet, enforcement has been active, with an average of 2,800 summonses issued annually between 2021 and 2025. This suggests that while our enforcement is effective, the link between phone use and actual accidents in our local context needs clearer definition. I'd like to ask the Minister if there have been any accidents from 2024 onwards where mobile phone use was the primary factor. And if so, how do these new regulations specifically address the common factors found in those recent cases? Sir, in Mandarin, please. 副议长先生，我支持推动。
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill. From 2021 to 2025, traffic fatalities increased by 24%, while traffic violations rose by 38%. Beyond these figures are lives lost and families broken. On the roads, a moment of carelessness can lead to serious consequences. We are now at a critical turning point to focus our efforts on tackling reckless behavior that endangers road safety. As distracted driving becomes increasingly serious, our enforcement regime must keep pace with the times to address this challenge. I'd like to seek several clarifications on the provision that makes it an offense for a driver to hold a mobile communication device when the vehicle is in motion. While this is intended to simplify enforcement and enable camera-based detection of violations, it also raises several practical issues. As we tighten these rules for ordinary drivers, we must also consider taxi and private hire vehicle drivers. The car seat is their office. They need to respond to job requests in real time, and navigation is an essential part of earning their livelihood. To ensure that they can comply with these stricter safety standards without affecting their income, we should not look only at regulatory restrictions. We must also improve technology and empower them to balance their work needs with safety driving. Will the MHA consider working directly with taxi companies and private hire platforms to accelerate the adoption of hands-free navigation and voice assistant tools? In addition, can the MHA provide a roadmap setting out how it will support these taxi and private hire drivers in transitioning to a hands-free working environment so that they comply with the regulations while keeping their eyes firmly on the road?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the message to every driver is clear, loud and clear. When you are behind the wheel, your only mobile communication should be with the road. And for this law to truly save lives, it must be matched by common sense in enforcement and a proactive commitment to helping our drivers and those who rely on this for livelihoods to adapt to this new reality. Notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking in support of this bill because I fundamentally believed in building a Singapore where every family can thrive, every child and every senior will be able to cross the road without having to worry being injured. Now, based on traffic police statistics, 149 people died and 9,955 were injured on Singapore roads in 2025. Our road fatality rate increased from 1.96 deaths per 100,000 people in 2021 to 2.44 in 2025. This is an increase of about 24% in 4 years. While this bill strengthens our law, punishment is ultimately the last line of defense. Deterrence depends on severity of punishment, but certainty of detection, the speed and consistency of enforcement matters. Hence, for the purpose of this bill, I will focus on 3 specific areas. Number 1, distracted driving. Number 2, drink driving and impaired driving. Number 3, the use of technology in enforcement. First, the bill amendment recognizes that it is an offense for a driver to hold a mobile communication device when his or her vehicle is moving. It is no longer necessary to establish that the driver was operating on one of the device functions. The bill also clarifies that touching a device properly secured and mounting does not constitute holding it. I support this change because a driver holding a phone or another communication device may already be distracted, even if it's difficult to prove whether he or she was typing, making a call, or using a particular mobile app. So this means that enforcement will be more practical in this regard. MHA has also stated that the offence may be enforced using camera and photographic or video evidence submitted by members of public. Now, back to the idea I mentioned earlier on certainty of detection. Could the ministry clarify whether traffic police will publish guidance on the minimum information and quality of evidence for public submission? This is important because as a parent and as an MP, I know residents who witness dangerous driver behavior often want to do their part. but they need to know what can be reported, what evidence is exactly useful, how to submit without putting themselves at risk. Specifically, would a photograph or a video showing a driver holding a device with vehicle registration number be sufficient if a witness can provide vehicle number, location and time, but the recording is not sufficiently clear? Would the police also consider checking with other available camera footage to corroborate the report? Clear guidance would help members of the public to make reports that can be acted upon. The bill also draws a distinction between holding a device and touching one that is secured in mounting. This distinction is understandable, but distraction doesn't disappear simply because the phone is being mounted. A driver may still spend extended period of time typing, reading messages, scrolling through menus, and entering direction when vehicle is moving. So could the minister therefore clarify how this provision will work together and whether traffic police will issue practical guidance in future when interaction with a mounted device may cross into the line of careless or dangerous driving? Second, the bill makes substantial changes to drink driving and impaired driving by lowering prescribed alcohol limits. I support a firm approach to drink driving. The public message should be simple. If a person intends to drive, he or she should not drive. Full stop. Similar to what Minister Siman mentioned earlier, motorists should not treat the new limit as an allowance or an attempt to calculate how many drinks they may consume just to remain below it. Because the effect of alcohol varies across different factors such as body composition, health, food consumption, and medication. The bill also creates offence when a controlled drug, psychoactive substance, or intoxicating substance is present in a driver's blood. Unlike general offence of impaired driving, the provision applies based on the presence of specific substances, regardless of the quantity detected, without the need to prove the observed impairment. The bill provides a defence where substance was lawfully consumed or administered that the driver did not know or have reason to believe that it will affect his or her ability to control the vehicle. You see, my concern is this: how would the ordinary person taking that medication lawfully understand this obligation? Because the reality is this: for many of us who are taking prescribed medication at some point, he or she is just following the doctor's instruction. And he or she should not need to have specialized legal knowledge to understand how it may affect their driving. So the term specific substance do cover broad categories under several pieces of legislation. It is not presented to the motorist as a simple list of medicine or substance. So my ask is whether would MHA work with MOH, doctors and pharmacists and medicine suppliers to provide clear guidelines on commonly prescribed or dispensed medicine that fall within this provision? Will medication labels and patient advice be strengthened where a medicine may affect driving? The guidance should be clear and publicly available before provision comes into force. Third, the bill allows Deputy Commissioner of Police to authorize the use of computer program to access recorded images or video. Where the program assesses that there is sufficient evidence of a prescribed offence, it may cause a notice to be issued requiring a vehicle owner to identify the driver. I support the use of technology to process straightforward cases more quickly to free officers for work that requires human judgment. Separately, government has also announced that the driver improvement point system will be tightened from 1st January 2027. Given the punitive framework it's already being strengthened, I believe immediate priority should then be increased to the certainty of detection. So against this backdrop, could the Minister also share whether Traffic Police intends to extend the use of fixed and mobile enforcement cameras, including on roads within our neighbourhoods, at locations frequented by children and seniors? This bill also provides a safeguard. A person may apply for a notice to be revoked on the basis that the vehicle was not at the location of the alleged offence. The evidence then will be reviewed by the Deputy Commissioner or an authorised public officer who will confirm or revoke the notice. Mr. Speaker, my view is as enforcement become more automated, public confidence will depend not only on efficiency, but also on accuracy and accountability. Whether the system uses artificial intelligence or any other form of automated analysis, people must be able to check the evidence behind its conclusion. Just as today, we tell all citizens to not just trust what AI produces, you have to fact check. Likewise, we must also allow our people to check when an offense is being issued. Could also the minister say what kind of accuracy and validation standards that a computer system must satisfy before it is officially deployed? Would there also be a pilot phase? Mr. Speaker, the bill strengthens criminal enforcement, but criminal enforcement, in my view, is the last line of defense after dangerous conduct has already occurred. Road safety responsibility therefore cannot be the responsibility of MHA and traffic police alone. MHA and traffic police are responsible for laws and enforcement. MOT and LTA shape our road, our junctions, our crossing, speed limits, and traffic calming measures. MOE and our schools continue to teach our children to be safe road users, and hopefully the children will go back home to discuss this at home as well with their families. MOH and healthcare professions have an important role in ensuring that patients understand whether medication affects their ability to drive. Even at local level, People Association and other community partners play an important role in identifying recurring danger spots, gather residents' feedback, bring road safety education to families and seniors. Because in my view, if we are serious about building a Singapore made for families, then road safety must be treated as a family policy. A child should be able to cross the road outside the school safely. A senior should be able to walk to the market with confidence. A motorist should be able to return home without being intimidated by a larger vehicle. Therefore, my final ask is this: could the government consider setting a whole-of-government target for reducing road deaths and serious injuries with clear responsibility across agencies and regular public reporting on progress and measures that are taken at high-risk locations? Strong laws are necessary, but our wider objective must be to prevent collision, protect vulnerable road users, and make responsible behavior the expected norm of every journey. This is the kind of Singapore I want my children and my family to be able to grow up in, one that they can move safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, nearly 3 decades ago, Sweden asked a question that changed how the world thought about road safety. How many deaths on our roads should society accept each year? Most countries were asking how to reduce the number, but Sweden asked, what if we refuse to accept any road death as inevitable? That became Vision Zero, adopted by their parliament in 1997. While Singapore should not import another country's model wholesale, its central insights travels well. Human error is inevitable, but our transport system should be designed so that those mistakes are less likely to become tragedies. That is a useful lens for this bill. For many years, road safety focused mainly on the driver, who remains responsible. Modern road safety, however, is also shaped by platform algorithms, vehicle sharing, medication risks, and automated enforcement. As risk becomes more interconnected, responsibility must be shared. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill. It strengthens deterrence, modernizes enforcement, and closes gaps. I'll raise 5 areas where we can build a safer, more trusted road system. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, a vehicle must never become a weapon. The bill creates a new offence of purposeful endangerment when a driver deliberately targets and endangers another person, such as through brake checking, aggressive tailgating, or swerving, resulting in death or grievous hurt. This carries up to 15 years imprisonment, possible caning, presumptive lifetime disqualification, and vehicle forfeiture. I strongly support this proposal. There's a clear moral and legal difference between a lapse, reckless driving, and deliberately using a vehicle to terrorize another person. I seek clarifications on two issues. First, what would ordinarily amount to the special reasons needed to depart from lifetime disqualification? Second, how would the forfeiture operate when the vehicle belongs to an unknowing employer, rental company, car sharing operator, or family member? The law should punish the person who weaponizes the vehicle while protecting an owner who neither knew of nor consented to the conduct. When anger turns a vehicle into a weapon, the law must draw a line as firm as the harm is grave. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the bill strengthens our impaired driving framework. It lowers the prescribed breath alcohol limit from 35 to 15 micrograms and the blood alcohol limit from 80 to 30 milligrams. It also targets specified substances in the driver's blood, permits passive breath testing, and modernizes procedures. I support this firm stance. The message should be simple. If you drink, do not drive. But as our population ages, the next frontier in impaired driving may not be alcohol alone, but lawful medication. Many older residents take several prescribed medicines daily for pain, insomnia, anxiety, or chronic conditions, and understandably assume that any prescribed medicines is safe for driving. That assumption is not always correct. The bill provides a statutory defense for lawful unknowing consumption, but a legal defense raised after investigation is a poor substitute for prevention. Will MHA, MOH, or HSA jointly issue a plain language guide on the new limits, specified substances, and testing procedures? Will healthcare professionals receive standard guidance on advising patients whose medication may affect driving? I propose a recognizable, prominent national do not drive symbol for medicines presenting a material driving risk. Health Hub could also provide a checker explaining whether a prescribed medicine affects driving, what precautions to take, and when to seek advice. This is especially important for vocational drivers whose livelihoods depend on the road. The government should work with operators, unions, and healthcare providers to offer short refresher modules whenever major traffic rules change. The hallmark of good legislation is not that it expects ordinary people to be perfect, but that it helps them to make better decisions. The best prosecution is the one that never becomes necessary. Third, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill sharpens the offence concerning mobile communication devices. It will no longer be necessary to prove that a driver holding a device was also operating its functions, and it clarifies that touching a properly mounted device does not amount to holding it. I support this clearer rule. For many taxi, private hire, and delivery drivers, however, the mounted phone is not merely a telephone. It is their workplace, constantly providing navigation, ride requests, delivery assignments, customer messages, and payment alerts. Drivers must remain responsible, but platforms also shape behavior. If a platform can dictate how quickly a driver responds, how jobs are queued, or penalizing a non-responsive driver, it has the power to design systems that support safer attention. Could non-essential notifications be suppressed while a vehicle is moving? Could drivers receive longer response windows, use more voice-enabled functions, or have apps default to a simplified driving mode once vehicular movement is detected? While auto accept reduces tapping, if drivers still have only seconds to reject an unsuitable job, the pressure to look down remains. This is especially critical for private hire drivers who spend long hours on the road, often switching between multiple apps simultaneously. A single moment of distraction risks not only their lives, but the lives of the passengers and other road users. App designs plays a decisive role here. I propose that LTA work with transport and delivery platforms on a safe driver digital interface code, establishing principles for movement-sensitive notifications, voice interaction, response times, and safeguards against penalizing drivers who stop before responding. This does not prevent innovation. It directs it towards safety. We should not only regulate distracted drivers, we must actively design away the distractions. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill allows an authorized computer program to assess recorded images or videos and automatically issue notices requiring vehicle owners to identify the drivers. This is a sensible use of automation to improve speed, consistency, and free up work for officers. The bill also provides an important safeguard, allowing recipients to seek a revocation that triggers human review. To be precise, the program does not convict anyone. It initiates an information requirement, but this requirement has serious consequences. The owner must respond within 14 days. Failure to do so is an offence, and for certain offences, a licensed owner is presumed to have been driving. When automation triggers such legal duties, transparency and human review must be absolute. I have 4 suggestions. First, notices triggered by automatic detection must clearly state that they were generated by an AI system. Second, notices should provide easy digital access to the visual evidence, location, timestamp, vehicle details, and a plain language explanation of the suspected offence. Third, the review process should accommodate material errors beyond the bill's express grounds, such as misread plates, lane confusion, or other clear signs of a wrongly issued notice. Fourth, the government should publish an annual report stating the number of automated notices, reviews, revocations, average review times, main causes of error, and system improvements. The most revealing measure is not simply how often the system is correct, but how it detects, corrects, and learns when it is wrong. The governing principle should be straightforward: transparency, explainability, meaningful human oversight, auditability, and continuous improvement. A computer may issue the first notice, but it must never have the final word. When the state automates enforcement, it must make human accountability just as robust. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill requires corporate vehicle owners, including companies, partnerships, and unincorporated bodies, to keep accurate records of who is permitted to drive, including their personal details, dates, and allocated periods. These records must be retained for 12 months. The intent is sound. Enforcement agencies need to identify drivers swiftly and proper records to prevent evasion. Proportionality, however, matters. Not every organization is a major logistics operator with a fleet management system. Many SMEs own only 1 or 2 vans shared amongst employees, and charities use vehicles to deliver meals or equipment using rotating volunteers. To help them, the government should provide a simple digital logbook template and checklist before these rules take effect, with guidance on handling shared shifts, temporary substitutions, and changes in allocation. Since the law mandates collecting and retaining sensitive personal details, the government must also help these organizations protect the data. Will the implementation guidance address access control, secure storage, safe disposal, and general data protection obligations? There should also be a reasonable transition period where genuine administrative errors are distinguished from deliberate concealment or the falsification of records. Good regulation is not measured by the paperwork it generates, but by how effectively it solves problems and how safely it handles sensitive data. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I began this speech with Sweden's Vision Zero. Let me end there too. Many focus on the word zero, an unpragmatic promise that no one would ever die on the roads. However, I think the critical word here is vision, a decision about the deaths a society refuses to accept. That is the spirit behind the 5 areas I spoke on: purposeful endangerment, impaired driving, digital distraction, automated enforcement, and record keeping. While these may look like separate issues, they point in a single direction. For decades, road safety policy asked how to change driver behavior. This bill invites a larger question: how do we change the system around the driver? While my suggestions are distinct, they are driven by the same goal: designing safety into the system. A warning symbol is a safer default built into dispensing prescriptions. A safe driver digital interface code designs safety into platform apps. An annual enforcement report builds accountability into technology. And practical tools for small organizations make compliance achievable. So good intentions are not defeated by paperwork. None of these dilutes personal responsibility. It strengthens it. A driver supported by clearer information, safer defaults, and better designed systems is more empowered to do the right thing and less likely to fail through a moment's inattention. That is the shift before us, not merely to punish the individual after harm occurs, but to design our system so that harm is prevented where possible. Our laws reveal what we refuse to accept. Over time, through legislation, education, and social norms, behaviors that were once common, like driving without seatbelts or holding a phone, become unacceptable. One day, I hope future Singaporeans will look back and wonder why the risks we tolerate today were ever treated as an ordinary part of driving. The best laws do not just punish bad behavior. They redefine what is acceptable, reshaping our systems so that the safe choice becomes the natural one. The measure of this bill will not be the number of prosecutions, notices issued, or sentence lengths. It will be the tragedies that never happen, the dangerous distractions designed out, the medication risks caught before the journey begins, and the enforcement error corrected before it becomes an injustice. It will be measured in the lives of the people we protect, the child crossing safely to school, the senior reaching the market, the delivery rider and the bus captain finishing their daily shifts, and the families waiting at home at the end of the day who are not left waiting. Vision Zero began in Sweden, but the refusal to accept preventable deaths begins with all of us. This is our next step along that road in our own way and for our own people. Let us not take it merely to write tougher laws, but to build a safer system and with it, a society that expects and protects nothing less. I support the bill. Thank you.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2, sir.
The question is the motion moved by the Deputy Leader. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister Seaman.
Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their interest and support for the bill. Please allow me to address the questions they have raised. Mr. Vikram Nair asked about the gap that a separate offence of purposeful endangerment fills beyond what is already provided for in the Penal Code today. I have addressed this in my opening speech. He also asked how the Ministry will decide which act to apply in any given case. If the facts and circumstances of a case can satisfy more than one offence provision, whether in the same act or across different acts, the AGC will exercise its prosecutorial discretion to determine the appropriate offence to prefer. Regarding the offence of purposeful endangerment, Mr. Ip Hong Wing asked what would ordinarily amount to the special reasons needed to depart from lifetime disqualification should the offence of purposeful endangerment be made out. What constitutes special reasons in the context of purposeful endangerment is ultimately to be decided by the courts. The courts have, in the context of other traffic offences, found that special reasons are extenuating or pressing circumstances and relate to the offence itself and not to the offender. These circumstances should be exceptional. Mr. Ip also asked about how vehicle forfeiture is to be carried out if the vehicle belongs to someone else. This scenario is provided for under our existing laws. On the application of the public prosecutor, the court is to make an order for the forfeiture of the motor vehicle unless the court is satisfied that the person who has committed the offence is not the owner of the motor vehicle and the person who has committed the offence has used the motor vehicle without the owner's consent. Dr. Wan Rizal noted that Clause 6 empowers a district or magistrate's court to impose the full penalty which departs from the usual position under the Criminal Procedure Code or CPC. He asked about the rationale for this and if the rights of appeal remain fully preserved. The CPC prescribes the sentencing jurisdiction of the district court and magistrate's court. However, this is subject to any other written law. There are offences in the Road Traffic Act, or RTA, and other statutes which allow the court to impose the full penalty for the said offence beyond the limit prescribed in the CPC. This is to ensure that the courts have the jurisdiction to impose a sufficiently severe sentence if warranted on the facts. Parties may still appeal against the court's sentencing decision in accordance with the CPC. To Mr. Kenneth Tiong's question on whether his illustrations apply to the purposeful endangerment offence, it will depend on the facts and circumstances of the case. Regarding the maximum penalties for careless and dangerous driving causing grievous hurt, Dr. Wan Rizal asked the Ministry to review in a few years' time if this was effective in influencing driver behaviour. We will continue to monitor the road traffic situation closely to ensure that our laws and policies remain adequate. That said, we do not expect to see many cases attracting this punishment, since the higher maximum penalties should only apply to the most serious forms of grievous hurt. Ms. Chu Pei-Ling suggested for permanent and irreversible neurological impairment to be recognized as a distinct aggravating factor in sentencing. In the context of careless and dangerous driving, the courts presently recognize three broad factors as aggravating harm factors. First, the nature and location of the injury. Second, the degree of permanence of the injury. And third, the impact of the injury on the victim's quality of life. The courts can consider a victim's neurological impairment in the context of these three factors. Mr. Xie Yao-Quan suggested increasing the maximum penalty for dangerous driving causing death to narrow the gap with the maximum penalty for purposeful endangerment. I acknowledge this suggestion. As with other traffic offences, we will continue to review the penalties, including raising the maximum penalties depending on the road traffic situation. As we review the penalties in the Act, we will reference penalties in other legislation such as the Penal Code where appropriate. We will take the same approach regarding the fines for these offences as raised by Ms. He-Ting Ru. We highlight that generally the RTA does not allow for the imposition of a fine for the more severe forms of driving offences, such as dangerous driving that causes death. In this bill, we have focused on addressing these egregious forms of driving and therefore have only reviewed the imprisonment terms for these offences. Mr. Xie has also suggested fully harmonizing the maximum penalty for the offence of dangerous driving causing grievous hurt with the offence of dangerous driving causing death. We have chosen to draw a distinction between death and grievous hurt. Notwithstanding, I agree that severe forms of grievous hurt, such as those where victims fall into a permanent vegetative state, can have consequences that are almost as serious as death, and the penalties should therefore be broadly similar. This is what the bill seeks to achieve by increasing the penalties that can be imposed for dangerous driving causing grievous hurt. Mr. Ip Hong Wing, Dr. Wan Rizal, Ms. Chu Pei-Ling, Mr. Alex Yeo, Mr. David Ho, and Mr. Andre Low asked about the criminal liability of drivers who take lawfully prescribed or available medication that may impair driving. Let me first reassure the House that the new offences do not apply. Let me first reassure the House that the new offence does not apply to most common medicines or over-the-counter medicines. The new presence-based offence is a targeted one. It applies only to controlled drugs, psychoactive substances, or intoxicating substances already covered under existing legislation, namely the Misuse of Drugs Act, Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act, and the Intoxicating Substances Act. Further, a statutory defence is available for those who can prove two conditions on the balance of probabilities. First, that the controlled drug, psychoactive substance, or intoxicating substance was lawfully smoked, inhaled, used, consumed, or administered. Second, the individual did not know or have reason to believe that this would affect his or her capacity at the time of the alleged offence to have proper control of a motor vehicle. This addresses Mr. Vikram Nair's query regarding occupational or accidental exposure of such substances. For non-controlled drugs such as medication, the legal position has not changed. It continues to be an offence if a person is incapable to have proper control of the vehicle because he or she is impaired by any medicine or other substance. As for the suggestion to make information on medication-related driving impairment more accessible, the Health Products Therapeutic Products Regulations already specifies substances which must come with a label, cautioning that it causes drowsiness. And if doubt, members of the public should consult with their healthcare professionals and err on the side of not driving. Mr. Andre Loh asked what constitutes the legal threshold for the new drug driving offence. As mentioned in my opening speech, the presence of specified substances in a person's blood constitutes the offence. These specified substances comprise controlled drugs, psychoactive substances, and intoxicating substances regulated under the 3 acts that I have mentioned earlier. Mr. Loh further asked about analytical thresholds for the new offence. The laboratory applies validated analytical limits and reporting criteria when reporting the presence of specified substances in blood. These limits are method and substance specific and are established to ensure that reported results are reliable, scientifically supportable, and thus evidential. A concentration below the applicable reporting criteria would not be reported as a positive finding. Ms. Diana Pang and Mr. Andre Loh asked for more details on the efficacy and reliability of the handheld breath evidential analyzer, or HBEA for short. The Traffic Police, with the support of the Home Team Science and Technology Agency, or HTX, will ensure that the deployed HBEA models meet evidential grade standards through testing and certifications in accordance with internationally recognized references, such as the International Organization of Legal Metrology R126. Subjects will be shown the test results on the spot. Subjects will be shown, where it is not practicable to conduct a breath test, the Traffic Police can require the subject to provide a specimen of blood instead. Ms. Pang also asked if the ministry would consider certifying reliable breath testing devices for purchase by members of the public to allow a person who has consumed alcohol to conduct a preliminary self-check before deciding whether to drive. I would like to reiterate that our key message with the drink driving amendments in this bill are: when you drink, do not drive. There is thus no reason to provide breath testing devices in the market for drivers to self-check their alcohol levels. The same applies to those who attempt to consume products that claim to help reduce alcohol readings, as drivers should not be drinking in the first place. Mr. Andre Loh asked about how the new drink driving thresholds were set, and Mr. Alex Yeo asked if we had considered a zero-tolerance approach for drink driving. In reviewing the limit, the ministry considered both the scientific evidence on alcohol-induced impairment and the approaches adopted in comparable jurisdictions. Scientific evidence show that impairment begins at low levels of alcohol consumption. The tightened limit, therefore, targets the range at which alcohol-induced impairment begins, while also accounting for endogenous alcohol productions where the body naturally produces small amounts of ethanol through normal metabolic processes. As mentioned in my opening speech, I would like to reassure Mr. Loh that the amendment to the blood authorization requirement does not diminish the duty of the medical practitioner or nurse to assess whether taking the blood specimen would harm the patient. On the contrary, the amended provisions make clear that prior to taking a blood specimen, the medical practitioner or nurse must be satisfied that this will not harm the patient. Ms. Li Hui-ying asked if there was evidence to show that accidents resulted from handphone driving. When accidents are reported to the Traffic Police today, there are significant evidential difficulties in proving whether handphone driving contributed to it. For one, drivers would not proactively confess that they were in fact using a mobile communication device at the time of the accident. There is also often no objective video evidence available to establish that a driver was on their mobile communication device at the time of the accident. But that does not mean that handphone driving is not dangerous or not prevalent. As Ms. Eliza Chen noted, the World Health Organization has reported that drivers using mobile phones are approximately 4 times more likely to be involved in a crash than drivers not using a mobile phone. We also note with concern that handphone driving violations are on an upward trend, with a 40% increase from 3,014 cases in 2024 to 4,214 in 2025. We must move decisively against this undesirable driving behavior and not wait until more accidents or fatalities have been caused. Ms. Polisan asked how the revised handphone driving offence would be enforced. The amendment will make enforcement easier, as the traffic police will no longer need to prove that the driver was operating the device for the offence to be made out. Traffic police intends to leverage technological solutions such as cameras as far as possible to detect and enforce against this offence. Ms. Mariam Jaffa and Ms. Hani So sought clarification on the different scenarios that will trigger this offence. Ms. Li Huiying asked if the ministry would consider implementing a one-tap policy for mounted phone use. Ms. Diana Pang asked if an exception can be made for scenarios where the driver's holding of the phone is a split-second occurrence. The bill makes it clear that if the vehicle is in motion, holding a mobile communication device is prohibited. There is no exception. Even in the scenario where the device has fallen from its mount, the driver should stop the vehicle safely before retrieving the device. It is dangerous to assume that it is safe to pick up the device while the vehicle is moving, even if just for a second. What we are aiming for is a collective change in driver mindset and habits to minimize distractions while on the road. Several members raised the issue of increased distractions for drivers, such as use of mounted devices and in-car entertainment systems. Ms. Hertingru asked how the law will address drivers who interact extensively with a mounted device or in-car entertainment system. Mr. Dennis Tan asked how the use of multiple screens would impact cognitive load, and how Rule 126 of the Road Traffic, Motor Vehicles, Construction and Use rules would interact with the amendment to criminalize holding a phone while the vehicle is in motion. We have not criminalized the use of a mounted device while a vehicle is in motion, as we appreciate that there are legitimate reasons to do so, such as using navigation applications. That said, there are existing provisions which target the use of mounted screens in moving vehicles under certain circumstances. Depending on the facts of the case, for instance, if a driver were to use a mounted device, whether single or multiple, and becomes distracted to the point that it affects his driving behavior, the driver may be liable for the offence of careless or dangerous driving. Rule 126 of the Road Traffic, Motor Vehicles, Construction and Use rules already makes it an offence to install any visual display unit in a manner that poses a safety hazard or causes distraction. We will monitor the road traffic situation, and we do not preclude making changes to our approach to mounted devices or screens should the need arise. Mr. Dennis Tan asked about the evolving definition of mobile communication device and asked about the treatment of wearables. Under the current Section 65B(1)(a) of the Road Traffic Act, it is not an offence for drivers to drive with wearable devices worn in the manner intended by the manufacturer of the device. I also thank Mr. Tan for his suggestion regarding setting robust vehicle safety standards. The Traffic Police and LTA will continue to work on this. Ms. Joan Pereira, Ms. Hani So, and Ms. Diana Pang compared handphone driving to other behaviors such as smoking when driving. Handphone use while driving is especially dangerous because it engages 3 distractions simultaneously. Visual, because it causes drivers to take their eyes off the road. Manual, because it takes drivers' hands off the wheel. And cognitive, as it diverts mental attention away from driving. The result is that a driver using a handphone while driving has slower reaction times, reduced situational awareness, and impaired ability to maintain control of the vehicle. That said, we encourage all drivers to free themselves from any distraction while on the roads to protect themselves and others. Let me now turn to other comments and suggestions from members on our approach to offenders. Mr. Gabriel Lam suggested to take a rehabilitative approach towards first-time offenders and a more punitive approach towards repeat offenders. This is indeed our approach today. Under the driver improvement point system, unless a very serious offence was committed, a first-time offender would generally not have his or her license suspended immediately. Dr. Hamid Razak asked about safeguards for suspension decisions. The RTA only allows for immediate suspension under limited circumstances where it is in the interests of public safety to do so. This power is exercised judiciously only in egregious cases. The suspension may be rescinded at any time if the investigation reveals that the person was not involved in the commission of any such offence. Dr. Neo Kok Meng suggested to immediately suspend the licenses of those found to have engaged in deliberate brake checking. Such conduct may constitute dangerous driving or purposeful endangerment. Depending on the facts and circumstances of the case, the driver may also be immediately suspended. Ms. Diana Pang spoke about road hogging, where a driver is in the rightmost lane of the expressway but is not overtaking and has a clear opportunity to switch to a different lane but does not do so, thereby blocking other drivers. As she noted, the road traffic rules already includes an offence of road hogging, and this is enforced by the traffic police today. MHA and the traffic police will consider what more can be done to tackle such behaviour. I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Haslina Halim's suggestion to scale traffic fines according to income. This is a complex issue and involves questions of equity and fairness. We are aware that some jurisdictions have rolled this out and will study their experience. Members have highlighted the need for the new rules to be communicated clearly to drivers. We fully agree and will work with industry stakeholders and partners to achieve this ahead of the planned operationalization of the amendments in early 2027. There will be publicity on mainstream and social media channels, as well as targeted communication through key partners such as NTUC, platform operators, and taxi associations. We will also update the curriculum in our driving schools to reflect these changes. Ms. Valerie Lee asked if offenders returning to driving after lengthy disqualification can have refresher programs before their licenses are restored. Today, drivers who are suspended or disqualified from driving for more than 1 year will have their licenses revoked. Such individuals are encouraged to sign up for refresher driving courses and would have to retake the theory and practical driving tests to obtain a fresh, valid driving license before they can drive again. Ms. Polisan suggested ways to better utilize the Road Safety Community Park to educate our children and youths about road safety. There are plans to redevelop the park to cater to a wider range of participants and engage families in road safety education. We also plan to seek suggestions from stakeholders on how the park can be made more relevant and engaging. More details will be released in due course. Members have asked various questions about the use and limitations of technology for enforcement. Traffic Police has been stepping up enforcement, both manual and supported by cameras. Examples include the traffic violation enforcement cameras and the switching on of the speeding detection function in our red light cameras. We will continue to expand our camera-based enforcement efforts with further details to be shared in due course. Dr. Neo Kok Beng and Ms. Herting-Roo also asked about the deployment of cameras to enhance road safety and their effectiveness in targeting speeding, respectively. Overt and covert cameras serve different purposes. Overt cameras achieve specific deterrence against speeding in areas where there are higher risks of accidents. Covert cameras achieve general deterrence and reinforce safe driving behavior. Ms. Mariam Jafar and Ms. Haslina Halim asked about the use of data to identify traffic violation and accident hotspots. The traffic police works closely with LTA to identify locations with high accident rates and develop targeted interventions at these hotspots. where a location is identified as a persistent hotspot, it may be designated under LTA's Black Spot program, a structured initiative to implement more comprehensive traffic engineering measures to address the root causes of accidents at these sites. The traffic police may also step up enforcement at these locations. Ms. Valerie Lee asked how many public reports result in warnings, investigations, and prosecutions, and if better feedback can be provided to those who submitted evidence. We appreciate submissions from the public. However, due to the volume of submissions, we are presently not able to update every person of the outcome of their feedback. We will continue to explore whether it is feasible to do so. I would nevertheless like to assure the House that Traffic Police follows up on all reports received from its online portal, including initiating investigations and acting against violators when a traffic offence is made out. Today, action is taken for about 4 out of 10 public reports. The remaining reports typically do not disclose sufficient grounds to warrant investigation. Mr. David Ho asked if Traffic Police would publish guidance on the minimum information and evidential quality required for public submissions. The Traffic Police's feedback on road users portal already sets out what members of the public should provide when submitting a report, including the date, time, and location of the violation, the vehicle registration number, and any available evidence such as video or photo. Members of the public are encouraged to refer to these guidelines when making submissions. The Traffic Police will assess each case on the facts and circumstances submitted. Regarding automating the issuance of the notice to furnish drivers' particulars, Mr. Ip Hong Weng, Dr. Wan Rizal, Dr. Hamid Razak, Ms. Chu Pei Ling, Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. David Ho, and Mr. Jackson Lam asked how transparency can be maintained alongside a swift and robust appeal process. The Traffic Police will consider these suggestions in the development of the automated system. I would like to clarify that automated notices will only be sent for technical traffic offences, which will be prescribed in the subsidiary legislation. The legislation provides a permanent safeguard that applications to revoke notices issued through automated processing must be reviewed by an authorized public officer. Members also had questions on the timelines for appeals. The Traffic Police aims to resolve appeals submitted by members of the public expeditiously. Most appeals are dealt with within a month, though more complex appeals can take up to 3 months to process. The addressing of appeals will continue to be free of charge. Those who require assistance with the appeal process can approach their nearest community centre or Service SG Centre, where staff can help them lodge their appeal digitally. Mr. Gabriel Lam also suggested for the Traffic Police to prescribe a maximum period of 30 days from detection within which a notice to furnish particulars must be issued to the vehicle owner. I agree that notices should be issued as soon as possible, so drivers can take immediate corrective action. However, currently, every traffic violation must be processed by at least one officer. This takes considerable time, especially with the significant increase in violations we have seen. That said, the automation of enforcement, which this bill will allow, should expedite the process considerably once we have put in place the necessary systems. Mr. Ip Hong Weng and Dr. Wan Rizal asked if additional administrative guidance or resources can be provided for companies to comply with record-keeping requirements and to monitor if these requirements result in increased costs for platform workers. These requirements are, in fact, not new. While we understand that such record-keeping imposes some compliance costs on businesses, we seek the public's understanding that they are necessary to ensure that we can enforce our laws fairly and effectively. Ms. Valerie Lee asked for more information on the limitations of setting up and using traffic cameras for enforcement and plans for upgrading. Traffic enforcement cameras are typically deployed at locations prone to accidents and traffic violations, subject to space and infrastructure constraints. Deployment in any given location depends on site conditions, such as space availability, power supply, and line of sight for the camera to oversee traffic. Sir, I now turn to the Driver Improvement Points System, or DIPS for short. more commonly known as the demerit points system. Although the changes to DIPS recently announced by the traffic police are not part of this bill, I will address members' comments as these changes share the same objective of improving the safety on our roads. Several speakers, Mr. Darrell David, Ms. Mariam Jaffa, and Ms. Hani So, have asked to consider a differentiated regime for vocational drivers under the revised DIPS. I would like to assure this House that while MHA and the traffic police have good reasons for tightening DIPS, we have been very mindful of the sentiments and potential reactions from vocational drivers. And this was why we made sure to consult the transport unions while formulating this policy. They are the National Trades Union Congress's affiliated associations, namely the National Delivery Champions Association, the National Private Hire Vehicles Association, the National Taxi Association, and the National Transport Workers Union. We considered carefully what it would mean if there were to be a differentiated regime for vocational drivers. This, in effect, creates a lower standard of road safety accountability for one group of road users versus the rest. Seen in this light, it is very difficult to justify. That said, while we intend for the lower thresholds for license suspension and revocation to nudge all motorists to adhere more closely to traffic rules in future, we agree it would be good to ease the transition wherever possible. Rather than have different rules for different types of drivers, we think it is better to apply the same one-time deduction of demerit points across the board come 1st January 2027 as a transitionary measure so that no motorist will be closer to the suspension or revocation threshold simply due to the changes to DIPS taking effect. And these are up to 6 points for non-probationary drivers and up to 1 point for probationary drivers. We have also taken in the union's feedback about vocational drivers' perspectives when refining the overall set of changes to DIPS, including retaining one opportunity for all drivers being suspended for the first time to reduce the suspension period from 4 months to 6 weeks by completing the DIPS retraining course. I'm heartened that our transport unions have been proactive in championing road safety beyond just the DIPS changes. In particular, they have been speaking out against the dangers of being distracted on the roads, such as holding a handphone or watching videos while driving. Just today, the NTWU, as well as NTUC Assistant Secretary General Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, who has been very helpful in facilitating MHA and traffic police's engagement with the unions, released a social media post to actively remind the vocational driver community that no notification, booking, or message is worth the risk of a momentary lapse in attention that could cost lives. I thank our transport union leaders for their strong support for vocational drivers and for agreeing with us that ultimately greater compliance with traffic safety throughout Singapore would be especially valuable for the safety and livelihoods of our vocational drivers precisely because they spend more time than others on our roads. Ms. Mariam Jaffa asked to consider a similar mechanism to Spain's points-based licensing system, where a sustained period without any offence may increase their threshold for suspension or revocation. Mr. Kenneth Tiong made a similar suggestion and asked that the traffic police take into consideration one's driving history over a longer period of time. I've explained the one-time deduction of demerit points on 1st January 2027 is a transitionary measure not intended to formalize another means of rewarding or incentivizing safe driving behavior. We had considered introducing an additional buffer for drivers with good driving history. But upon reflection, this seems to be at odds with our intention of resetting driving behavior across a backdrop of worsening road situation. We think it is better to retain the existing incentives for good driving behavior under the revised DIPS. A motorist who commits no traffic offences within 12 months of their last offence will have their entire demerit points balance wiped from their record. A motorist who remains offence-free for 24 months from the end of their suspension will have their suspension records removed entirely. These incentives reward sustained responsible driving behavior and offers drivers an opportunity to rehabilitate their records. We believe these incentives are effective and will be continued. Mr. Darryl David, Ms. Haslina Halim, Ms. Mariam Jaffa, and Ms. Henny So asked to consider introducing an early intervention course, refresher course, or performance improvement plan for drivers before they hit suspension. A similar mechanism had previously existed in the form of the Safe Driving Course, or SDC, available to all drivers. The SDC was an early corrective course for eligible motorists who had incurred demerit points but had not yet reached the suspension threshold, and motorists who completed it would have 4 demerit points expunged from their driving records. A review of data from 2023 to 2025 showed that the take-up rate of the SDC was low. Only 15% of those offered the SDC last year took it up. Its impact on improving driving behavior was also minimal, with the difference in reoffending rates between SDC and non-SDC takers being marginal. These findings suggest that introducing similar early intervention courses that allow reduction in demerit points are unlikely to contribute to the objective of safer roads. As for Mr. David Ho's question on whether there are any plans to adjust the penalties and demerit points for each offence under the DIPS regime, we have no immediate plans to do so, but will continue to monitor the road safety trends and make adjustments where necessary. Sir, this bill is ultimately about lives. It's about ensuring that every person who uses our roads, whether motorist, rider, cyclist, or pedestrian, can do so with greater safety and confidence. Laws and enforcement are important, but safer roads ultimately depend on the daily choices that each of us makes: to slow down, to stay alert, to put away distractions, and to think of the other persons on the road. We agree that laws must be evidence-based, and this principle has guided several amendments in this bill, such as the revised drink driving limits. Members have raised other suggestions that go beyond the scope of the bill. MHA and Traffic Police will work with the relevant agencies to consider these suggestions. For instance, suggestions relating to road infrastructure is something that we'll discuss with LTA. Also, suggestions to make platform workers' work environment safer can also be taken up at the multi-agency task force on workplace safety and health. And this is a task force that the Traffic Police is very glad to be invited to recently by MOM. We also encourage our partners, including unions, transport and platform operators, and community organizations, to step forward and do their part by reinforcing safe habits, supporting responsible driving, and helping every road user make safer choices. Once again, let me thank members for supporting the bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Any clarifications for the Minister? Mr. Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Well, I appreciate that these applications can be case by case. I would like to clarify whether it's the legislative intent of Section 63A to apply to vehicular ramming attacks and attempted suicide by vehicle, which were the 2 scenarios I mentioned.
Minister.
I have given an explanation to Mr. Kenneth Tiong. It depends on the facts and circumstances of each case, but on their own currently, they could also be liable for existing offences in other laws.
Looks like a very comprehensive rounding up speech. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 26 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Senior Minister, Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Road Traffic Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. Notices of motion. Item 1, Report of the Commission on Parliament Staff. A motion standing in the name of the Leader of the House.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Parliament determines that the terms of service of the staff of Parliament under the Parliamentary Scheme 2008 and the Language Executive Scheme Parliament 2008 shall be revised in accordance with paragraph 12 of the Report of the Commission on Parliament Staff in Paper Miscellaneous 4 of 2026. Sir, the remuneration of Parliament staff is provided for in the Constitution. Specifically, Article 51(6) of the Constitution provides that the terms of service of the staff of Parliament may be determined by Parliament after receiving the advice of a commission consisting of the following persons, i.e. the Speaker as chairman, not more than 3 ministers nominated by the Prime Minister, and a member of the Public Service Commission. A commission was set up to consider revisions to the schemes of service of the parliamentary service arising from the civil service pay revisions announced on 20th February 2026. This commission comprised yourself, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for National Development, Mr. Chee Hong Tat, the Minister for Transport and Second Minister for Finance, Mr. Jeffrey Siao, Mr. Ramli Buang, a member of the Public Service Commission, and myself. The Commission presented its report to Parliament on 27 July 2026. The report recommends that the salaries of the Parliament staff adopt the same salary adjustments as civil servants on the Management Executive Scheme 2008 and a retention payment component for parliamentary clerks. The staff of Parliament comprise the Clerk of Parliament and the officers who assist him, such as parliamentary clerks, and service language officers who are on the Parliamentary Scheme 2008, and the Language Executive Scheme Parliament 2008, respectively. Since 2008, these schemes have adopted a salary and performance-based framework similar to the Management Executive Scheme 2008 in the civil service. On 20th February 2026, PSD announced that eligible civil servants on the Management Executive Scheme 2008 would receive salary adjustments of 2 to 9% to keep pace with market standards and enable the public service to continue to attract and retain talent to deliver well for Singaporeans. These adjustments took effect on 1st August 2026. The Commission recommends that the Parliamentary Scheme 2008 and the Language Executive Scheme Parliament 2008 adopt the same salary adjustments, also with effect from 1st August 2006. This will bring these schemes in line with the current framework for the wider civil service and supports the continued attraction and retention of officers in the parliamentary service. The Commission also recommends introducing a retention payment component for parliamentary clerks under the Parliamentary Scheme 2008, and for this to take effect from 1st September 2026. The volume of parliamentary work has increased substantially over the years. Further, our parliamentary clerks handle increasingly complex and novel questions of parliamentary business and rules. As the pool of parliamentary clerks is small, each departure has a disproportionate impact on the operational effectiveness of the Parliament Secretariat. The work of parliamentary clerks is highly specialized. There are challenges recruiting suitable candidates, especially qualified legal professionals. Even where suitable officers are recruited, time is needed for the officers to acquire the proficiency needed for such work. The Public Service Division supports these proposals. The Commission's recommendations are aimed at ensuring that the terms of service of the staff of Parliament remain competitive in attracting and retaining strong officers in the schemes of service of the parliamentary service. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to accept the recommendations of the Commission.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House, Ms. Jessica Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion moved by the Leader of the House. This motion may appear administrative, but at its heart, it speaks to something very important: making sure that the staff who support Parliament every day have fair, updated, and sustainable terms of service. The Commission's first recommendation is to align the Parliamentary Scheme 208 and the Language Executive Scheme Parliament 208 with the recent adjustments to the Management Executive Scheme 208. As the report highlights, the Public Service Division announced salary adjustments of 2% to 9%, depending on market gaps, to help the public service continue to attract and retain talent to deliver well for Singaporeans. Since our Parliament staff have followed the MXS framework since 2008, it is only right and fair that they receive the same adjustments. The second recommendation, introducing a retention payment component for parliamentary clerks, is especially important. Parliamentary clerks form a small group of specialists. Their work is highly technical, demanding, and central to the smooth running of our sittings, committees, and legislative processes. Mr. Speaker, the report notes that the volume and the complexity of Parliament work has been increasing. We have all seen this firsthand. Major bills today routinely involve extensive clause-by-clause scrutiny and complex amendments. Recent examples include the Online Safety Amendments and the Cybersecurity Bill, which introduce new regulatory duties for digital platforms and critical infrastructures, with technical definitions and multi-agency coordination that our clerks must manage with precision. Committee work has also grown more demanding in the last few years. The Public Petition Committee has handled increasingly complex petitions, such as the 2023 petition on the Maintenance of Parents Act, which required hearings, legal analysis, and a detailed report. Earlier petitions on housing policies for single unwed parents and on strengthening of harassment protection also involve substantial stakeholder engagement and cross-agency coordination. On top of this, our sittings now regularly see over 100 parliamentary questions filed. Members are seeking clarifications on complex policy areas such as digital regulations, sustainability, and cost of living measures. All these developments place heavier demands on our clerks, who must manage complex procedures, tighter timelines, and a broader range of legislative issues than ever before. Recruitment has also become more challenging, especially for legally trained officers who can handle the specialized nature of parliamentary work. And when good officers join us, the training required to reach proficiency is extensive. As the report states, there is also substantial replacement costs and a clear need to retain officers long enough to build up the specialized competencies Parliament relies on. The proposed retention payment is a practical and thoughtful response. It is designed with clear parameters, a fixed quantum roughly equivalent to 1.5 to 1.75 of month's salary per year, annual payouts for entry-level clerks, and 3-year payouts for those recognized for competence, a cap at 20 years, and a one-off ex gratia payment to support the transition. This is a sensible and targeted measure to strengthen retention, reduce turnover, and ensure that Parliament continues to have a stable, experienced secretariat. It is an investment in institutional capability, one that ultimately supports the functioning of this House and the quality of our legislative work. Under Article 51(6) of the Constitution, Parliament must determine the terms of service after receiving the Commission's advice. The Commission has considered the matter carefully, and the Public Service Division has also supported the proposals. These recommendations are measured, justified, and aligned with the long-term needs of Parliament. Most importantly, they recognize the contributions of our clerks and secretariat officers, whose work is often behind the scenes, but absolutely essential to the smooth running of this House. Accepting these recommendations is an investment in Parliament, in Parliament's capability. It strengthens Parliament's capacity to scrutinize, legislate, and engage the public with continuity and professionalism. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
Recognition, remuneration, responsibility. Mr. Speaker, with these three words, I rise in firm support of the report of the Commission on Parliament Staff, because all three facets point clearly to the fact that the recommendation in this report should be adopted. I begin with recognition. Why recognition? I think we ought to start by recognizing the critical work that our parliamentary clerks and staff and translators carry out behind the scenes to ensure that parliamentary business, which is very serious business, runs smoothly. They support the Office of the Speaker, members of this House, and select committees in the proper conduct of parliamentary business. They advise on parliamentary procedure and examine parliamentary questions, motions, amendments, and other papers to ensure compliance with the Constitution, standing orders, and established practices. They also support sittings and committee proceedings and maintain authoritative Parliament records, or Hansard. In other words, their work, often unseen, helps ensure that our Parliament can make decisions for Singapore smoothly, efficiently, and effectively. We should therefore recognize them for their integrity and ever-reliability, and for their ability to think on their feet when applying the standing orders objectively and professionally. They do all this while sittings happen in public view and scrutiny. In fact, right in front of the cameras that are rolling live even now. And the need for accuracy and adherence to our standing orders is paramount for public accountability and transparency. Because what we debate here could well become law, because national policies are fine-tuned in this House, I think we ought to take a moment to credit our Parliament clerks and Secretariat and staff and the translators for all their hard work. And I invite the House to record our support for them. In short, the professional support needed to ensure robustness of debate and accuracy of policy is extremely important, Hence, I firmly believe it is important to recognize the significance of the duties parliamentary staff carry out for all members of the House, be they government, MPs, or opposition backbenchers, elected or non-constituency MPs, or nominated MPs. In fact, I note that our parliamentary secretariat has seen the evolution of Singapore's parliament from being a fully elected House to one with NCMPs and NMPs. So we should recognize the accuracy and professionalism of our clerks and all the staff. Once we agree in principle with the recognition of our parliamentary staff, I think the natural corollary or the practical consideration which follows is that remuneration should match the significance of their work. Here, what is proposed in the report comprises essentially of two parts. First, adopting the same adjustments adopted by the Public Service Division for the Management Executive Scheme, as well as higher discretionary bonuses to recognize and encourage strong performers. Second, introducing a retention payment component to attract and retain talent as set out in paragraph 10 of the report. These adjustments are much needed, and I am in full support. I note that the last review was some time ago, in fact, many years ago. In fact, compared to salaries being paid in the private sector, and I have no doubt the capability of our parliamentary staff can match those of people in the private sector, it has been behind the curve. In this regard, I think it is fair that the changes will be on par with those, or broadly in par with those on the civil service. I might even go so far to urge that when we consider the importance of Parliament in keeping Singapore viable and adaptable in today's competitive and changing world, the remuneration of our parliamentary staff should in fact be at the forefront of the curve. I am therefore happy and much encouraged that Mr. Speaker has personally taken this proposal up. In fact, sir, I recall my conversation with you together with then Deputy Speaker Jessica Tan, where we raised some years ago the need to raise salaries for our parliamentary staff. I therefore wish to put on record my thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for your leadership and for taking this up. Third, responsibility. The question here is, how do we ensure that recognition, when matched with remuneration, will result in a responsible officer? To this, I say there is no doubt in my mind, that the ethos of responsibility runs deep within our parliamentary clerks, secretariat, translators, and staff. To this, we need not look any further than the 4 to 5 unprecedented budgets we passed in 2020 when Singapore was in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a House, we decided to meet in person, physically, no such thing as Zoom parliaments in this jurisdiction. We therefore passed the budgets ensuring safety and viability while ensuring safe distancing within the House. I remember those days, and some of us who have been in this chamber long enough remember those days. Masks on, empty seats between each member, but the House was filled nevertheless. Through it all, our Parliament staff worked hard to ensure that parliamentary business continued in the depths of the crisis. For instance, we were not in our actual seats, so we had to vote by standing up and saying yes or no or abstain on placards. And Parliament staff would record every vote to reflect the democratic will of our people. This task they did with fortitude, and with the help, we passed nearly 100 billion in support for Singaporeans. And holding up that placard and counting every single member was important because we needed a certain amount of supermajority vote to use our reserves. In this, I saw great resilience and how in this House we have an institution where people are committed to a cause bigger than themselves. All these combined show how the need for a cutting-edge parliament has become all the more obvious in the last 10 to 15 years. And if demands on our elected parliamentary members has increased, and rightfully so because demands have increased, then what more the need to attract and retain good talent to support this process. This is why I am confident these responsibilities will be carried out by our professional Parliament staff. To recap, this is about recognition, remuneration, and responsibility. In light of these three arguments, I urge all members to support this worthy motion unanimously. Thank you very much.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's anything further I need to say in response other than to thank Ms. Jessica Tan and Mr. Chris D'Souza for their strong support for the motion, and also to urge members of the House to support the motion. Thank you.
I do not want to be presumptuous, but any clarifications for the leader? No. The question is that this Parliament determines that the terms of service of the staff of Parliament under the Parliamentary Scheme 2008 and the Language Executive Scheme Parliament 2008 shall be revised in accordance with paragraph 12 of the report of the Commission on Parliament Staff in paper miscellaneous 4 of 2026. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would like to thank members for your strong support on behalf of my colleagues. I'm quite sure with it, they will help me and help us do our job better.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Speaker, world-class infrastructure is not experienced in master plans or ribbon cuttings. For the vast majority of Singaporeans, it is experienced at the bus stop downstairs, on the platform at the MRT station, in the daily journey to work and back home. It could be excellent service and smooth journeys, as articulated in the LTA's service charter, or it can be poor service and frustrating journeys if things don't work well. To begin with, the LTA aims to have 75% of all peak hour journeys carried out via public transport by 2030. 10 years ago, in 2016, the figure stood at 62%. As of FY 2024, it is a mere 66%, and with just 4 years to go, I wonder if this target will soon be quietly revised. I believe we should instead be ambitious and aim to meet and exceed it. To do so, our public transport network must be as convenient as, if not more convenient than, private road transport. To that end, my speech proposes 3 thrusts. First, reforming the bus contracting model as it approaches its 10-year anniversary to raise service standards rather than merely minimize costs. Second, accelerating the development of our rail network through a renewed rail financing framework and a single publicly owned national rail operator. Third, accelerating the rollout of autonomous vehicles, not as a threat to employment, but as a catalyst for anchoring good jobs in Singapore. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure many of us in this House have received feedback from constituents regarding bus connectivity in their estate, whether it be increasing bus frequencies or introducing a new bus route altogether. This also comes at a time of increased public transportation demand, with new BTO projects springing up island-wide and the densification of existing HDB estates. Commuters feel this during their daily commutes, from squeezing with other commuters on the train early in the morning to missing their bus home as it is full. Ramping up public transportation capacity is no easy feat. Schedules need to be reshuffled, while additional buses and manpower will need to be deployed. In particular, new blood needs to be pumped to the industry. from 2021 to 2025, the proportion of local bus captains dropped from 54% to 41%, with 2 local bus captains leaving the industry for every new local hire. Allow me to first touch on the bus contracting model. Ramping up public transport capacity presumably comes at a cost, and as the government often reiterates, our public transport services are heavily subsidized by the government, with former Transport Minister S. Iswaran stating in 2022 that this stands at more than $2 billion per year, and this includes a subsidy of $1 billion for trains and another $1 billion for buses. The bus contracting model introduced in 2016 splits up our bus network into packages, which public transport operators eventually bid to operate. Aside from service quality, the LTA looks at the bid price set by the operator, which is also the service fee payable to the operator by the LTA. The unique feature here is that the BCM shifted the industry from an asset-heavy framework to an asset-light contracting model, and that the government assumed full revenue risk, while operators can earn a cost-plus margin for their services. The BCM is a big step forward from the completely private-run bus network of yesteryear. Subjecting profit-motivated public transport operators to a competitive tender incentivizes them to keep operating costs low, which might be an issue if it adversely impacts service standards. However, is there room for us to require even higher standards on the PTOs for the benefit of our commuters and broader public transport ridership goals? 10 years on from the launch of the BCM, I think it is time for us to undertake a thorough review to evaluate if the model continues to deliver good value for commuters. I have 3 concrete asks of the Minister when it comes to the BCM. First, bus services are scheduled at headways of 15 minutes or less during the morning and evening peak periods, compared to the pre-BCM standard of 30 minutes or less. From an extremely low bar of 30 minutes, we have made significant progress, but 15 minutes is still a long time, especially if the commuter ends up not being able to board the first bus that arrives. While the government may say that we have at least half of the bus services having shorter scheduled headways of not more than 10 minutes, I believe this should not be a ceiling but a floor. Can we aim for a shorter scheduled headway of 10 minutes or less, period? Moreover, in a bid to spread demand out, commuters are being encouraged to travel outside of traditional peak periods, and we ought to at least have specific scheduled targets in place for off-peak periods. On the cost side of the equation, the recent Tampines bus package tender results provides us with much reason to be optimistic. Firstly, the LTA awarded the contract to the Go Ahead Group, the company that placed the highest bids for $646 million, instead of offering it to the incumbent operator who placed the lowest bid of $596 million. This suggests that there is significant room for improvement when it comes to bus service quality. Secondly, and more importantly, Go Ahead Group's proposal offered cost savings for the LTA compared to the current contract, even at the higher bid price. Considering that the incumbent operator is willing to earn $50 million less and still make a profit, suggests that there are significant cost savings to be made from current expenditure levels incurred by the government. The latest tender award for the Serangoon-Eunos bus package on 16 July presents a similar picture, where SMRT was awarded a contract for a fee of $599.5 million and offered cost savings for LTA compared to the current contract. Looking at the latest financials of SBS Transit, I estimate that their return on equity is 9%, while their return on invested capital, or ROIC, stands at around 18%. For an oligopolistic business, particularly where the operator takes on no fair revenue risk for buses, this appears quite high. I hope that the government can accelerate the calling of tenders for the remaining 4 or 14 bus packages that have never been put up for competitive tender, but were instead directly negotiated between the operator and the LTA. As the Tampines and Serangoon-Eunos examples have shown, there is significant room for cost savings and quality improvements to be made. Third, the LTA collects excess wait time, lost mileage, safety, and commuter satisfaction data by operators under existing contractual frameworks. Publishing this annually, as Transport for London does quarterly, would cost nothing additional and would allow Parliament and the public to assess the performance of operators and whether performance extensions are justified. Most importantly, I hope that a thorough review can be conducted by the LTA to evaluate if the model continues to deliver good value for commuters and if it can raise the bar for better public transport outcomes. Mr. Speaker, if buses are the capillaries of our public transport network, then rail is its backbone. Our MRT and LRT network carries some 3.7 million rides daily, and the expansion pipeline is substantial. Former Transport Minister Lui Tak-Yew announced all the way back in the Land Transport Master Plan 2013 that by 2030, 8 in 10 households will be within a 10 minutes walk of a train station. This was again highlighted in a gov.sg Facebook post which I saw in 2020, stating, do you know that 8 in 10 households will be within a 10 minutes walk of a train station by 2030? Recent commentary, however, seems to have shifted the 2030s with an S, and it gives the impression that the target has been quietly tweaked. Regardless of whether the government intends for this target to be reached in 2030 or 2039, if we are serious about 75% mode share by 2030 and beyond, rail is where the heavy lifting must happen. But even as we pour tens of billions into rail infrastructure, the framework governing how our rail lines are financed and operated has become a bit of patchwork. Allow me to briefly trace its history. The new Rail Financing Framework, or NRFF, was announced under the 2008 Land Transport Master Plan, with the downtown line the first to come under it in 2011. Under NRFF version 1, the operator collected fair revenue and paid the government a license charge, bearing significant commercial risk. In 2016, a decade ago, the LTA bought over 1.06 billion of operating assets from SMRT and moved its lines onto NRFF version 2, which introduced fair revenue shortfall sharing and an EBIT cap and collar that effectively caps the operator's margins at around 5%. SBS Transit's North East Line and LRT lines followed in 2018, and the downtown line only completed its transition to NRFF version 2 in January 2022. Meanwhile, the Thomson East Coast Line was awarded to SMRT in 2017 via a limited tender on an entirely different basis, a service fee model where the government collects all fare revenue, bears all fare revenue risk, and pays the operator a fee of about 1.7 billion over 9 years. The Jurong Region Line, awarded in November 2024 to a joint venture between SBS Transit Rail and RATP Development for approximately 750 million over up to 11 years, is on the same service fee model. The Cross Island Line and future lines such as the Seletar Line will in all likelihood follow suit, with the LTA bearing development expenditure and fare revenue risk. So today we have one increasingly intertwined network operating under multiple concurrent financing frameworks. As more interchanges open and more journeys span multiple lines and operators, even more effort is expended on apportioning fare revenue between operators and reconciling different frameworks. I believe that our rail network should be planned, financed, and viewed holistically. It has been a decade since SMRT was privatized, and NRFF version 2 was rolled out in 2016. I therefore call for a renewed rail financing framework to complete the convergence of all rail lines onto a single unified service fee framework and go one step further by consolidating rail operations under a single publicly owned national operator. This draws on the Workers' Party's proposal in a manifesto for a national transport corporation, a publicly owned non-profit entity that reinvests profits for commuters' benefit, ensures fair sustainability, optimizes infrastructure revenue, attracts top talent, achieves economies of scale, and enables the LTA to focus on its regulatory role. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister responding to my speech may well point out an apparent contradiction. On one hand, I call for more competitive tendering of bus packages, and on the other hand, I call for a single rail operator. Now, the answer is that the right market structure follows the nature of the asset. Buses are asset-light for the operator, the government owns some fleet and depot assets, and they can be parceled out into distinct geographic regions. There are many capable bus operators globally, contracts turn over 5 to 7 years, and critically, as the recent Tampines bus tender showed, contestability delivers real value for money. Rail is the opposite. Massive, lumpy capital expenditure over decades, deep system-specific engineering knowledge, and in practice, only 2 incumbent operators. The TEL itself was awarded by limited tender, not open competition. Even for the JRL, foreign operators can only participate as minority partners of SMRT or SBS Transit. Contestability in rail is thus limited to a duopoly by design, so we should instead capture the economies of scale that a single operator brings. Looking at foreign jurisdictions with larger rail networks than us is instructive. Transport for London, the very jurisdiction whose quality incentive contracts inspired our own bus contracting model, operates the London Underground directly through a wholly owned subsidiary, while franchising its buses to private operators through competitive tender. Rail in-house and buses by tender, which is precisely the structure I'm proposing. In Hong Kong, the MTR Corporation operates the entire heavy rail network as a single integrated operator with on-time performance of around 99%. Taipei's Metro is likewise run by a single city-owned corporation. Across the jurisdictions we most often benchmark ourselves against, the single integrated rail operator is the norm and not the exception. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are already halfway there in practice, just not in name. The Rail Reliability Task Force, formed in September 2025, is chaired by the LTA Chief Executive and comprises the group CEOs of both SMRT and SBS Transit, precisely because rail reliability cannot be managed operator by operator. Its recommendations, which the Ministry accepted in February this year, calls for accelerated renewal of trains, signalling and power systems, better management of spare parts, and more comprehensive standardized condition monitoring across the rail network. The Singapore Rail Academy is also being positioned as a sector-wide platform to build and deepen workforce competency in rail. As with buses, I therefore have 3 concrete asks of the Minister when it comes to the NRFF. First, commit to a renewed rail financing framework that converges all existing lines onto a single unified service fee model under one license, ahead of the cross-island lines operation in 2030 and upon the gradual expiry of existing licenses. Second, study the consolidation of rail operations into a single publicly owned national rail operator, drawing on best practices from the likes of London, Hong Kong and Taipei. Third, in the interim, publish regular updates on progress made in implementing the recommendations of the Rail Reliability Task Force. Particular attention should be paid on the cost of the current fragmented structure and the potential synergies from network-wide harmonized data standards, pooled management of spares and supply chains, and coordinated renewal of power, signaling, and trains across the network. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to our eyes to the future, and that is autonomous vehicles or AV technology. Frontier technologies will be critical to strengthening our economic competitiveness and anchoring good jobs. To quote the MOT, AVs will be the next game changer. My concern is that we appear to be more like an observer than a player in this rapidly evolving game, and risk being left behind in the global push for AVs at a time when physical AI is being framed as the next wave after generative AI. As Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, shared in January this year, the ChatGPT moment for physical AI is almost here. And our vision is that someday, every single car, every single truck will be autonomous. As I've shared in my MOT COS speech earlier this year, Singapore has been involved in research and small-scale testing of AVs since at least 2013. Yet over a decade later, our AV rollout remains largely in the trial phase, with only around 20 AVs involved in short fixed-route services in Punggol. We also have 6 autonomous buses procured at a contract value of $8 million, due to start operating on bus services 400 and 191 in the second half of 2026. These are 16 passenger seat vehicles and a pilot that will run for an initial 3 years. From a regulatory standpoint, Sections 6C, D, and E of the Road Traffic Act provide a regulatory sandbox for AV trials here, with the MOT's public consultation regarding an upcoming piece of legislation specific to the deployment of AV systems having just wrapped up in June. The government's stated AV ambition, when pressed, was that Singapore would have many autonomous vehicles in 5 years. Notably, the LTA adopts a more cautious approach when implementing such technology locally, choosing to be more calibrated and data-driven. Now, that is not a negative per se, but let's set that against the global reality. The AV industry in places such as China and the US has boomed, with their biggest players, Pony AI, WeRide, Waymo, etc., already running fully driverless commercial services in cities that they are operating in. Amidst the growth this industry is facing, the UN has also introduced a regulatory framework for AVs, bridging the gap between the fragmented patchwork of regulations across different countries. Countries in the Middle East are also showing markedly faster implementation of AVs. The Dubai Autonomous Transport Strategy aims to have 25% of the local transportation in Dubai to be autonomous by 2030. Saudi Arabia's Transport General Authority has set the target for 25% of all good transport vehicles to be fully autonomous by 2030. While Singapore deliberates and conducts protracted trials, these global players and global cities are already operating at scale, creating a new ecosystem of jobs in AV research, operations, and maintenance. Even as we have close to 100,000 private hire cars, there remains a shortage of ride-hail drivers, especially during the peak periods and the wee hours of the night. On robotaxis, as Transport Minister Jeffrey Xiao has said, even if we bring all the AVs in the world to Singapore, that is less than 10% of our taxi and private hire car population. Having AVs deployed on specific routes and hours where the driver gap actually bites would materially help. And the severe shortage of local bus captains presents a clear opportunity for autonomous buses to alleviate manpower pressures and satisfy rapidly growing transport demand. A 2025 survey by the National Transport Workers Union found that 1 in 3 public transport workers expressed concern that AVs would impact their jobs. That concern is legitimate and deserves to be taken seriously. However, even as the demand for public bus captains has grown, as of December 2024, only 28% are Singaporeans, with 57% foreign work pass holders required to supplement the driver pool. Whether it's school buses or tour buses, operators consistently cite the challenge of driver shortages. In fact, 42 school bus operators have been allowed to recruit more foreign drivers than under the standard provision to alleviate an acute shortage of drivers. The shortage of local bus captains and the need to expand our public transport network is a clear and urgent impetus for us to accelerate AV deployment. This is also echoed by PAP MP Mr. Ang Wei Neng, who said at the debate on the transport motion that we need to move with a much greater sense of urgency. Moreover, to truly anchor good jobs, we must accelerate our AV rollout with clear, ambitious numerical targets. This is not about replacing human jobs, it is about transforming the nature of work. We need to create higher skilled roles in the AV ecosystem, from AI engineering to remote fleet management, and ensure Singaporeans are trained to take up these roles. Critically, AVs should be used to grow and plug gaps in our public transport network, connecting underserved neighbourhoods with major transport nodes. This would be especially helpful for those with mobility issues, such as the elderly and persons with disabilities. With the pilot autonomous public buses equipped with ramps for barrier-free access, I hope that the AV rollout will be carried out with the needs of these communities in mind. The Minister for Transport shared during the debate on the transport motion that MOT plans to invest $800 billion over the next 5 years on transport research and innovation to support efforts to develop frontier technology. Now, all that is fine and good, but once again, I reiterate the question I've posed for the Minister, that beyond stating that Singapore will have many autonomous vehicles, in 5 years' time, can the MOT provide numerical targets for our AV ambition, as well as a concrete and just path towards our engagement with frontier technologies? To conclude, Mr. Speaker, our public transport mode share has crawled from 62% to 66% in 8 years against the 75% target that is now 4 years away. The three trusts I have proposed today, a bus contracting model 2.0, a unified rail financing framework, and an accelerated AV rollout with numerical targets, share a common thread. They ask the government to organize our land transport system around outcomes of commuters and to move quickly rather than navigate around the increasingly complex but administratively convenient structures in existence today. Thank you.
SMS Sun Xueling.
I thank Mr. Louis Chua for sharing his views on how we can encourage more Singaporeans to choose public transport for their peak period journeys. Indeed, for land-scarce Singapore, public transport is the most efficient and sustainable way for our people to get to where they live, work, play, and study. We are committed to making mass public transport the preferred mode. Our ambition to achieve 75% peak period mode share reflects this. We invest heavily in our public transport system, about $2 billion a year on public transport operating cost, on top of much larger sums for infrastructure. Despite these investments, we do not expect progress to be even. Our city and our people's travel needs will continue to evolve and to change. The growth of the private hire car industry has provided Singaporeans with more affordable means of point-to-point transport on a pay-per-use basis. COVID-19 changed the way people travel and work, and also delayed completion of some major public transport projects. We will continue to expand our public transport network to serve homes, workplaces, and amenities in new areas. Despite these changes, our approach is clear. We are focused on improving travel time and convenience while putting in place the right structures and investments to ensure our public transport remains well-run and sustainable. Like what Mr. Louis Chua mentioned, to make public transport more attractive and to increase its mode share, we must narrow the gap in travel time between public and private transport. We know that once commuters are on the rail network, most journeys are fast and reliable. And this is why we are growing the rail network from 275 kilometers today to about 360 kilometers by the early 2030s, with the opening of the Jurong Region Line and Cross Island Line. And just last week, we announced the station locations for Phase 3 of the Cross Island Line. When this is completed, those travelling to and from the west can save up to 15 minutes. New lines also strengthen the resilience of our network and help relieve crowding on existing lines, improving the experience for all commuters. And while new lines are being built, we are also providing bus alternatives such as express City Direct services. We have rolled out 11 new City Direct services since we started the Bus Connectivity Enhancement Program in 2024 in estates like Sengkang, Punggol, and Tengah. Under this program, we are also improving the first and last mile of journeys. We are providing more skip-stop feeder bus services and bus lanes to bring residents to MRT stations more quickly and reliably. LTA is also expanding cycling paths and adding more pedestrian-friendly features to make neighborhoods safer and more comfortable for walking. For these plans and programs to be effective, they must be executed well, and they must be sustainable. We agree with Mr. Louis Chua that how we structure our public transport system to deliver well is critical. Mr. Louis Chua has made some suggestions on the bus contracting model. I would like to reiterate some key points around the bus contracting model. Firstly, competitive tendering ensures that contracts continue to be value for money. Since we transited to tendering out bus packages, service fees paid by the government to the operators have dropped by 15%. And this has allowed us to keep the level of subsidy sustainable as we expand and improve bus services. However, we tender not only to obtain better prices, but also to improve service standards and to foster innovation. The contracts are awarded based on the two-envelope evaluation process that considers first quality and then price. And this approach incentivizes operators to deliver reliable and safe bus services, invest in their workforce and capabilities, and also build expertise in emerging areas such as electrification. So we should not encourage a race to the bottom based on price alone. This can cause unnecessary churn that affects day-to-day service quality. We want to assure members that our bus contracting model ensures minimum standards but does not stop us from doing better. Mr. Louis Chua gave a specific example about the wait time for buses. So before the bus contracting model, the standard was to operate at intervals of 30 minutes or less. And 90% of feeders ran at intervals of not more than 10 minutes. Now, more than half of the bus services run at intervals of 10 minutes or less during peak, exceeding the baseline standard of 15 minutes. Feeder buses run at even shorter intervals of 8 minutes or less. So these are basic standards which operators must plan for and to adhere to, and will penalize them if they fall short. And we can consider Mr. Chua's suggestion to share more data on bus operators' performance over time. We must also keep in mind that more competition does not automatically resolve the real constraints we face in resources, manpower, and road space. Along the busiest corridors, we have buses arriving almost every minute. And as Mr. Louis Chua has shared, we face constraints on the number of bus captains we have. And we have done something concrete about that. We are working with operators to attract more bus captains by raising starting salaries, but this will not change the situation overnight. We must also be mindful that fiercer competition in bus tenders do not inadvertently affect operators' ability to pay their workers fairly. At this point, I'd like to thank Mr. Chua for his support for our vision to deploy more autonomous vehicles. We are doing this systematically. We are in the process of building greater public confidence in autonomous vehicles. Safety must be our #1 priority. We are also increasing socialization amongst drivers, amongst members of the public, amongst commuters. And we welcome Mr. Louis Chua to come by Punggol to trial the AV shuttle, if he has not done so. We're also working towards the AV Act, which would scope out some of the questions that he has raised. We also hope that with the use of AV vehicles, we could manage some of the manpower constraints that we have around drivers as well as bus captains. Now, coming back again to the bus sector, we do need to prioritize resources to areas with more urgent needs and to adjust services in response to ridership. Mr. Louis Chua had some suggestions on rail. He suggested moving towards a single, publicly owned national operator. Now, there are different rail industry models around the world, each with its own strengths and trade-offs. And in Singapore, we have continued to refine our rail industry model where it makes sense to do so. The new rail financing framework consolidated asset ownership under the government, which enabled us to take a long-term view of asset renewal, drive common standards, and to coordinate investments across the rail network. And meanwhile, platforms like the Rail Reliability Task Force brought our two operators together with LTA, while also engaging international experts from other metro systems to share good practices and to overcome common challenges. We are implementing the recommendations of the task force and will provide more updates along the way. Mr. Louis Chua has cited examples of overseas metros, and our LTA and the rail operators maintain good relationships with these peer systems and many others. Now, these systems operate under different institutional and financing arrangements. We can learn from them without necessarily adopting their model wholesale. Now, the reality is that different sectors may require different approaches. Mr. Chua himself acknowledges this. I think this reflects the fact that different industry structures involve different trade-offs, which must be carefully balanced and managed. Ultimately, the question is not what industry model we have, but rather the test is whether we are able to operate our network to deliver good service. We have achieved and maintained high rail reliability standards above our 1 million mean kilometers between failure target. Our operators have grown their capabilities to manage an expanding network to provide faster journeys and better connectivity over time. And this is how we encourage commuters to choose public transport over other modes, which is the key thrust of your motion. So, Mr. Speaker, to summarize, improving public transport is not about one project or one policy. We need both sound planning and sustained investments supported by the right structures and operating models. And we will continue to improve journey times and connectivity while ensuring that our public transport system remains well-run and financially sustainable so that public transport is the travel mode of choice for most Singaporeans. Thank you.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 10:30 a.m. Order, order.